Carlo will pull up alongside. First 120. That's going to be 1091.9, 127 miles an hour for Wayne Christopher down the right-hand side. Good run this morning. 1084, 122. There for Larry Raspinski, Valparaiso, Indiana, Barracuda. And it's going to be Dave Hedges and Doug Wood, a Massillon, Ohio Standard Testing Lab sponsored 1969 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Left-hand side taking on that first-gen 68 blue Camaro. The 355 small block for Dave Hedges. Stock eliminator lanes 3 and 4, please. Dave Hedges, 1097, 123 the speed to the 1087, 139. Doug Wood down the left-hand side. Jason Satterley and Tony McFall. Here this morning, and it's going to be running on down 1088, 116 the speed, 1088.0, 124 for Jason Satterley, Firebird of the Kentucky. Now it's going to bring up matchup side by side for Connie Rudy and Marsha McFall. Out of the ladies, here comes the substitute teacher at 64 years old, 67 first gen Chevrolet Camaro, 395 for power, taking on Connie Rudy's Lima, Ohio, 58-year-old nurse behind the wheel. That 5. Left side. How about that? 10.908. Bill and Connie had that car on kill at 139 miles an hour. Marsha missed the tree by 5 thou and goes 400s quick. 10.862, 119. Jay Wilson and Zach Running's going to pull up side by side. Zach Running left-hand side. Lapeer, Michigan comes the 87 model Pontiac Firebird. And Jay Wilson out of Milan, Illinois. Jay Wilson, 40 on the tree, 1087, 136, 1094, 120. Zach Running down the left-hand side. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. Stock eliminator lanes 3 and 4, please. Let's go ahead and roll. Stock eliminator. Fab Koner, right side. The Greenwood, Indiana base, 96 Chevy S10, 421 for power. And Bob Schmitz, Grove City base, 67 Chevy 2. Now the Chevy S10 going down the right-hand side. That is the Toyota lane here at Route 66 Raceway. 1091.5, 131 the speed to the 1089.3. Bob Schmidt within thousandths of that 1090 number. Good run. Ron Foss, the Lucas, Ohio, 82 model Chevrolet Camaro. Going to pull up the right-hand side of the Jackson Racing Engine powered entry. And Ray Miller, that's the transmission builder out of Mansfield, also packing a Jackson Racing engine. L004, Ray Miller's on it this morning, 4,000 perfect. Ron's going to be 021. They're closing in, finish line stripe. It's going to be Ron Foss going 1089.1. How about that? Within 9 thou of that 1090 number. They are all happy with that in the Jackson Racing engine camp at $138. 1087, 144 for Ray Miller down the left-hand lane. Super Street should be in the lanes, and Stock Eliminator 3 and 4, please. All right, so Super Streeters, we have 2 lanes to be utilized here at Route 66 Raceway. It's a left lane, right lane kind of deal, and we're going to use both lanes. Fortunately, can't send, I think, 8 pairs of singles down the racetrack this morning. It's not going to happen, so we're going to need you to pair up, please. Left lane, right lane. Utilize both. Now it's going to be Vincey Satterley and John Erickson. John Erickson, left-hand side. Cherry Valley, Illinois, comes the parts specialist behind the river line. Left-hand lane. Final black and blue Camaro. Do also want to give a heads up to anybody listening on D3 TV. Yesterday, Warren Evans just informed me the sound was messed up. Today it is fixed. He did not know that there was an issue yesterday. Found out about the problem this morning, and that is fixed. So we should be A-OK and ready to roll all day long on D3 TV. It's going to be Ricky Ship, Jr., left-hand side, the Needham, Indiana aircraft mechanic behind the wheel of that beautiful-looking red Chevrolet Nova. And Bill Werby, 88 model Werby Motorsports Camaro, rolls up out of DeWitt, Illinois for the 61-year-old retiree, and Ricky Ship at 35 years young. Now they let go of the button, 15 to a 23, out of the gate we go. Do we have the link on d3tv.com on the NHRA website? The link is working. Okay. So the NHRADiv3.com, that is the division website. Go to that, and then the D3 TV logo. That is the link straight to the live feed today. Yesterday it was ran through YouTube. Today the actual link is up and working. Bill Werby, 10.902. Man, that was a good run. 134 the speed. 1088, 140 on speed. Ricky Ship Jr. under by 200s. Alex Miller, Eric Ohava now. Ohava. Illinois base. Gerber Collision. Ford Mustang out of the gate here at 173. So tardy in the morning. Eric Ohava. Been a late night, and Alex Miller at 036. The Miller Racing Transmission Monza. Going down the left-hand side. Top end 1087. 144 the speed. And Eric Ohava is going to go 1078. 140. Brent Rooker and Dustin Loinitz, the Wallen Lake of Michigan, 1980 Pontiac Firebird, rolls up left-hand side, powered by that 496 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. And Brent Rooker at Owasco, Illinois, the Ocott Plastics. Keep moving the right-hand lane. Brent Rooker, 1082, 136 the speed there. Dustin Loyens are going to go 1073, 136 down the left-hand side. Mark Smith and Mark Erickson. Rockford, Illinois comes the motorsports director at 44 years old. Behind Chevrolet left-hand lane. Mark Smith out of Bowling Green, Kentucky comes the attorney. Mystery by 4th out. Mark misses it by 29. They close in, finish line tight. Finish line stripe, I should say. 1089.4, 144 the speed. To the 1080, 135, Mark Smith on that right-hand side. Now it's going to be Mark Warner and Dave Ansel. Dave Ansel made the shootout last night. He's going to roll up right side this morning. The Morris, Illinois labor. So get the current weather temperatures. It's like the air temp is at 65, the humidity is at 66, and the track temp is at 74. That is how we're starting the morning off. Dave Ansel is going to be 10 on the tree and 1095, 130 for speed. Mark goes through at 1089.7, under by 3 thousandths. Phil Schmeide, Canfield, Ohio, the 31-year-old, behind the wheel of his 1988 Intensity Racing Product sponsored Chevrolet Cavalier for Dad Phil Sr. and Mom Peggy. They have that 532 cubic inch APD built Chevrolet on the right-hand side, and James Hinkle of Danville, Kentucky for Richardson's Meat Processing with that Nova. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Schmider rolls in right side first. Hinkle rolls in left side. They let go. Look at this. Here are 00 lights. 003 and 009. Bill Schmider has won here before in the Super Cup category. He's never graced the winner's circle here in Super Street. Let's see what he can do this weekend. It's 1078, way quick at 148. Mom and Dad, and I know Phil's going to be shaking their head and wondering what in the world's going on. 1084, 123 right in a row for James Hinkle down the O'Reilly Auto Parts side. Lewis Murray and Brian Richardson. Brian Richardson, Woodburn, Indiana, the 35-year-old delivery driver with that black Pontiac Firebird. He made the shootout last night. And Lou Murray's Camaro from Eureka, Missouri. Well, Lou Murray's going to be 001 red. Top of the racetrack, Toyota side, 1087. 152 miles an hour. Brian Richardson's going to go dead 6 at 144. Very good run down the left-hand side, Brian Richardson. Good last night, good this morning. Bad weekend so far. Kevin Myers and Joey Shipp, they're going to match up side by side. The Williamsport, Ohio service manager with that Mark Webster racing engine, 565 cubic inch big block. Sitting underneath the hood, and that red Chevrolet Camaro out of Indianapolis for Joey Shipp, Team DRE, and Ray Stillman going down the right-hand side this morning. It's 008 to an 011. Top end, 1088. With a 9, 141 miles an hour for Kevin Myers. Great run there. Joey Shipp's going to go 11 on the tree and 1089.7. Man, oh man, do those two racers have things figured out. Not only on the starting line, but their timers and the throttle stops, too. Now it's going to be Gary Hortzman and Josh Gannan. Wheel up side by side as soon as we clean up a little bit. Good morning, Joey Shipp in the house. Looks like he's having a good day. So we are planning on the first round of Super Street being about 11:30 to 12 o'clock. So 11:30 to noon, that is when we are planning on the first round of Super Street today. Just want to give everybody a heads up and try to keep everybody posted. The schedule for today is posted at the certification trailer, and it is rather long, to say the least. Gary Hortzman, right side. That's going to be the Falcon out of Missouri, the 427 cubic inch blue oval Ford, and Josh Gannan's 540 cubic inch Chevrolet out of Wellington, Ohio, in the Malibu. For Mark Horton Motorsports and Ray Conley, that whole team, they're in the left-hand lane. And let go of the button. Josh is 0-1-1 up front. 0-20 on the tree, Gary Hortzman. Here comes the Malibu chasing down that Ford. Top of the racetrack, it's going to be Josh Gannan running here at 11:08. He's off the pace by 0.2 at 1:38. 10:83, 1:37, Gary Hortzman. Quick there by 0.06 of a second, or 0.07 to be exact. Now it's Jerry Rosemere, made the shootout last night. The Streamwood, Illinois general contractor at a Stone Mountain Scaffolding. That's 68 model Chevrolet Camaro right side. And out of Ohio, that's going to be Rob Krumpfeld. 71 model Chevrolet Vega, 406 underneath the hood. As we continue on the Super Street category. Now one guy that wishes he was here and listening in live back home in Ohio. That's Robbie Sessions. A lot the past couple days. Glad to have him listening in. Jerry Rosemere, Toyota side, 1093, 139 to speed. 1089, 132 for Rob Kronfeld. Mr. Danger Boy, under by 9,000. Scott Mackey and Tony Tanner is going to match up side by side. The Kentucky-based truck driver with that 517 cubic inch Chevrolet. And you have to have a pretty big motor to move that Cutlass down that racetrack. That is an all-steel body, 82 model Oldsmobile. And Scott Mackey has that Chevy 2 out of Milford, Michigan for Babaloo Racing. They're wide open, 007 and 1088-0. 152 on speed. Scott Mackey makes a good run down the right-hand side. 1085, 134. Tony Tanner shuts it off down the O'Reilly side of the quarter mile here at Route 66 Raceway. Ricky Shipp Sr. pulls up right-hand lane. That's going to be the Whiteland, Indiana police officer behind the wheel of his 56 Chevy. You never know what the Shipps are going to have. They trade cars and they wheel and deal and pull out things. And like, I didn't know you had 8 cars. Matt Daddis, and they're a good family to say the least. Matt Daddis, left-hand side, Vermilion, Ohio. That's the 20-year-old making kind of his first year doing a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series run at it. Hitting just about every divisional. Came to Indy, came to Norwalk, obviously a hometown race for him. Now he's here on Route 66. That 80 model Starfire, 406 small block for him and his dad, Jim Daddy. Probably listening in live back home. They're out of the gate left side, 16 green. Rick Shipp turns it 16 red. Matt's off the throttle stop, closing in left-hand side. Team Mickey Thompson and Matt Daddis, 1087, 132. 10900 Rick Shipp Sr. at 131 on speed. Now it's going to be Scotty Reinshield and Matthew Ball. Matthew Ball, left-hand lane. Troy, Ohio comes that Chevrolet S10. And Scotty Reinshield brings up that blue, beautiful 69. A Chevrolet Corvette for Team Fast Lube and Armor Paving and Sealing. His wife, Kendra, son Kate in the house this weekend. And that is going to be a kid you won't see, you're going to see here in just, I would say, a year or two behind the wheel of a junior dragster probably. As soon as he turns 5, they'll have him in one. By the age of 8, he'll probably be a national champion, following in his mom and dad's footsteps. The 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for Scotty Reinshield, right side. Matthew Ball puts it to the beams, left-hand lane. Well, Scotty's going to be 10 up front, top of the racetrack. The Fast Loop Corvette, 1089.3. Good run from A to B there, Scotty Reinshield. How about Matthew Ball at 015 and 1089.3 also? Man, oh man, there's some great runs here this morning in Super Street. It's going to be Dennis Lund, left-hand lane, the Iowa-based. Beretta, that 380 small block, and Wayne Kelly's Indiana-based Malibu. Ready to roll down the right-hand side. Starting in the Super Street category at 059 and 033. Wayne Kelly rolls down the right side. That Malibu's going to get there and turn the timer off at 1088, 135. That's doable. 1086, 135 the speed. Dennis Lund down the O'Reilly Auto Parts side. Fred Squires and Craig Myers going to match up here in this time run of Super Street. Fred Squires, the Defiance, Ohio machinist at 60 years old, wheeling his 68 model Nova. Craig Meyer brings the Fury to the starting line. Right stock and we're going to make the call out. First call, Super Gas, 990 category, Super Gas, lanes 1 and 2, Super Gas, the staging lanes, please. Craig Meyer missed the tree by 3,000. He goes dead 3 at the finish line at 138. 1085, 125, Fred Squires. make his run here this morning. Holly Berg had some success up there at Norwalk at Snowmobile Motorsports Park, and now you see her here, the Strongsville, Ohio, 79 Camaro, running with the Wojo family. And Matt Lauterbach, the guy who owns the Lauterbach Tire and Auto Service, Mechanicsburg, Illinois, Cutlass over there on the right-hand side. Oldsmobile and Chevrolet. 3x14 for Matt Lauterbach. Holly turns it 0-3-4 back here up the starting line. Berg rolling down, wide open throttle, left-hand side. She's going to turn the timer at 1084. 125 the speed, to the 1088, under by 2,000, or under by 200ths, I should say, at 132. Now it's going to be stock eliminator time. We're running right through here. The 9-inch tire category is going to come out with their final qualifying run of the weekend. That's going to be Judy Boretsky and Anatol Denisenko. First pair, stock eliminator, rolling to the starting line. Your attention, please. We have made the call out for Super Gas, 990 category, Super Gas. So the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Judy Boretsky, the Dixon, Illinois, Oldsmobile 442 is going to pull up on the left-hand side. Currently, in the number 51 spot at 50 under, made a best run of 11:34. And Anatol Denisenko's Capri out of Lyons, Illinois. Yeah, he kind of looks like a Mustang, but you're wrong. Anatol is going to be 15 on the tree, top of the racetrack. It's going to be 1272, 102 the speed. 1144, 114. Judy Boretsky down the left-hand side. No improvement for Boretsky. Ben Wenzel, senior, right-hand side, the Freeland, Michigan base. 67 Z28 Chevrolet Camaro. Bought that car brand new off the showroom floor back in 1967. Took it straight to the U.S. Nationals and won with it. Oh, and by the way, the Jags All-Stars winner right here at Route 66 Raceway back in 2009. Ben Wenzel, your number 12 qualifier right side. Automatic. Ray Lamont from Illinois, left-hand lane. Well, Ben Wenzel's going to turn it 002 green and 1051. It improves there by 300ths at 124. 1241, 105. Jack Larson on the left-hand side. Now it's going to bring up Jeff Blanchard's K-Stock Automatic 1991 Ford Mustang. Northern part of the state. Brad Bishop's in stock automatic 89 Ford Mustang. Your number 41 qualifier currently at 57.6 under. Made a best run at 1242. It's going to go 1244. No improvement at 104. 1268, 105 the speed. Improves there by 400ths overall. Jeff Blanchard down the O'Reilly Auto Parts side. Here comes Bob Schmalz and Jim Cakel Jr. They're going to match up side by side. The Hartford, Michigan advertising rep coming out of the state up north, as we say in Ohio. Oldsmobile 442, currently number 35 in the qualified category at 66 under the index. At 11:03, that was the best run off the 1170. And Bob Schmalz from Ohio comes up with that 69, a Chevrolet 390. Super Gas, 1 and 2, please. 990 category, Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Close it in, 1097. Best run of the weekend, Jim Cakel down the right-hand side at 120 miles an hour. 11:15, 117 the speed. Bob Schmalz is going to turn the timers off, O'Reilly side. Robbie Massey, this is going to be the first run he'd made of the weekend as they pushed that Chevrolet Copo Camaro off the starting line yesterday. Started out in the NHRA Summit Racing Equipment Junior Drag Racing League. Back when Robbie and I used to run together, and now he's graduated, obviously, to the stock eliminator ranks. The factory stock C car, left-hand side, and Jim Trader with the E-stock clutch car. Gibson Racing Research, 6 Chevrolet. Currently number 21 in the category at 74.4 under. Let's see where Robbie Massey's going to put that Carl's Performance Park. Chevrolet Camaro with Well, 10:30 on index for Robbie Massey, and he's going to roll it on down left-hand side. 10:13, not a very good run for what they usually do. 132. 1091, 118, Jim Close the timers off there. Brian living good. And the team, what a gym you are. Man, oh man, what'd you bring me? Like 5 of these things? Oh, there's 6. Oh my God. Wow. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. TeamDragstersForSale.com. They're not good, they're real good. As Brian would say, Keith Lynch will be alongside the back to the top. Man, oh man, look at the wheels up lead for Keith Lynch. He sets it down at 0.49. Pulls it in, top of the racetrack. 992, 131 the speed for Keith Lynch. Brian's going to go 10.702 at 122. I don't know how you were on that scooter last night. It was like 32 degrees below zero. Yeah, we're all sitting in your motorhome like, I don't know where Megan is, but she's probably in hypothermia right now. Gary Merrick and Tom Gilman. Tom Gilman's looking 70 model Chevrolet Camaro, Lafayette, Indiana, 350 small block for power. And Gary Merrick's B-Stock Automatic, Girard, Ohio. Also, clutch card left, the automatic right. They're lined up. Scrap that. At least I can laugh at myself, right? Gary Merrick, 1057, 123, 1097, 119. Tom Gilman on the left-hand side. Do a lot of that throughout the weekend. Don Turk and Nathan Botten. They have blueberries in these things? Oh my God. Plainfield, Illinois comes the Mustang, left-hand side. And Don Turk wheels that Lebanon, Indiana Grand Am up. The number 28 qualifier in the category at 72.3 under. Made a best run at 12.27 earlier on the weekend. And they got 2 qualifying hits yesterday. Making their one today. Top of the racetrack, it's going to be 12.29, 106 the speed for Don Turk. 11.75, 111 for Nathan Botten. Now that's going to be the Boretsky family. Left-hand side, Daryl Boretsky's, Elgin, Illinois. Oldsmobile 442 won the Motor Engineering Sportsman Shootout before that very race car. And Rich South on Pataskala, Ohio. You never know what Rich South is going to bring to the starting line. Really lives right down the road for me for the Progressive Flooring team. Over there on the right-hand side, H-Stock Automatic, Chevrolet bow tie. 12.15 on it. 5. Ridge South, 039 up front. Down the Toyota side of the quarter mile goes the 305 small block Camaro. It's 11.63, no improvement at 114. 11.33, 114 the speed for Daryl Boretsky's been within 1,000 back-to-back runs this weekend, so very consistent race car he has to deal with in stock eliminator. We need super gas. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Super gas should be rolling to the lanes. Bruce Gibson, D-Stock Automatic. Dayton, Indiana-based Demon for the 59-year-old. 340 Dodge underneath the hood, and Travis Morgan's M-Stock Automatic, Brazil, Indiana, Malibu. Side by side, continuing on in this round. Round number 1 today. Morgan missed the tree by 9 thousandths of a second overall. Close it in, finish line stripe. Morgan's going to go 12.06. 106 miles an hour, no improvement off the best 12.04 run. 10.87, 119 within 100th for Bruce Gibson. Reb Pettery and Joey Ship. A good-looking white 70 model Chevrolet known but a Ray Skillman Chevy shop. Out of Indianapolis, Indiana comes the respiratory therapist, who is soon to be a dad, and Rob, B-Stock Automatic, Illinois Pontiac, over there on the left-hand side. Look at qualifying here in the stock eliminator category. Tim Lowe is the only driver that's been second over the Mike Poston is 2, Stephen Novosel is 3, Bob Grooves 4, Dan Toole put that Ford Mustang in the number 5 spot at 88.6 under. Right now, Joey Shep, right side, 11.52. It picks up by 200s at 113. 10.93, 120 on speed for Rob Pettery. No improvement. Actually took his foot off the gas early down there. Bobby Bishop and Bob Greer, the L-Stock Automatic, Salem, Wisconsin, Buick Grand Sport, left-hand side. The number 4 qualifier in the category currently at 93.2 under. Best run of 11.76. And Bobby Bishop has the Lamont, Illinois, B&B Wholesale Distributing Ford Mustang. So Bobby Bishop, 12:58, 103 the speed down the right-hand side. Bob's going to go 11:76, 109. MJ Quinn and Mike Delaney's Novi, Michigan. Belvedere rolling up right side. Mike's been struggling with that race car this week and only put it 25 under in the stock eliminator category. That's not much at all. 1035 off the 1060 index. His best run at MJ Quinn alongside. At Louisville, Kentucky comes the 85 model bow tie 305 small block Camaro. Here and starting in the category this morning, 081 and 091. Let's see what the ET is going to appear. Mike Delaney is going to go down the Toyota side of the quarter mile, 10:35. No improvement on his best run of the weekend at 127. 11:53, 114 the speed for MJ Quinn. We need super gas. The staging lanes, please. Lynn Smith and Steve Novosel. Steve Novosel right side, 043 and 971, 136 the speed. No improvement off the 964, best ET of the weekend for Novosel. Lynn Smith takes that Pontiac, Illinois Century down to 11:48 elapsed time. Now here comes a guy that's been around the sport for many, many years. Back in Columbus, Ohio comes Bob Marshall's F-Stock Automatic Eastland Crane Dodge Dart. Him and Leonard travel together every single time they hit a racetrack. This is... Never mind, we'll get to it here in a minute. This is too cool. I'm going to go and enter my Camry. Just a minute, I'll be right back. Greg Anderson. No, that's not like the Greg Anderson that runs Pro Stock because he's obviously in New Jersey. But if he didn't qualify, he could literally fly here and maybe, race Greg Anderson's Camaro. Kind of fitting. The 69 Chevrolet left side, 12:07, 106 the speed. Bob Marshall goes 11:22, 115. This thing is straight off of Enterprise's lot for Marvin Robbins, that 06 Malibu. I seen the Enterprise sticker on the side of it. You know what the cool deal is? Enterprise will actually deliver the rental car to you, but I'm sure they delivered it outside the gate. And Tim Lowe, Macy, Indiana comes the farmer, left-hand side. That is a Buick Grand Sport. There's something about like a deal he signed off on that says, I will not drag race this car. Oh, if he goes 5 rounds today, I mean, man, oh man. Man. Yeah, Marvin Robinson. I know he's going to he's slowly getting there. 17 flat, 82 miles an hour. Oh, he couldn't cover the index of 1465, but what Chevrolet Malibu is going to go 1465? I'm not really sure. 1172, 109 for Tim Lowe. We might have to adjust the index on that one. Now it's going to be Brian Merkel and Lynn Mattingly. Pair of Pontiacs. Yeah, he probably had the air conditioner on. No, but that was way cool just to see one of those. I mean, when we call stock eliminator stock, that's the stock as it gets. Brian Merkel, left-hand side, Johnstown, Ohio, the Team Napa Auto Parts. Him and his dad, Dave, been around it for many, many years. Former division champ sitting on the left-hand side. And Lynn Mattingly, Cox Creek, Kentucky. Pontiac Formula. Number 16 qualifier, right-hand side for Lynn Mattingly, who has been 78.9 under the index. Best run at 10:21. Brian has put that. Johnstown, Ohio, Pontiac, quickest 10:53 in the B-Stock Automatic category, which puts him at 72 under the index. Just think you could run the alt one. Yeah. Look out, Dad. We won't go there. But Brian Merkel, that's good enough for a seriously comment. 004 and 10:57, 111 miles an hour, 10:22, 129 for Lynn Mattingly down the right-hand side. Now it's going to be Andrew Hill, right-hand lane out of Michigan, formerly out of Louisville, Kentucky. It always throws me off because it's one of those deals where you don't have to really read the screen. It's like, it's smooth. The engineer works for, I think it's the Chrysler Motor Company. 70-mile Chevrolet Camaro. Probably be wrong. His dad, Greg, number 11 qualifier, currently is Andrew at 82,200, 1072 best run. And Mitch Truman's B-Stock Automatic Camaro on the Sullivan Motorsports. And Well, Andrew misses it by 21 here on the tree. Megan said if he would have turned a trip zip perfect, he would have got a few waffles. But not going to happen, so Andrew Hill is going to run 1073, 121. It's a tough crowd out there. 1053, 126, Mitch Truman down the left-hand side. Dan Toole, left-hand side. Got that Jacksonville, Illinois 1980 model Mustang, 140 cubic inch blue oval. Number 5 qualifier in the category. It's not about how fast you are. It's about the index and how quick you run under it. Best run of 1461 off the 1550 index. And Reginald Lewis's Michigan-based 91 Chevrolet Camaro. Once again, Super Gas should be in the lanes, please. Super Gas, 1 and 2 in the staging lanes. Reginald's going to go 1180, 111. The speed is, as we're talking about entering stuff in stock eliminator, I look at Robbie Sesko, and he sends me a picture of the Power Wheel, a Cadillac Escalade, and he's like, I'm entering this thing in stock eliminator. You know what? I'm sure you make it in. Kyle Jelma and Denny Hillman. Denny Hillman right side. Indianapolis, Indiana, the first gen 67 convertible Camaro. Man, oh man, has that a good looking race car. 1176, 112 miles an hour to the 1093, 121 for Kyle Jelma's Ford Mustang. Now it's going to be Kyle Riley, left-hand lane. That is a J-Stock automatic Oldsmobile Cutlass coming out of Illinois. And Brina Splinger with that good-looking 67 350 small block Camaro. Man, oh man, if you want to see a good-looking race car, Brina's right side. The paint is spectacular. They debuted this race car just at the beginning of the season in Indianapolis. Her dad, Jeff, the Chicago Steel Rocket Grand Racing School team. Going down the right-hand side. 004 on the tree for Brina Splinger. Top of the racetrack for the Purdue graduate. It's going to be 1097, 117 the speed. 1193 at only 90 miles an hour for Kyle Riley. Took his foot off the gas early. Julie Bremen. See her behind the wheel. Started her drag racing career this year, as Tim Gillespie has always wheeled that Pontiac Firebird. Now Julie took it over, and, well, there's no way that she's giving the driving seat back to Tim Gillespie. He's going to be the PB and watch on from now on. Xenia Ohio Materials Engineer. Tom Russell has the Russell Performance JD Byrider Chevrolet Camaro. Julie Bremen, 066, top in the Pontiac. She's going to go 1097, 119 miles an hour. And 1047, 125, Tom Russell. Here comes Alan Castle and Todd Kuhn. About the youngest crew member there I've seen in the weekend. Todd Kuhn, right-hand side, the Marshall, Illinois Pontiac GTO. And Alan Castle's high stock automatic, Westchester, Illinois. Gran Torino. They have like a movie about a Gran Torino. What was it? We all know it, but we're going nowhere. Clint Eastwood, yeah. That's all I can get to. But anyways, Alan Castle has this Gran Torino, not Clint Eastwood. And we're not making a movie today. It's going to be 1182, 110 miles an hour. Todd Kuhn's going to go 1132, 114. Well, I should say some of it's not making a movie. I mean, there's some big cameras out there. Marion Stevenson, right side. The Williamsport, Indiana, 92 model Chevrolet Corvette. Number 58 qualifier in the category at only 37 under the index. And Mike McGinley's iStock automatic Pontiac Formula. Left-hand lane, 350 small block. Now wheels up lead for Marion. You see Nicole out there watching on. Going down the right-hand side. It's going to be 1129, 87 miles an hour off the gas early for Marion Stevenson. 1157, 113 for Mike McGinley, who's your number 6 qualifier. Now it's going to be JB Stevenson. One of the first times that I've seen this race car and JB. It's JB Stevenson. It's more than one JB here this weekend. West Lebanon, Indiana, the 455 cubic inch Pontiac right side, and Dirk Olson's A-Stock clutch car. That's going to be the Wisconsin-based 69 Chevrolet Nova 396. Good-looking car, to say the least, left-hand side. Your number 26 qualifier currently at 73.2 under. Man, oh man, we got a big field of stock eliminator here today. Yeah, I'm going to spin the tire over a few revolutions for Dirk Olson out of the gate left-hand lane at 031. JB missed the tree by 32. Top of the racetrack, 1033. No improvement, 129 for Dirk Olson. 1171, 111 miles an hour, within a hundredth of the best run of the weekend for JB Stevenson. So back-to-back good runs for Team Stevenson. Mike Postelny has the number 2 qualified 2015 factory stock C car. That's going to be the Copo out of Altamont, Michigan. It's been 95.9 in the index, best run of 934. And Donnie Beeler's iStock Kentucky-based Corvette. This is an all Chevrolet bow tie matchup. One car came right from the Chevrolet Performance Factory, left-hand side. Mike Postelny, let's go at 098. Tardy there, top of the racetrack. It's going to be 935. No improvement off the 934. 141 miles an hour. Pretty good off the Chevrolet Performance showroom floor. 1133, 116 for Donnie Beeler. Down the right-hand side. A little touch-up here at the starting line from Red Bouchel, our official North Central Division starter, and we'll continue on in the 9-inch category that they call Stock Eliminator. Bob Downing rolled this thing out of the farm, literally. The Brighton, Michigan Chevrolet S10. They rolled it out of the shop, did a few things to it, and said, we're going to pick this truck racing this weekend. First time he's been behind the wheel. This car on the right-hand side. And Al Wick has that F-Stock automatic 68 model Barracuda in the left-hand lane. Bob Downing, 0.77 reaction time for the number 34 qualifier in the category. Guy that's been racing nearly 50 years. It's going to be 13:08 at 98 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend there for Bob Downing by 300. It's 11:37, 114 for Al Wick down the left-hand side. Yeah, we're going to probably fix that with a sledgehammer. And Jim Zaskowski and Brad Zaskowski. It's a family matchup. Zaskowski family. Very successful here in the stock eliminator categories. The Grand Rapids, Michigan-based race cars for the 68 Z28 Camaro right side, 396 Chevrolet. For Jim Zaskowski and Brad out of the gate at 0.75. He's double entered this weekend in stock and super stock. It's an all Chevrolet family. Top of the racetrack, it's 11:31, 116. Brad Zaskowski. Jim's going to go through 11:47, 114 the speed. Stock eliminator still pulling out of the staging lanes. Woo! And Kevin Zaskowski, left-hand side. I guess when one Zaskowski comes, they all come. A E-Stock Automatic Rockford, Michigan mechanical engineer by trade. And Patrick Downing's big Malibu wagon. That 83 model Chevrolet Malibu 305 small block right-hand side. Whole lot of glass in that race car. Four-door, whole deal. You take that thing to the local restaurant. And you can do a wheel stand. How cool is that? Patrick Downing, 036 green. Patrick Downing, who actually works at a mall as a mall Santa and a wizard. He's going to go 12 flat, 107 miles an hour. I've seen more interesting occupations. 1095, 108 miles an hour for Kevin Zaskowski. Obviously, I'm sure, he didn't really do that, but we roll with it. We're all good. Joe Martins and Ken Stone. Ken Stone, the St. Charles, Missouri, 69 Chevrolet Camaro, is actually the world team there at left-hand side. And Joe Martin's going to be out of power, right-hand lane. Oh, man. A little smoke out of the Chevrolet. It didn't look good going down the racetrack as it was. 12:34, 127. So we're going to be on hold for just a minute. Our safety safari crew is going to check the top of the racetrack here at Route 66 Raceway, and we'll roll right back and do stock eliminator with Team Lucas Oil and Drew Whalen and Danny Waddles Ford Mustang. Well, Danny Waddle's going to get ready to bring that Ford Mustang factory stock A car back to life out of Ohio. Your number 25 qualifier for him and his son Andrew. And Scott Hessler, all part of the team there. As a supercharged 302 Ford. For a guy that is double duty this weekend, not only in stock, but top dragster. And Drew Whalen for Team Lucas Oil. That's the Decatur, Illinois. Pontiac Firebird, number 16 qualifier right now in B-Stock Automatic at 79 3 under. And a best run of 10:45. I guess they're going to do another burnout. Danny Waddle. A little side story. He has his shop right on Route 40 back in Ohio. Straight shot. And he took that thing across 4 lanes sideways and stood on the gas a little bit. And it was quite the sight to see the other day pulling out of the shop with that car. He said, hey, you know, it's a stock eliminator Mustang. You should be able to drive it on the street. That's exactly what he did. All right, so a few more stock eliminator repairs to go before we move to the 990 category of Super Gas. So Drew Whalen left, Danny Waddle right. They put the pre-stage bulbs on, and here we go. Just wonder where the sound was coming from. We had a direct TV deal on over there watching some TV show. Ryan Sibonick and Steven DeZorny. You watching anything good? Brian Sibonick, left-hand side, the Toledo, Ohio IT administrator. That is an R-Stock automatic Buick Regal taking on Steven DeZorny, former national event winner at the Jegs Northern Sports Nationals back there in Ohio. The 20-year-old wheeling the 2002 Dodge Dakota for McCormick Motorsports, Team TCI. There on the right-hand side. Steven jams to the gas at 031. As Brian Sibonick turns at James Bond 007 red. DeZorny, Toyota side of the quarter mile, is going to get there first with an elapsed time of 11:89, 110 miles an hour, 13:52, 95.27 the speed for Brian Sibonick. Stock eliminator entry there. Now it's going to be a pair of Pontiac side by side, and your defending Stock Eliminator Division champ and a former world champ, left-hand lane, Randy Wilkes at Zanesville, Ohio. Him and Corey and Matt Lunds, Iowa-based, B-Stock Automatic, 96 Pontiac Firebird. Quicker car, left-hand side. Randy Wilkes lights that bottom bulb. Matt Lund moves in. These two are set. Tree drops and gives the gas. Wheels up lead for both. Randy Wilkes sets them down at 005 green. Down the O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the quarter mile, Randy Wilkes is going to shut the timer off at 10:21. 129 the speed. 10:55, 124, Matt Lund. Down the Toyota lane here at Route 66 Raceway. Yeah, that was a great light. He's on it this morning. Jeff Keller, the team out of Wisconsin, pulls up left-hand side. That is an H-Stock automatic Z28 Chevrolet Camaro. Ben Callie's B-Stock, Wisconsin Corvette. Well, Ben right side, Jeff left. They close in. This is, I think, our last pair of stock eliminator before we go to the 990 category, Super Gas. Ben, 11:28, 121 miles an hour for Ben. Jeff Keller's going to go 11:96, 110 the speed. So we're going to roll into the 990 category that they call Super Gas. It's throttle stop racing here at Route 66 Raceway. Final time run before these drivers move in to round number 1 later today. I do want to do a special shout-out to Bob Sesko, who is currently at OSU Wexner Medical Center back in Columbus, Ohio, and the ICU recovering from a very severe crash that he sustained at National Trail Raceway. And I want to say a happy birthday to Bob. Turned 62 today. Would love nothing more to see you out here racing this weekend, and I know that you're going to make a full recovery, be back on the racetrack very soon. And I'm going to personally dedicate Super Gas this weekend to Bob Sesko, a guy that's one of the best. Been around for many, many years, and he's going to slide in. And we want to say hello to Bob Sesko, who's listening on D3TV.com. So I'm going to slide on out. Scott Phillips, the official voice of Route 66 Raceway, is going to slide on in, and we're going to make the full-out Super Comp lanes 3 and 4, please. Scott?
Thank you very much, Derek. Welcome to Chicago. What a beautiful day under the sunshine here in Super Gas. Super Gas coming out of the tunnel right now, and we're going to make the call for Super Comp. I think Derek just did that. Super Comp in the pits. Super Comp, lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp to lanes 3 and 4. Welcome once again, everybody, to Joliet, the first and one and only true stadium of drag racing. Derek doing a great job, and yeah, scary incident. We hope the best for all those Super Gas guys doing a national event. And we go for the final round of Super Gas qualifying. James Wilson Sr. going up against Kenneth Sanders. Sanders in the Toyota side looking for that 990 number and going just a little bit quick, but some guys throw a little bit of change in their pocket. 988 with a 5 for Wilson Family Racing, 63 Chevrolet Corvette entry, and Kenneth Sanders with the 980 and a 4. And you see the timing lights, our scoreboard posted 990, the index for Super Gas. There's a familiar face in the O'Reilly side. Rick Bauman out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, our factory manager with a 69 Chevrolet 555 cubic inches of Chevrolet power, wheels up and down, throttle stops on and off. Ryan Kohner out of Morton, Illinois. Is that Morton or Morton Grove? I don't know. Anyway, Kohner Electric 63 Chevrolet Corvette with a 565 motor, 984 with a 1. And look at Bauman making a statement, 990 with a 00000. Perfect pass in the O'Reilly side. 990 flat for Bauman, and he sends a message. The message is, we're ready to go. Next pair up, Dave Nelson. Look at this guy's resume. Runner-up, Division 5 Super Gas in 2009. Runner-up, Topeka in the divisional event. Runner-up, Cordova Dragway Park in 08 divisional event. Runner-up, Topeka. This guy's got winning on his mind. 986 with a 0. Problems for Joey Malfeo. I think he's a bracket racer here. So we got a car dead in the water down on the Toyota side. We'll double check that. Is he still rolling? And we're going to hold up things on the starting line here once again. Welcome, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Route 66 Raceway. It's Saturday, and that means the burn down at sundown. Oh, I got to double check, make sure he's still rolling. And once again, we have made the call. Just wondering how many racers crossing over from the Autometer Midwest Super Comp Series here at Joliet today, racing in this divisional NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. So at this time, once again, we've made the call for Super Comp. Super Comp, I need to be making your way over to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Super Comp. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits while we have some downtime here in the midway. In the midway. Listen up, there's a green Chevrolet Suburban with an Illinois license plate of 447-2744. Take those numbers, run down to Joliet and play the slot machines or something. But you're located in front of the Route 66 Raceway merchandise trailer. And that's illegal. Wow, a couple of really good lights down there. Check that out. Justin Moser sending a message with a 003 bulb. Goes a little too quick. But look at Cropfield's. Let's hit the little Oldsmobile. 990 with a 5. Good pass. Anyway, we got a green Chevy Suburban illegally parked right by the merchandise trailer where we got all that really cool stuff that you can get. Route 66 Raceway stuff. They got to be moved or we will move it for you. And that's not really a good idea. In any event. Oh, they just got it? Boy, that was fast. Oh, here goes that Oldsmobile. That's Paul Richardson in the 87 Forenza. My mistake. And look at Richardson. Don't let me down, brother. 990 with a 0. With a 582 Chevrolet power plant. motor in that Oldsmobile across the stripe, 990 flat. Alan Koner with a great light and a 987 with a 9. So both these cars right on target, just about. Next pair up, Dan Duding out of Richland. And the Dick Outing Trailer Sales Chevrolet 555. That's actually a 1933 Willys. Good light for Dan. Ed Rudek out of Mount Prospect. And he's with the Union, the elevator repairman, with a 1047. Both cars just a little bit off the mark. They hope to get that squared away. Elevator, well, I'm not even going to start with the up and down joke, so we won't even go there. Wow, he's got a 632 Chevrolet power plant for super gas. That's awesome. In the O'Reilly side, Rob Goodrich out of Greenwood, Indiana, a maintenance manager with a 1993 Ford Mustang with a Chevrolet 434 cubic inch power plant. Mustang driven by a Chevy. Go figure. Ed Apple. That model hot rod is actually a 1934 Chevrolet. What a cool car. Toyota side down 1,320 feet later. 1034 with a 6. He'll look to pick that up. Goodrich with a 994 at over 137. Apple off the throttle, so he looks to be okay. I think he's still moving. Next pair up, pair of Monzas, 175, one out of 1980. It's Wally Hack. We've seen him here before. Roger Bishop is in the O'Reilly side with a 1975 Monza. Big-time wheelie for Wally. And that little 355 cubic inch power plant putting that Monza 1,320 feet later. Looks like a good 990 run. And Bishop got it. Bishop qualifies up on the top of the field with a 990 and a 4. At 148 miles an hour. Wally Hack with a 988 and a 1. And he'll go over 142 miles an hour. He got the stripe by 8 thousandths. That would have been one hellacious good drag race. Next round up for these guys is going to be elimination, so the nerves are starting to set in. Big-time event here, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Route 66 Raceway. Still kind of the beginning of the year for a lot of these racers, but still a lot of guys are already tuned up and ready to go. Bill Ford against Bill Jackson, Battle of the Bills. Say that 10 times fast after a couple of Miller lights. Yep, we can do it. Bill Ford, good light. Bill Jackson, better light. So our Spring National Super Gas winner way back in 1981, Bill Jackson is on the Toyota side, 985 with a 6, and Ford with a 981. Bill Ford drives a Pontiac with a Chevy motor. And I'll let your mind wander from there. Jackson with a 2005 U.S. Nationals win in Super Gas. So this guy's been around, knows exactly what to do. Good experienced racer. Tom Hack out of Valparaiso. The Battle-Born Racing Pontiac Trans Am with a 540 Chevy motor. Throttle stops on and off. Bernshausen, 17,000, too quick off the line. He'll get that straightened out. And the Sloan's Racing Transmissions, 1977 Vegematic. It's a Vega wagon. Not too many of these hot rods left around. And look at him making a statement. 990 with a 4. And our, well, way back in 1986, Division III Super Pro champ Larry Bernshausen. And I think he has a Super Comp car as well. So I think he's doing okay with the sponsors. Jason Lynch, the Bullet Motorsports entry. He's on the starting line now, O'Reilly's side. Leo Zinda out of Clinton Township. Came down from up north out of Michigan. That's a 1990 Chevrolet Z24 Cavalier. What kind of a nut would be driving a Cavalier? I only say that because I got one. And I think it's illegally parked. I might have to move that before it gets towed. Oh, look at Leo. He's close. 989 with a 0. Jason Lynch goes 995 with a 3 at almost 162 miles an hour. Both cars in the 162 zone. Check out David Sears, 1964 Ford Falcon. Battle of the 60s. Mopar versus Ford. Barracuda. Wheels up action out of Palos Hills. Matt Bradford. 540 cubic inches of Chrysler power plant motor in him down 1320. O'Reilly's side, 992 with a 7. Sears, maybe too many catalogs in the front seat. 986 as he goes just a little too quick. 150.5 miles an hour for David Sears. Nearly 600 cubic inches of Ford power in that little Falcon, and he makes it work. It's amazing. John Sykish out of Belmont, Ohio. He's retired. Congratulations. That's actually a 1963 split window Corvette. Well, there's no window in the back, so it's not really split. But Larry Rodell out of Evansville. I should join this club. Bald Man Transmission sponsored 1927 Model T Roadster. A Chevrolet 505. A little help from Don Davis Chassis. Terry looking on. 2008 Mid-Michigan Division III racer. All right, Larry and John going at a pair of 980 numbers. 988 with a 4 for Larry. John goes 986. Look at that, mile an hour on that little hot rod. 180 and a half. A reaction time and mile per hour appears to be the name of the game today here at Route 66 Raceway. Dwight Newest. 12 thousandths too quick off the line. He'll straighten that out. The little don't see these anymore. It's a Rampage. I believe Chrysler Plymouth made that back in the 80s. And Mike Jerusik. A little bit of help from Moser Engineering and Jerusik Electric. 63 Chevrolet Corvette, 987 with a 4. All right, O'Reilly side, Rich Spradlin. 66 years young, and he's retired. Congratulations, driving a 498 Chevrolet power plant, the Nova. Taking on Kenny LaFollette's Machine Shop sponsored 557 cubic inches in that little Mustang. And they both just about run the number. Spradlin, real close, 989 with a 6. He's only 4 thou off. Good package for Rich. And Uncle Kenny out of Searsville, Ohio, comes all the way down here to go 997. So he's pretty darn close. Both cars ready to go. Jeff Smith Jr. in the Toyota side. Toyota truck, the official truck of Chicagoland Speedway and Route 66 Raceway. Let's go places. Let's go to the drag strip. Jeff Smith sending a message. 004 on the bulb. 992 with a 2. So they are just about there. I think that's exactly what the Kendallville group wanted. 1927 Ford Aero. What a cool car. Hank Stewart, meanwhile, 992 with a 5. And the Monza makes his way off the track here. Next pair up, couple of hot-looking roadsters. Brian Richardson and the Matika Motorsports. That is actually, it says Firebird, but I could be wrong. Well, if that's a Firebird, I'll eat my NHRA member patch. $9.99 with a 9, add a 9. Steve Hoyt out of Fort Wayne, $9.92 with a 4. And Hoyt's been around the block. 4 IHRA national wins, NHRA national runner-up. And he's an NHRA divisional winner on top of it. So there's a guy with a bullseye on his back. Guys are out to get him. Greg White. 1999 Chevrolet Beretta. Used to be an old Pro Stock car, I'll bet. And here's a fan favorite right out of Manhattan, Illinois. Races the brackets here in Super Pro in the O'Reilly side, driving a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. This kid's one of the best. Justin Ford with a big block Chevrolet power plant. That Malibu does work. He goes rounds and rounds and rounds in an 019 bulb. Yeah, you just might win a few races going that. Pretty good light there. Greg White will catch up to him, 1120 with a 4. Ford with a 978. So Justin, a regular here at Route 66, will look to be making some adjustments on the Chevrolet Malibu. Steve Williams. And about 9 years ago, the Supergas Fall Classic winner, Steve Williams, an electrician. I don't see many of these lying around anymore. A 1994 Ford Probe. That reminds me, I got an appointment with my proctologist next week. But Rick Sarmento, the Tubby's Performance Dodge 556. A couple of guys out there got that one. as our probe makes it down the O'Reilly side. Steve Williams. Steve Williams in his 47th year of drag racing. 987 with a 5. The guy was on a rope, too. 988 with an 8 for Sarmento. It's actually a 1934 Dodge. Jacob Elrod, Chevrolet Corvette, 1992 model year with a 555 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Taking on Doug Croft here in Supergas. And look at Doug Croft on the O'Reilly, or Toyota side, rather, with that 00 light. He says, take that. Elrod says, oh, yeah? I'll go 003, and I'll go 989 with an 8. And Croft goes 989 with a 9. What a race. Who got the stripe? Jacob got the stripe by 6 thousandths. Boy, that would have been a great race had it been eliminations. Elrod with an ideal 003 light. Very impressive. That Croft construction car went one heck of a run on his own. Hey, look at this. Another Chevrolet Beretta. No sooner do I open up my big mouth and say these cars aren't around anymore, and here we got 2 of them in Supergas. Tony Tanner. In the Pontiac Grand Am, Tony. Nathan Vrooman with a 008 light. So our Lowe's Speed Shop Chevrolet Beretta goes 984 with a 6, over 170 miles an hour. Next pair up, Steve Theodore and Pat Martin. If you're in Super Comp, you ought to be in the lanes. Super Comp should be in lanes 3 and 4. Super Comp should be in lanes 3 and 4. And Pat Martin looks down track, sees that minus 003, and he goes, darn it, 3 thousandths from perfect on the line. But he's tuned up, ready to go. And then he goes 989 with a 9. That was a 4 thousandths package, folks. And Steve Theodore, 991 with a 3. Steve Theodore, 63 Chevrolet Corvette. With a little bit of help from McLaughlin Oil. And a fast lube out of Columbus, Ohio. Didn't we just go through this? Nick Akori goes 003 on the bulb. Tom Diamond with a 006. And it seems like the further we get into these qualifying rounds, the more 00 lights you're going to see. Here's one of the big wigs in the area, Durand, Illinois, Nick Folk. In a 67 Chevrolet Super Gas Camaro. And he's showing off why he's a champ. 003 with the light. Scott Hessler, pretty good light on his own. Watch Folk go 990. Well, he's a little bit fast. 983 with a 3. And the Danny Waddle build 69 Camaro of Scott Hessler. Came over here from Columbus. Home of what used to be the Spring Nationals. I think they're still there. 988 with a 2. And another fan favorite on the line. There's Rock Haas out of Commerce, Michigan. And what a resume this guy's got. Toyota side, 06 Division 3 champ, 06 All-Stars champ, 06 Pontiac Nationals Super Gas champ. This guy's been around the block, and he shows off why. And Steve Shaughnessy out of Springfield, the Shaughnessy Racing 37 Ford, 990 with an 8. I think old Uncle Steve is ready to go. Nope, that's not a mini Corvette. That's actually a 1973 Buick Opel GT. And inside this little hot rod, a 565 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Looking to make some waves here in super gas. Big time wheelie. And down the Toyota side, looking for the 990 index, and he goes a little bit too quick, 986 with a 9. Former Super Comp racer Delvin Shepard out of Kelowna, Illinois. Still driving a truck. Finally finished his 57 Chevy Bel Air, and here he is running super gas. 991 with a 0 for Delvin Shepard. Remember, Delvin used to race out in Cordova with the Super Comp Series. He used to have some of the best bonfires late at night. Aggravate the EPA and all the mosquitoes. Danny Toole, the 01 Mustang. Can you imagine if this guy drove a Snap-on truck or something? 992 with a 6, Ryan Bolin. And his 522 cubic inch powered Ford Mustang, 988 with a 7. Gary Rogers, Joey Ship, right to left. Joey Ship driving it. It's a 1991 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Taking on Gary Rogers, our 61 years young truck driver, driving an old chrome bumper Chevelle. Notice the tree's a little different. Yeah, that's what we call a pro tree. All the ambers go on at the same time. It's what we call a heads-up start. Super gas and super comp and super street. Some say it's more affordable, but I tell you what, the competition is just as fierce. Rogers, 992 with a 7. Joey Ship just a little bit off, so our Hoosier Penn Oil Jiffy Lube sponsored Oldsmobile. Make an adjustment with the throttle stop. Those guys will be right back for round 1. And O'Reilly's side, Mike Keenan, former coach of the Chicago Blackhawks, driving an 87 Cavalier. No, he's not. I just made that up. Actually, Dave Ansell's Pontiac. Oh, that's Ansell's driving a Camaro today. That would have been a heck of a race. Ansell got the stripe by 5 thousandths of a second. 988 to 989 over Keenan. Ansell ready to go for round 1. All right. Toyota side, that's Carl Root. Makes his roots in Washington, no pun intended. 2002 winner in Joliet at the national event. And a runner-up for the Jegs All-Star. Race here in Division 3, taking on Tim Gillespie. Wow, Carl Root with a 990 and a 5. You see him down at the track looking left, looking left. These guys are looking. They're not just making time runs. They are practicing. Kind of hug the center line a little bit to get a better look at the opponent. You don't want to break out. It's a 990 index. For those of you that aren't familiar with super gas and super comp racing, is that Greg Kalanick? I could tell by the way the golf cart was tilting to the left. We knew that was Greg. I think I just got an obscene gesture from him. And a 005 light from Dave Dahlem. Wow, this guy's on the money. Watch Dahlem in that 57 Chevy Corvette go 990 with something. Ooh, he was close. 989 with a 7. And Bojacki with the Mickey Thompson Chevrolet Corvette. 980 with a 6. A little bit quick. All right, well, if the Greg Kalanick racing team is here, that can mean only one thing. Mark Krupa is driving Super Comp. And Greg says, yes, he is. So the Mad Mark is here on the grounds. Lock up your trailers, hide small children. That's all I got to tell you. And look what Chuck Siegler's driving. Wow, an 04 Corvette. Chucky's back. This guy's one of the best. And look at that 006 light all the way up from Villa Park, Illinois. The Siegler Family Racing Chevrolet Corvette. Says here he's got a 440 Mopar power plant. And what's the difference? He goes 990 with a 0 and a 006 light Chucky with a 6,000s package. A resume, too many things to list. Wow. Meanwhile, Joe Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio, he wraps up this round of qualifying for Super Gas. That Siegler guy is unbelievable. Boy, they got their act together today. Who is that? Oh, yeah, that's Ben Bear. Ben Bear sitting on a, hey, you're wearing a Midwest Super Comp shirt. You shouldn't do that. Somebody's going to start throwing tomatoes at you. All right, Super Comp coming out of the tunnel. Super Comp should be in and buckle up. All you guys are coming out next. Lots of RED. We call them rear engine dragsters in Super Comp. Let's lower the index down to 890. 890 or slower. That's all you're allowed to do. Once again, name of the game is reaction time and setting up that throttle stop to run that perfect number. Now watch these guys battle it out down at the top end. That's where you really want to be, way down there by Old Glory. Little bit of a right to left wind. Not enough to make these guys concerned, I don't think. But here at Route 66 Raceway, a lot of these cars get passed beyond the bleachers, and that crosswind, you better be paying attention if it's there. First up, Kathy Fisher. Kathy Fisher, that's a 2012 American-built Chevrolet-powered rear-engine dragster. The Fisher Racing sponsored entry is in the O'Reilly side. And again, we have a pro tree. Battle of the Girls, Nicole Stevenson. Looking for the first 890. Who gets it? 894 on both sides. But look at Kathy Fisher's light, a 003. And both cars in the 175 mile an hour plus in that area. Well, let me see. Fisher goes 171 plus. Nicole Stevenson with 177.77. Man, we got to go to the boat with those numbers. Next pair up, Autometer Midwest Super Comp champ Bill Bear. Bill Bear, he's already won a race this year in Super Comp. And looks like Uncle Ben doing the crew chief duties today. They are in the Toyota side. Watch this guy with a 00 light. Oh, Uncle Billy been around for a while, and this guy. And problems set in. You're embarrassing me, you guys. Dale Whalen Jr. off and running, 1,320 feet later. And he goes 891 with a 2. Meanwhile, a little bit of problems set in on our Toyota side. He's going to get on the throttle and make a run out of it anyway. Watch him go 90. Nope, 886 with a 2. And one little hiccup and a belch on the starting line for the Bear family racing team. And Ben will get it figured out. Don't count these guys out. They are looking to go rounds today here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. In the pits. Tension in the pits. Super stock. Okay. In the pits. Super stock. This is your call. In the pits. Super stock. Super stock to staging, please. Super stock to staging. And I can't wait for that. We want to see some wheels up action? It's wheelie heaven in super stock. You thought stock eliminator was exciting, which it is. Wait till you see what some of these guys have done to the super stock race cars here. Uh-oh. What happened? A computer problem here in the tower just for a second. This will take just a second. I'll back these guys up. Let them take a deep breath. Close your eyes for a second. Get your mind clear. They're all about as professional as you can get. And flexibility, name of the game. So we'll get this thing taken care of right away. Who we got up here anyways? Dan Seaman out of Bellevue, Ohio. With a 429 cubic inch Ford power plant. He's in the O'Reilly side. And there's another one from the Midwest Autometer Midwest Super Comp family. Who's driving? Dad? Looks like he is. Jim Garrikaris. Came up from Batavia, Illinois. That's an 08 Spitzer-built Super Comp dragster in Toyota side. All right. Tires still good and warm. I don't think they'll need another burnout. Garrett Harris is inching forward here in the Toyota side. This guy knows exactly what to do here. Watch Jim cut the 00 light and go the 90 number. He's got a fast car, too, and so do his kid. Garrett Harris Family Motorsports here today at the NHRA Lucas Oil Racing Series. Pro tree comes down, and away we go. Dan Seaman in the O'Reilly side with a Ford-powered 891 with a 4, and look at Garrett Harris. He sends a message. He says to everybody, we are ready to go. 890 with a 6 at over 176 miles an hour. So obviously that starting line glitch didn't get these guys upset. Next pair up, Ed Cook Sr. and Peter Nitzel. Yeah, mostly Super Comp style dragsters in this category, but you will see a couple of door slammers here and there. And if Neitzel went just an inch or two deep, that would have caused that 002 light, but he knows 2,000s away from perfect. That is really, really good to be ready to go. Ed Cook Sr. with 891 with an 8. So he will qualify near the top. And this should be the final round of Super Comp qualifying. Once again, in the pits, we have made the call. Super stock. Super stock to staging lanes, please. Super stock to staging. And Dennis Foster is only red by a dime, but 178 miles an hour. Looks like he's going to be one of the teams to beat here today. And it appears that our guys here from the Bumblebees from Route 66 Raceway have got this track prepped just about as good as it can possibly get. That track is in ideal shape. And weather's still a factor. Guys are going to be checking out the weather and see what kind of adjustments they're going to be making all day today. Lynn Serena. Nice light. Tim Pap, or is it Pop? Depends on what side of Charleston you're from. 897. And Dragster gets the burnout first over the altered. Kevin Trusty out of Groveport, Ohio. Parts manager. Well, I guess when you got a race car, you got to manage everything that you got. Matt Hamill out of Orland Park. That's actually a 1923 Model T altered with a Chevrolet 511 cubic inch power plant. Looking to go 890 here in Super Comp qualifying. In the pits, Pro Stock Snowmobile and the Harley Davidson categories. You guys are all on standby right now, so don't wander off. Be ready. Snowmobile and Harley Davidson. You guys are on standby. And Matthew Hamill, maybe a problem with the trans brake. Not too sure, but hopefully the guys will get that ironed out, as next time around for Super Comp ought to be eliminations. All right, once again, we've made the call for super stock. And once again, what a DJ. Snowmobile and all the Harley Davidson categories, you guys are all on standby. So snowmobile and Harley Davidson, guys are on standby. You know what? I probably should have rode the Ultra Classic here. What a beautiful day for riding on a bike. Eric Manuel. He's in the Toyota side, getting ready to stage up against Kendra Reinscheld. Fast Lube sponsor. That's an 07 American-built dragster. And Manuel, Toyota side, he looks up, sees that 005, and he goes, yep, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Outstanding light for Eric. He goes 894 with a 3, over 174 miles an hour. That would have been a great race because Eric Manuel got the stripe by 2 thousandths. You know, when those guys got to 1,200 feet, they're looking at each other. Lots of judging going on down at the top end by most of these racers, I would imagine. There's the madman himself, one of the greatest airbrushers to hit the United States. This guy is a true artist. Mark Krupa in Greg Kolinick's undercover dragster. And he's already got the head start up against Charles Jameson. Krupa looking to go 890. Runner-up last week at Byron, losing to Lacey Rosenberry. So Mark Krupa piling up the points in the Autometer Midwest Supercomp Series. 918 with a 1 at 160. Plus, I think he was off the throttle down there after 1,200 feet. All right, left to right. O'Reilly side to Toyota side. In the O'Reilly side, Tom Rader, 54-year-old firefighter. Thank you, sir, for what you do. We just might need him one of these days. Irene Shelton out of Mansfield, Ohio. Uh-oh, another forklift driver in the house. And I don't have any numbers. Get any numbers on that? Tired of the same old grind? The revolutionary True Start Starter by Mazier Enterprises is the right way to upgrade the starting system on your race car. This superior design includes gear reduction engineered for efficiency, a motor specifically selected for 20 to 50% more power, and larger internal components for longevity. Its compact design is a full pound lighter than comparable starters. For reliable starting power, choose Mazier. Visit our website at www.mazier.com. That's MEZIERE.com. Get the right parts at the right price with free same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed with free same-day shipping. The place for performance, Jegs. Race car or hot rod. If you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their CalTrack system to split monoleaf springs to the full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret, with the CalTrack system equipped on 7 out of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions and the first leaf spring car in the 6-second quarter mile, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information on their leaf spring application, bolt-on tooling system, Caltrex traction bar system. Strength, durability, and repairability are just a few factors that make Brodix the best in the industry. Brodix products have been proudly made in the United States for 50 years. And with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodix. Brodix utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry with in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow bench, and computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodix on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touch screen. And Ultronics DataQuest is a NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to the final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at ultronicsinc.com. Give Fred Bartoli a call right here out of Schaumburg, Illinois. And we got a green light, and look who's back. Racing the NHRA Division Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, none other than Kimbra Fusting, former #1 qualifier in the Midwest Supercom Series, the athletic trainer out of Waukegan, Illinois. Kimber is back, going up against a good friend of hers, by the way, the Kurt Chittister Motorsports undercover 454 powered Supercom dragster. So, Toyota's side, Kurt and Dina Chittister looking at an 885 with a 6. And Kimbra Fusting grabs a stripe down there by 2,000. She goes 886 with a 7, so both cars just a little bit quick. Makes you wonder if they wanted to do that here in Supercom. The field getting even more competitive. So, there's Joey Fusting. Hey, Joey. The 80s called. They want your baseball hat on backwards back. Derek Parks on the O'Reilly side out of Bloomfield. Full-time 22-year-old student at Indiana State University, home of the Hoosiers. Jim Glosson. So, Jim Glosson finally out of Lake Villa. Has turned to the dark side. Pitched his small block, put a big block Chevy in there. Had some problems last week at Byron Raceway, but looks to be, 164 miles an hour. Okay, he's right there. The 897 is a little bit slow for Uncle Jimmy, but I think he'll get that worked out. And there he is himself, Mr. Confidence, Bill Fusting. Lake County hose up north. Fabulous company. Check them out on the web, Lake County. Google them. Lake County Hose and Equipment. Up north, I think they're in Lake Villa. A&G Automotive sponsored dragster, the Dakota. 565 power plant for Gary Jenkins. A little bit slow for Uncle Gare. 907, he'll look to speed that car up. Joseph Bomarito. Or is it Bomarito? It depends on what side of Springfield you're from. He goes 892 with an 8. All right, so Gary Jenkins makes his way off the top end out of Naperville. Our full-time mechanic has 1, 2, 3, 4 crew people to help him out. He can't get it right today. Forget it. Dutch Stamper, 72 years young, and a Toyota side. He's retired, of course. Congratulations. Pretty good run. 888 with a 9. He's right there. So our North Vernon driver, I don't know when his birthday was, but whenever it was, happy birthday to him. Ron Finney, the LWR Motorsports Chevrolet powered dragster. Ron Finney with a 006 light. Pretty impressive. I think he's ready to go. As our next pair up, Hayden Bailey and Shannon Minji. Wow, Bailey, 890 with a 9 and a 002 on the red side, but I don't think that's going to shake up that crew. Those guys are ready to go. Meanwhile, Shannon Mingji says, oh yeah, what about me? 890 with a 3. That would have been a pretty tight race had we had green lights on both sides. Well, both drivers ready to go. That Bailey's a good-looking car, too, isn't it? Want to see a neat paint job? Check out Dennis Lund. A relatively new Worthy with a 436 Chevrolet power plant taking on Justin Moser. Moser Engineering, nearly a brand new 2014 American-built Chevrolet, 615 cubic inches of power. And if Justin's got anything to say about it, he's going to have a lot of mile an hour, and he does. Look at that. Justin Moser over 183 miles an hour in Super Comp. That's just beyond belief. And Dennis Lund, only 2,000ths from a perfect reaction time. So guys looking to get things done here. Here's a door slammer going to go 890. Bruce Broker out of Cleveland. I'm in the old 1981 Chevrolet Camaro. The 572 Chevrolet bow tie in the Toyota side. There's my man, Dennis Ridgway, DRE engine diapers. As soon as I say diapers, Collinet goes, me? Wait, where? Diapers? No, these are engine diapers. Yeah, a lot of these cars are going full throttle for a quarter mile. Things are bound to happen. If you got it wrapped up with a DRE engine diaper, the chances of you spilling anything on the quarter mile track are slim to none. It's a great idea and a great product. Dennis Ridgway driving a dragster. The O'Reilly side looking to go 890. That's the index here in Super Comp. 891 flat. So that'll put him at the top of the field. DRE engine diapers. Google them. You can see them in, I think they're in the Jegs catalog. And they are NHRA certified as well. So takes all of 5 minutes to put one of these things underneath your motor. So it's a great product and a great idea. All right, next pair of hot rods. Leo Zinda out of Clinton Township. The Ring and Pinion Shop sponsored 1997 Advanced Chevrolet 565 power plant taking on Jeremy Demers. He's driving a Worthy in the O'Reilly side. That's all. Okay, listen up in the pits. In the pits, snowmobile. This is your call. Pro snowmobile to the lanes, please. Once again, we've made the call. Pro snowmobile. This is your call. We are in qualifying for Super Comp. Pro Tree comes down. Barry Ryan taking on Mike Jarosik. Also, in the pits, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson Pro Gas, Hot Street, Pro Stock, Dragon Bagger, and Screamin' Eagle. This is your call. To the lanes, please. Once again, we made the call for Snowmobile, Pro Snowmobile, to the lanes. Also, Harley Davidson Pro Gas, Harley Hot Street, Pro Stock, Dragon Bagger, and Screamin' Eagle. We need these Harley Davidson categories to the lanes, please. And I'm sure Amber McAlvin doesn't mind that 001 light. Nearly perfect. The O'Reilly side, a little bit too quick. Bill Jackson, he might want to go to the boat. 888 with an 8. Crazy 8s for Uncle Bill out of Mansfield. So our machinist, 888 with an 8. Looks to be ready to go. Meanwhile, Amber McAlvin with some good mile an hour. 175.32 mile an hour. A very colorful paint job on that cool-looking hot rod. That's a brand-new American for David Forbes, all the way from Horse Cave, Kentucky. Horse Cave, Kentucky. And Gary Jenkins says, I know where that's at. I just bought 1 million acres down there. Chuck Ridenour out of Plainfield, Indiana. Indiana's got a Plainfield, too? Chuckles driving the racecraft. Forbes looking to lay down the law with a great package, and he almost does it a little bit too quick for both drivers. As Forbes goes 885 with an 8. Right now, too quick, 888 with a 1. Next pair up. Previous Midwest Super Comp champ. I believe he won the race at the World Series. I could be wrong. Jeff Sperling out of Streeter. Dad looks on. 2007 Division III Super Comp champion here at Route 66. Jeff Sperling in the Toyota side, taking on Zach Manuel. Zach, not so new at this. He's only 17 years old, full-time student in the O'Reilly side. So Zach is going to look to bump in. Jeff bumps in. Watch Jeff cut a 00 light. Watch this. All right, I got it mixed up. Zach goes 006. Sperling with a 19 down at the top end, but he's bound to go 890 with something. 894 with a 7. Wow, good race. 893 with a 6 for Manuel. As we start. All right, we're going to need snowmobiles in lane 1 and 2. Snowmobiles, lane 1 and 2. And the Pro Harley Davidson, did you say 7 and 8? All right, we've made the call for Harley Davidson Pro Gas, Harley Hot Street, Harley Pro Stock, or is that Pro Street? Dragon Bagger and Screamin' Eagle. These Harley Davidson categories to staging. Look at Tyler Schneider, 007. There's that 00 light I was talking about. And Dean McElvain out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Crazy 8s on the board. Town at the top end, left to right, 888 with a 7, 888 with a 2. Here qualifying, looking for the 890 index. Can't go any faster. We call that a breakout. What a place to be. In my opinion, down there about 1,000 feet where the campers are, good spot. Watch these cars coming at you at speed. Drivers are battling it out on the finish line, trying to grab that stripe without going too quick. Next round will be for eliminations. Cars trying to dial it in, just like Ray Conley just did. He goes 890 with a 5. So when Ray gets that time slip, he's going to go, all right, I'm ready. And a 17 bulb, not too bad. That's going to get him a few rounds here and there. Mike Brumfield, 894 with a 9. Next pair up, Steve Hoyt out of Fort Wayne. Sponsored by 20th Century Automotive. That's an advanced built rear engine dragster with a Chevrolet 572 bow tie. Wow, Steve Hoyt sends a serious message. Steve Hoyt, 006, he goes 890 with a 0. And I believe that ought to be your number 1 qualifier in Super Comp. Now, if he can do that a few more times today, he just might have himself a Wally. James Hinkle, Richardson's Meat Processing. In his 23rd year behind the wheel. Rick Hughes, 52-year-old auto mechanic at A&A Transmissions. I'm bragging about Hinkle racing 22 years. Let's brag about Rick Hughes. Over 30 years behind the wheel of a race car. Oh, so close. Hinkle 001 on the ball, but look at Rick Hughes. He goes 889 with a 9. A thousandth away from a perfect run. We would have had 2 8-900s in a row. Chris Sullivan out of Auburn in the racecraft, taking on Don O'Neill. You got to show this guy a little bit of respect as he stages his undercover. United States Army soldier for 22 years. He says, salute our troops. I say, let's salute him. Thank you, Don. All right, so the Kangaroo Express sponsored. The Army soldier, veteran, 888 with a 1. Look at Chris Sullivan. He says, oh, yeah, take that. 890 with an 8. Not a bad run for Sully. He says, bring on round 1. I am ready. Backing up after the quick little burnout, Scott Mackey. The racing team of Babalu Racing. The Don Page built Chevrolet. Jeff Smith Jr. in a 2005 Mullis built race car on the O'Reilly side. And a double breakout. Check it out. Both cars going too fast. And in that event, just in case you don't know, the index, of course, is 8,900, 890, as posted down on our scoreboards. If both cars go too quick, the winner is the one who goes closest to that 8.900 mark. So in this case, Scott Mackey would have got the win. He went 889 with a 1. Really close. Smith Jr., 885. With a 6. So you can tell who's going to get the winning light on that, what we call a double breakout. Both car stage. Pro Street comes down sickish. A little bit quick. And Kara Forbes, the restaurant manager, 897. Skittish, a little bit red, but he goes 890 with a 3 anyway. So the Horton car ready to go. Adam Gerber. Gerber in the Toyota side taking on Tony Elrod. And if you're in super stock, you should be in the lanes. And I believe super stock is going to be getting ready to come out next. And they just keep getting better packages as we go. Boy, that would have been a heck of a race. Tony Elrod gets the stripe by 5 thousandths. And looking to go a little bit too quick. Elrod with a 12 light. Gerber goes 0-1-1, so virtually identical off the starting line. Then you got Tony Elrod going 886 with a 1. Gerber goes 886 with a 7. So both drivers with a little bit of loose change in their pocket looking to adjust. Maybe, maybe not. 5 thousandths the difference in that last time trial. Justin Ford doing a double duty today in the 01 undercover, driving a Chevrolet powered 555 cubic inches in the O'Reilly side. Reminder, he's also driving that Super Gas Chevy Malibu. So Justin Ford going to be busy today. O'Reilly side looking for 890, 884 with a 2. Meanwhile, our 30-year-old mom, Jessica Bodacki out of Carterville. Jessica, little quick, 888 with a 5. Where does Torlucas live? What city? Innisville? So there's like a lot of toilet paper flying around Innisville because Jessica had a birthday yesterday, right? She's how old? I dare you to tell me how old she is. 24? That's not old. She's still a kid. Happy birthday. I'm not going to sing. Lots of bleachers end up falling apart every time I sing. Anyway, Jessica Torlucas driving a sled. 24 years young yesterday. And today, Marvin Godfrey, he's got a birthday today too? What is going on? If you guys win the race today, there is going to be a hellacious party in the Torlucas pits. Well, Godspeed, good luck, happy birthday. Great to have you guys here on board. And I'm not going to comment on the silly paraphernalia that you're wearing. I'll just let people watch and scratch their heads. Where's my check? All right, we do it for free. What a riot. Those guys are having fun today, that's for sure. I don't know, I think I'd be distracted with a 2-2 like that. I'd be distracted with any kind of 2-2. All right, we're still running out Super Comp qualifying. Super Comp qualifying going on right now. Matt Hewitt and Mia Tedesco running the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Mia all the way from Murraysville, Pennsylvania. 887 with a 6. Check out her mile an hour. Over 182. A good run. That looked like she was on a rope. Straight down the quarter mile. Both cars down at the top end. No laundry yet. And Matt Hewitt, 886 at 160. Almost 167. Next pair up. Doing a double duty once again. Rock Haas. Rocky Haas in the Toyota side. Multiple Super Gas Championships. Nice light for Rock. 009 the bulb. Throttle stops on and off. Philip Smeda the second. The Intensity Racing Products entry. Smeda down the O'Reilly side goes 886 with a 7. Rock Haas just a little bit quick once again, 885. And look at these miles an hour. 181 on the left, 184. Rock Haas nearly 185 miles an hour in Super Comp. Some say it's an advantage. I still say cut a good reaction time and run that number and you'll be fine. However, I'm sure Nick Folk will have something to say about that. He is one of the best. Set me up with some tires not too long ago. Did a great job. Thank you, sir. Todd Kajua and Troy Stone. Both out of Elkhart, Indiana. And Todd Quiava. I think I got that right. Quiava. Todd Quiava, 006 light. However you pronounce it, he had a pretty good run. Great light. Troy Stone with a good light himself. It was 893. Barney Barnhart and Rick Forish. All right, you saw the numbers. Nice ride for Barney. 889 with a 5. 5,000s away from that perfect 8,900. Meanwhile, on the starting line, completing their burnouts, Gary Fleenor out of Port Clinton, Ohio. And Josh Nant. Or is it Ganant? I don't know if the G is pronounced or not, but the Badman Racing Engine sponsored American is in the O'Reilly side. Pre-staged. In the pits. Tension. Oh, wow. You see those lights? Tension in the pits. Tension down at the finish line. Josh Ganant, 890 with a 6 on a 008 line. 008 light. Pretty impressive. Competition eliminator. I think we are on standby. Comp eliminator, you are on standby. That'll give you a little bit of a heads up. So once again in the pits, Comp Eliminator. Comp Eliminator, you're on standby. All right, Janice Swan, O'Reilly side. And taking on our financial guru, the financial planner out of Fox Lake, none other than two-time Midwest Super Comp champ, Chad Lamont. Looking to dial in his Race Tech car, and that is an 889 with a 6. 171. I think he went a few rounds at Byron Raceway last week. So Chad Lamont looking to dial in, and he's about ready to go with a pretty good reaction time. Janice Swan in the Race to Win Motorsports entry goes 891 with a 6. Next pair up, Luke Bojacki out of Carterville. and Ricky Ship. Well, these guys are really taking stabs at the tree. What we mean by that, staging shallow, they bump their cars in ever so carefully to just barely light the staging light and getting real aggressive. And just in case you don't know, though, there in the stands, if you guys are watching, in Super Comp, wow. When the cars go to stage, they roll in and block the light beams on the ground there, and the pre-stage lights will light up. Then they roll a few inches forward more, and when both cars are staged, in other words, when all four of those little yellow light bulbs are on, as soon as that happens, they push a button on their steering wheel or on the dash, let go of the brake pedal, and mash the gas pedal all at once. Car don't go anywhere because the button is pushed, and that button holds first and reverse gear together for most of these cars. So you hear the RPMs come up, push the button, mash the gas, and then as soon as those ambers come on, they let go of that button. Reverse goes away and first gear hangs on, and away you go. And looked like Tom Rader threw his parachute out. Good move, Tom. That's probably not a bad idea. Throw the chute out, make sure the darn thing works. A lot of these parachutes haven't been out in a long time. And Route 66 Raceway, of course, one of the premier tracks that has plenty of shutdown room. Still a good idea to throw your parachute out, make sure everything works and gets unraveled and all that stuff. Speaking of getting unraveled, Pat Lamont, another Lamont. Lamont Auto Trailer Sales out of Lake Villa, Illinois. Here's a matchup. These two guys are familiar with each other. Chucky Siegler. Look at Chuckles, a 001. This guy's phenomenal. Just get a feeling Chuck's going to have a good day today. Watch him go 890. Nope, 892 with a 6. Lamont driving a 1923 Chevrolet. That's what we call an altered. And he goes 888 with a 7. So Chuck Siegler doing the double duty once again, cuts an outstanding reaction time. So the Siegler family motorsports car, these guys are ready to go. One more in Super Comp. It's Irene Shelton. And she says, anything Chuck can do, I can do better. 000. Did you see that? Shelton, first reaction time that I've seen today. I don't know about Derek, but Irene Shelton goes 891 with a 9 on a 000 green reaction time. So once again, reaction time, name of the game. Once again, reaction time, name of the game. Cars pull up, mash that gas pedal with that button pushed. As soon as they see those amber lights flash on, they let go of that button with the gas pedal on the floor, and away they go. Well, that'll temporarily wrap up my responsibilities here as we get into Super Stock, one of the more exciting categories. I love these hot rods. And we're going to bring back Derek Beach, our official NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing announcer. And regardless of what everybody says, I think he's a great kid. So, welcome back, Derek. I think we got some stuff that we need to do here.
Regardless of what everybody says, I mean, that's your opinion. I mean, competition eliminator lanes, please. Competition eliminator. Attention to the pit area. We need cop eliminator to the staging lanes, please, and our 3 shootout number 1 qualifiers from last night. Pat Martin, Kenny LaFollette, and Ray Miller. I do believe was all number 1 qualifiers in the Super Shootout presented by Moser Engineering from last night. We need you to the T&E Auto Hauler certification trailer, please, for pictures. All right, Super Stock category. JJ Titchell, right-hand side, the Elkhart, Indiana, 2002 Chevrolet S10, a 350 cubic inch small block. Your number 2 qualifier in the category at 98.4 under. Best run of 986. Zach running alongside. He has the Lapeer Oldsmobile Cutlass. It's the Zach Attack off the starting line at 0.33. Top of the racetrack, Titchell is going to go 10.13. No improvement at 132 miles an hour. 10.89, 120 the speed for Zach running. He does not improve off the best 10.87 run. Now it's going to be Lynn Mattingly, the team out of Cox Creek, Kentucky. The 1995 Oldsmobile Achieva in the GTH automatic category. Your number 7 qualifier right now at 90 under the index, Jeremy Duncan. That's Mr. Pest Control, the 1969 Superstock G-Automatic Chevrolet Camaro. Big time wheels up lead. Jeremy Duncan sets him down at 002 red. Top of the racetrack, Camaro 989 for Jeremy Duncan at 116 miles an hour. He was off the gas early. 10.19, 130 for speed. Lynn Mattingly and the team go down that right-hand side. Now it's going to be Ray Skillman. He is the auto giant out of Indianapolis, Indiana for RaySkillman.com. That's the 2012 supercharged 330 cubic inch Mustang in the factory Superstock B category. Currently your number 1 qualifier at 10.45 under the index. You look down there, you see 9.20. That is the index of what, with the horsepower to weight ratio, they think that car should run in the NHRA. He has been quick as 8.15 though, which is very good. Fred Bartoli, the number 9 in the world for last year. Pontiac Firebird, the wheels up lead, and he is 002 here on the starting line. Ray Skillman out and down course. How about 8.33, 163 the speed, 9.85, 112. Taking his foot off the gas before the finish line stripe for Fred Bartoli. Now, you're kind of questioning yourself, like, why are these guys letting off before the finish line? It's all a numbers game, where they place on the ladder and who they got and so forth. It's the left and the right side of the ladder, and they look later in rounds who they will face. So it's a big numbers game. Tom Randall of Bob Marshall, the 65 Court out of Columbus, Ohio, for Eastland Crane. Bob, number 37 in the category right now, him and Leonard on the right-hand lane, and Tom Randall's GT C-Automatic Montgomery, Illinois, Chevrolet Cavalier. Marshall top end, 936, 140 miles an hour, missed the tree by 9 thousandths of a second. Tom Randall's going to go 948, 138, improves there for the weekend, off by 4 hundredths overall. Here comes Rock Running, the Lapeer, Michigan 1995 Oldsmobile Achiever, right-hand side, and Jim Clark, modified Pontiac Grand Am. It's 12 to a 15 here at the starting line. Jim Clark, left-hand side, is going to go at 864, 155 the speed, 1033, 127 down the right-hand side for Rock Running. Moving on to our next pair, it's all Chevrolet Old School, New School, Cavalier, and Camaro. That's going to be Joe Galucci out of Independence, Ohio. The car wash owner at 47 years old. A 454 cubic inch big block GT C-Automatic Chevrolet right side. And Paul Hellenberg coming out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Wheeling that yellow Julius and Kyle Brothers Racing 2005 Cavalier. With the race car for Paul Hellenberg. Missed the tree by 2 thou and 16 thou. Joe Galucci top end. It's going to be 1036. 126 the speed, and he can barely cover the index at 1040. 950 off the 1040 index. Paul Hellenberg at 138. Now it's going to be Robbie Brewer, right side out of Columbus, Ohio. The 26-year-old wheeling that Oldsmobile Cutlass. Right lane, the number 14 qualifier in the category currently. And Dan Kyle. That's the Kyle brothers. Their team car just went down with the Cavalier. This is Dan and brother Dave. Left-hand side, Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Robbie Brewer, right side. He's going to go 10-12. 128 miles an hour to the 998. Best run of the weekend for Dan Kyle. He picks up by 400ths overall at 131. Fred Bartoli Jr. is going to be broke, unfortunately, there. So a single run for Garrett Chesney. Superstock L Automatic, Dalton, Illinois, AMX. Top end, 1054, 122. Garrett Chesney down the left-hand side, your number 10 qualifier. Best run of the weekend by 300ths of a second. Now it's going to be big hands Don O'Malley and the Chi-Town Shaker for Brina Splinger. Her and her dad, Jeff, right side, the North Riverside, Illinois, 2008 Chevrolet Cobalt GTB automatic race car, 350 small block Chevrolet. Electronic fuel injection deal there. The car coming out of B&B Race Cars and Tilburg Engines, a very good combination for the 28-year-old engineer, graduated from Purdue, and Don O'Malley, a 72-year-old retiree. They call him Big Hands for a reason. The 64 Corvette 327, left-hand lane. Stage ball to lit. They're going to stay on the gas. Third ball, and it's going to be Brina Splinger going 0.62 for a reaction time. Don O'Malley was better at 0.26. They're closing in. The Chi-Town Shaker, Brina, how about 9.42? 139 miles an hour. 995, 128. No improvement for either driver there on that last qualifying run. Cop Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Attention to the pit area. Competition Eliminator. Greg Meyer and Bill Ring. Bill Rings, red Pontiac GT out of Naperville, Illinois, will pull up left-hand lane. Pontiac Firebird of Greg Meyer. Toyota side of the quarter mile, he will go. Top end scoreboard's going to light up here, 10.071. 131 miles an hour for Craig Meyer. 11:18 and only 94 off the gas early. Bill Ring down the left-hand side. Kyle Jeltma rose up, the Granville, Michigan-based 1997 Ford Mustang. Your current number 32 qualifier at 66.4 under the index. Made a best run of 883. He will be alongside the tire dealer out of La Place, Illinois, for Larry Hodge. Wheels up, lead Larry Hodge sets it down left side. He is 000 green, a perfect. Hodge, 1044, 124 miles an hour, 892, 151 for Kyle Jeltma. Down the right-hand side. Now it's going to be Angelo DiCarlo. That is a beautiful DiCarlo Construction Company sponsored 63 split window Chevrolet. And Joe Covert alongside with the Pontiac Grand Am coming out of Wisconsin. The Milwaukee Auto Auction team. For the guy that has scored over 10 national event wins in his storied career and a 3-time division champion. Covert's out of the gate here at 009 green. Angelo's going to wheels up, leave that Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side. Problems for Covert, though. He's out of power, coasting down that left-hand lane. 984, 131 for Angelo DiCarlo. Cop Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. Competition Eliminator, we need you to the lanes, please. Zaskowski and Aaron Dysinger. The Monticello, Indiana engine builder at a Diamond Engine Machines and Diamond RV. That's the driver on the right-hand side, currently in the number 33 position at 63.6 under. Made a best run at 10:26 this weekend. And Brad Zaskowski, a guy who's running the number 8 on the side of the Grand Rapids, Michigan-based 1987 Chevrolet Camaro. That is a clutch car. The guy who finished number 8 in the world last year in Super Stock. Wow. Aaron Dysinger's car went nowhere off the starting line. It's going to be 967, 136 for Brad Zaskowski. Aaron's going to coast down there at 1089, 124, but lost a lot back here at the starting line. When he let go, that car just spun and spun and spun. So not what the Diamond Engine and Machine team was looking for in that last qualifying run. Robbie Harrison, that is a car that's been around for a very long time. And wow. To see Riley Stufflebeam possibly being pushed off is very, very surprising. That young lady in a hometown race is not making this final qualifying run. So Robbie Harrison. Well, she got it fired up. Harrison wheels up lead, the Kokomo, Indiana base, 66 Nova. Down the left-hand side. It's going to be 1050, 122 miles an hour, Robbie Harrison. L2 Pontiac Firebirds are going to come out to play. Riley Stubblebean got that race car fired up, and Jeff Dona will be alongside. Riley Stufflebeam, the 20-year-old from hometown of Peoria. That 1998 Pontiac Firebird with a 350 electronic fuel-injected Chevrolet on the left-hand side. For Team Valvoline, Napa, and, of course, Ronzo Auto. That is the family-owned business. For Grandpa and Dad Brian, who's competing in Competition Eliminator this weekend. Good to see him out there on the starting line. And Jeff Dona. Him and Charlotte finished number 4 in the division last year. They're going to bring up the Gordonville, Missouri, 1998 also Pontiac. It's a Super Stock H and a Super Stock J automatic cars a pair. Here on the starting line. So currently, Stufflebeam, the number 29 qualifier, made a best run at 10:25 this weekend, which put her 74-2 under. And Jeff Dona, right-hand lane, number 19 in the category. For Jeff Dona. Riley's going to be 032. Stufflebeam. Left-hand lane is going to go 10:18. Best run of the weekend, 128 miles an hour. They picked up almost a tenth when they needed it. 985. Best run of the no, not the best run of the weekend, excuse me, for Jeff Dona at 134. John Freck and Ricky Decker now, former world champ, former division champ. A guy who finished well, top 5 in the world last year. Is going to be the right-hand side right now. Charleston, Indiana comes the lawn care technician, the 1994 Camaro, stock and John Frex, Portland, Ohio, Pontiac Firebird down the left-hand side. Top end, 993, 133 miles an hour for Ricky Decker. 1073, 111 on speed for John Freck. John Nemeth and Todd France now. Todd France, Louisville, Kentucky. That is going to be the auto body painter. Guy who owns his own business, France Racing. And John Nemeth, super stock, automatic truck driver from Hamilton, Indiana. Ready to roll here in this final qualifying session of super stock. Out of the gate, 005. Todd France drills the tree here today. Closing in, top of the racetrack. France is going to go 974. 134 the speed, 958, 138. John Nemeth down the Toyota side of the quarter mile. Here comes Dave Dupps Jr. out of Germantown, Ohio. The 1988 Chevrolet Blue Camaro right-hand lane, and Matt Lund's Blue Pontiac Firebird from Iowa. Both. Dave Dupps is going to be 036. Matt Lund, 031. They're close again at the 1,000-foot mark. The 1320's coming up next. Toyota side, it's going to be 1029. 129 on speed for Dave Dupps Jr. 987, 120 the speed for Matt Lund. Irvin, Indiana Johns. That's going to be Irvin Johns, the GT automatic Pontiac, Pontiac Cobalt. That's almost what I called it. Chevrolet Cobalt. Makes it a whole lot better. And Dave Dupps, the Germantown, Ohio Chevrolet left-hand lane. Heads-up cylinder heads. That's a 350 cubic inch electronic fuel injection Chevrolet. Wheels up lead. Irvin Johns turns at 3 thou red. The Memphis, Indiana 71-year-old business owner is going to go 924, 142 miles an hour for Irvin Johns. Dave Dupps, 979, a buck 32 on speed for your number 9 qualifier. Here comes a guy that has had a lot of success here at Route 66 and one of the hometown racetracks for Nick Folk. Durham, Illinois, the Folk Race Cars, 2007 Chevrolet Cobalt. And Jim Lavallo's GT automatic Belvedere from Godfrey, Illinois. What the Folk. Going to put it in the pre-stage beam left-hand lane. And Nick Folk turns it 11 red in his first run of the weekend. He heads down the left-hand side here. Top end, it's going to be Nick Folk, 9.371. 140 miles an hour. Jim Lavallo is going to be 1064, 123 in a row for the Belvedere. And that's going to bring up the four-door. Car on the left-hand side for Team Lucas Oil. That's the Bel Air and Matt Forbes out of Kentucky. Mike Lund will be alongside the Iowa-based Lund Motorsports 88 Chevrolet Camaro with a 327 underneath the hood. Your number 18 qualifier in the category for Mike Lund. And Matt Forbes has been quick as 11:29, which put him 85.5 under the index here in the Superstock category. It's our final pair of the round, and then we will move in to Pro Stock Snowmobile. Rocking and rolling right through things here this Saturday, day number 2 of the Burn Down at Sundown. Route 66 Raceway, presented by up lead for Mike Lund. He turns 16 green. High gear top end charge of the Toyota side of the quarter mile. Lund's going to go through 10:13. No improvement off the best 997. 117 the speed here for Mike. It's 11:37, 115 for Team Lucas Oil and Matt Forbes on the left-hand side. Now we're going to go 8-second, 150 mile per hour snowmobile action here at Route 66 Raceway. Now, this is just going to be a heads up, but I'm going to let everybody know, Super Street, your first round will be coming up very shortly. You will follow Comp Eliminator. So a heads up to Super Street competitors. You will be coming up for round number 1 shortly. Stay heads up. We have Pro Stock Snowmobile rolling into the water box. We have our 5 Sportsman Harley classes. We'll roll into Comp Eliminator for their final qualifying session, and then it'll be time for Super Street round number 1 here today. So that is the way things are shaping up. Ron Bray and Jessica Torlucas, left-hand side. I think I got it right that time. The number 6 qualifier for Jessica Torlucas out of Ontario, Canada. The Arctic Cat has been quick. Well, it was only 22 seconds. She coasted all the way down yesterday. Had problems off the starting line. The sled went to the left hard. And Ron Bray, the number 5 qualifier, currently at 9:30 at 1:33. Your number 1 qualifier, Glenn Hall, has been quick as 8:20. Well, Ron Bray, right side, the Minnesota Civil Engineer, 8:68, 1:54. Best run of the weekend, 9:28, 1:38. Jessica Torlucas is going to get on the left-hand side here. She's going to stay in the number 6 spot, though. Ron Bray goes to 3 at 8:68, 1:54. Now Kyle Schiltz and Louis Werble. Louis Werble did not make a run in qualifying yesterday. This is going to be his first attempt at the racetrack here today. Left-hand side comes the Marion, Michigan contractor on the 2007 model Ski-Doo, and Kyle Schiltz in the number 2 spot at 8:41. Closing in, finish line stripe. How about 8:33 and 8:33? One's with a 5 and the other one's with an 8. They go to 2 and 3 here in qualifying. Very nice side-by-side runs, and Louis Werble means business with that first run off the trailer here today. Comp Eliminator should be in the lanes, please. Comp Eliminator should be in the staging lane. Scotty Hagan did not make a run yesterday either. The Oxford, Michigan Ski-Doo and Matt Ernest alongside. He is currently in the number 5 position at 8:68, 1:51. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. They're in. Out of the gate we go. Scotty Hagan leans in the sled left, right. He has to lean left, and he's in the right lane. How about that? 8:27. Man, oh man. Scott Hagan goes to the top at 152 miles an hour. We'll just let that one roll, right? Glenn Hall, your number 1 qualifier, I messed that up. I'll just be honest. It was by 100th of a second. Scott Hagan went to number 2. So Glenn Hall is currently number 1. I know Glenn Hall's team's probably like, dude, Mr. Announcer, you suck. Like, know what you're talking about first. And Brian Warner alongside is not currently qualified in the field. This will be his first run. So let's see if Glenn Hall can go quicker than 8:26. How about 8:23? Man, oh man, he will stay number 1 at 155 miles an hour. 8:56, 1:46. Brian Warner on the left-hand side puts him in the number 6 spot. That was a big run for Glenn Hall, almost 8.20 flat. It's flying on a sled. Now it's Ed Elgin, number 8 qualifier. Gonna have problems here. He is going to lead before the tree activated, not getting elapsed time. So he will stay number 8 at 9:01, 1:36. Obviously was not looking for that run, especially in the final qualifying session of Pro Stock Snowmobile. Now it'll be time for our Sportsman Harley Davidson categories. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, later today we will see Top Fuel and Pro Fuel Harley Davidson coming out. That is 200-plus mile per hour nitro burning Harley Davidsons. And man, oh man, is it wild. David Cartwright and Kevin Bowers. This is going to be Dragon Bagger Harley. Dennis, did you bring your Harley?
I did.
I'm surprised you're not running right now. You didn't go through tech. Well, we can get that done real fast. Does it have bags on it? Then it's a Dragon Bagger. Dennis Weinerger could be announcer turned motorcycle rider in Harley-Davidson Dragon Bagger. That'll be the day. You're right. David Cartwright at the Evansville, Indiana Road Glide. Probably the two most famous races out of Evansville, Indiana would be David Cartwright and J.B. Straswick. It's a little history lesson for you. Kevin Bowers, Holland, Ohio, the street glide going to the left-hand side. But look at that, 11:39.117. That's pretty dang fast for your number one qualifier. Improves off the 11:58 run. Kevin Bowers is going to go here at 12:47. No improvement off the 12:26. Now a brand new bagger coming up. Don't have his name on file. No, it's not. Who do you think it is? I'm Dennis Weiniger. That's who I was thinking. This is bike number 158. We'll get the name on file for first round eliminations, no doubt about that. Harley-Davidson Dragon Bagger. It's going to be 11:91, 108 miles an hour. Down the Toyota side of the quarter mile. So 3 Dragon Baggers. And that round of qualifying. All right, attention in the pit area. Attention to the pits. We need Super Street. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round number 1. Super Street 3, 4, 5, and 6. Round number 1 of the lanes, please. It is time that we go into eliminations here. Route 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, Steve Matthews. This is Screaming Eagle. Category of Harley-Davidson, the South Chicago Heights rider is going to go 1069. Improves there at 89.95 miles an hour. Rolled off the throttle way early down there for Steve Matthews. Number 1 and 2 qualifiers now are side by side. Roberta Siemens, Kansas-based, Buell right-hand lane. And William Rose, Pennsylvania. That was a good ride that he had over here. I'm sure that he didn't ride the Destroyer all the way from Pennsylvania. Probably loaded that thing up. Top of the racetrack, it's going to be 1040, 118 miles an hour for Will Rowe. Improves there by 0.13 of a second, 1075. No improvement for Roberta Seaman at 103 off the gas early. Harley Hot Street, that's going to be John Toth rolling in the water box by himself. This could be you could be in a final round. I mean, you might not run quickest 10:03, Dennis, on your Dragon Bagger, but you could try to enter Harley Hot Street and make your first final round appearance on your motorcycle. That's smart thinking. First round and the final round. That's always a good round. So John Toth, 3-year-old body shop owner, rolls up, puts the pre-stage beam on. We have called Super Street 3, 4, 5, and 6, please. Super Street 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the lanes, round number 1. It's going to be 10:35 at 130 miles an hour for John Toth. No improvement off the earlier 10:07 or 10:37 run here there in Harley Hot Street. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is going to happen? We're going to do a little starting line prep and clean up there in the water box area with our crew here at Route 66 Raceway. Then we're going to bring out final qualifying for competition eliminator and go into round number 1 of Super Street, the 1090 throttle stop category, which is assembling in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Don't forget to stop by the Route 66 souvenir trailer, which is open on the south side Every ticket's a pit pass. More than welcome to stop by the alcohol pits, go through and see the top dragster, top sportsman racers. Get up close and personal with the stars and cars of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at day number 2 of the Route 66 Burn Down at Sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com. Brown & Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a new contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown & Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Andron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and Jason Line, as well as Mike Edwards, Larry Morgan, and Hector Arana. Visit Brown & Miller on the web at www.bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown & Miller Racing Solutions, #1 worldwide in hose and fittings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes Kerry Bales and David Billingsley. Final qualifying session here in Competition Eliminator. That is a double D altered turbo Honda right side, 132 cubic inches turbocharged out of Indiana for Kerry Bales, taking on David Billingsley's 193 cubic inch Chevrolet for the Decatur, Illinois 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. David and Jay, Bruce Walsh, Jerry Haas racetrack help. Bale's going to go up there in the category qualifying here in Competition Eliminator. And if you're listening in live back home on D3TV, I should say. I always want to go .com now for some reason. But Mark Kirkman, your #1 qualifier, Great Camp Plains 2. Rick Brown is 3. Steve Ambrose is 4. Jim Greenheck in the C-Tech Aluminum Canvas team is #5. Jason Cohen is #6. Bob Bailey is 7. Todd France is 8. Chuck Hobbield, Team Jackswax is 9. And Troy Galbraith is 10. It's going to be Mike Farrell and Tony Pontilio. Tony Pontillo, right side, out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, the 47-year-old engine builder. Model Spitzer race car out of the gate here. Mike Farrell, good to see him and his dad, CJ, in the house this weekend. CJ is recovering from hip surgery. 852, 152 for Mike Farrell. Best one of the weekend, 698. Tony Pontillo picks up at 189 on speed. Now, it's going to be James Smith, left-hand side, Camargo, Illinois, the 86 model Forenza. #19 qualifier, 27.3 under the index of 817. His best run was 789. And Bill Riemann-Naps, Wisconsin Roadster. That is a C Super Rod. #11 qualifier currently at 50 under at 848. So Bill right, James left. The matchup here. Bill Remenap's very successful here in the competition eliminator ranks. Oh man, big time move towards the wall goes Bill Remenap on the Toyota side of the racetrack. James Smith's not going to have a problem though. How about 792, 170 miles an hour for James Smith down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Jim Greenheck, we talked about him just a moment ago, is your number 5 qualifier for the Wisconsin-based C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, C-Altered Automatic, Chevrolet Camaro, and Jim Wingy, the D Supermodified LeBaron. Ford left-hand side of Franklin Park, Illinois, going to be first run of the weekend for Jim over them on the left-hand side. They're closing in, finish line stride. That Chevrolet Camaro for Jim Greenheck. How about 7.330, 184 miles an hour for your number 5 qualifier. No improvement by 0.03 of a second. Jim's going to run it on down. 895, 153. Did not cover the index of 894. Not a good run for him. Terry Smith and Jim Promosic Jr. Jim Promosic, left-hand side. Jim Promosic, Wickfield, Ohio. The pipe fitter by trade, wheeling the 2007 Chevrolet Cobalt, 377 cubic inches. Sealed automatic, and Terry Smith, the Icona dragster. TL and Connie Smith Racing Team from Westchester. A 51-year-old engine builder. Backs up that advanced chassis dragster right-hand side. We have called Super Street 3, 4, 5, and 6 to the lanes, please. Super Street 3, 4, 5, and 6, please. All right, so Jim Promosic's in left. Terry's in right. Final qualifying, continuing on. It's going to be 7.502. Best run of the weekend by a tenth at 180 miles an hour for Jim Promosic. They found some horsepower when need be. 746, 175. Terry Smith is within a thou of qualifying session number 1 of yesterday. It's a very, very consistent race car for Terry Smith and the whole team. Went down that right-hand side. Now here comes a 2-time division champ and a former U.S. Nationals winner. Cohen Engineering, 32 model Bantam, Giacomo altered entry for Jason Cohen. And Steve Ambrose, one of the most winningest drivers here in North Central Division competition eliminator history. Him and Bob Hutman. Man, oh man, have they made a good team over the years. Top end, 776, 166 on speed for Steve Ambrose. And the Varsity Ford, 23 model Ford. And your number 4 qualifier. No improvement off the 773. He will stay the same. Jason, 813. He improves at 156. So that's going to put Jason Cohen in the number. Oh, he's in the top half of the field. Where he went. Number 2 spot. I'm horrible with qualifying sometimes. Let's be honest. You know where I'm going? Nowhere. Brian Brow and Pete Pollock. Pete Pollock, left-hand lane. That is the Sea Otter Automatic, Wisconsin-based 2002 Pontiac Firebird. And Brian Brow, the D Dragster, Lafayette, Indiana. It's a K&N and Brow Bells housing team. We have a special Comp Eliminator Shootout at Beach Bend Raceway Park. It is a Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Comp Eliminator Shootout at the end of the year. That is our last race of the North Central Division Tour. And a lot of fine sponsors put on the Comp Eliminator Shootout. These racers earn points throughout the season, then they run on the shootout. And this year, it is the Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund. Leo Tower is the for 35 years. Lost his battle with cancer this year. And will always be the voice of the North Central Division. 725, 181 miles an hour for Brian Brow. 769, 177 for Pete Pollock. And it's very special that they named it in memory of Leo, as Comp Eliminator was very, very special to Leo Tower. One of the classes that he thoroughly enjoyed and knew inside and out. There was no, in my book, no better Comp Eliminator announcer than Leo. Bob Bailey and Chad Voges now. Chad, left-hand side. The K Altered Automatic, St. Peter's, Missouri. Voges Motorsports. Bantam, left-hand side. Currently number 26, the Neal and Parks race car. And Bob Bailey and his wife, Judy. They're out of Wabash. The Schmidt Racing Engines, Cohen Converters, and Olson Paint and Body. Gary Egan built race car, number 7 in the category at 666 at 54 under the index. Problems for Chad Voges, but it's going to be a full run. How about 663, 204 miles an hour for Bob Bailey. Down that right-hand side of the racetrack, Chad's going to pull over the wall. Safety crew's going to help him out. Bob Bailey makes his best run of the weekend by 0.03 of a second. So he goes to 5 at 57.6 under the index. Let's look at the top 10 rundown. Mark Kirkman's 1. Jason Cohen is 2. Greg Camplain's 3. Rick Brown's 4. Bob Bailey is 5. Steve Ambrose is 6. Jim Greenheck is 7. Todd France is 8th. Chuck Hobbiel's 9. And rounding out your top 10, it's going to be Troy Galbraith out of Indiana at 51.4 under. Be down for just a second. We'll get this car off the racetrack and go back into Competition Eliminator.
Race car or hot rod, if you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their CalTrack system to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret. With the CalTrack system equipped on 8 of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions and the first leaf spring car in the 6-second range, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information on bolting on a system to your leaf spring car. Cohen Engineering transmissions and torque converters have been
We have got the racetrack clear. That means we can go back into action here in Comp Eliminator today. It's going to be Mark Kirkman and Greg Camplain. Fastest cars on the property, head-to-head. You know, some of the great companies that sponsor the Leotard Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund this year. Spitzer Race Cars, Indy Gear, TL Smith Excavating, G-Force Racing Transmissions, Butler Auto Sales, Quick Fuel, Cohen Racing, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, Liberty Gears, and Total Seal Piston Rings. That is only a list of sponsors, a few more that we'll run through later today and talk about. Very, very good companies that we have been blessed with to have here in the North Central Division. Step up in the Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund for 2015. Great Camplain, Beacon Dragster right side of Brownsburg, Indiana. That's the 2014 Spitzer race car for him and his wife, Judy, currently number 3 in the category. And problems for Mark Kirkman. He had to pedal the car off the starting line. The Illinois mold maker for Kirkman Composites is going to go 664, 206 miles an hour. He'll stay number 1 in the category. 685, 193, improves there by 300 of a second. For Great Camplain, he's going to go to number 1 there. Wow, 61 1 under by literally 0.02 of a second. Greg Camplain takes over the top spot here in Comp Eliminator qualifying. I thought Kirkman was going to stay there at number 1, but with that run, Greg Camplain snuck in a 2000. Jeremy Bailey and Rick Brown. Rick Brown, great guy he is, the Lebanon, Ohio, 2000 model Chevrolet S10. It was a former pro stock truck back in the day when they ran that category. He campaigns at left-hand side. Number 4 qualifier currently, and Jeremy Bailey's going to make his first run of the weekend for the Steve Schmidt Competition Engines, Cone Converters, Olson Paint and Body. You've seen Bob Bailey run. That was dead. Now here comes Jeremy. Super Street should be in the lanes for round number 1, please. Super Street, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Jeremy Bailey, right side. He's going to go 6.904, 196 the speed to the 816, 163. Rick Brown down the left-hand side, excuse me. And that's going to bring up Ray Skillman and Chuck Hobbiel, 2 of the best race cars on the property here in Competition Eliminator. Ray Skillman of Greenwood, Indiana, the 73-year-old auto dealer. Giant there in Indianapolis for Ray Skillman Ford, Ray Skillman Chevrolet. Multiple different dealerships. Number 24 currently in the field, did not make a good run yesterday at 883. And Chuck Hobbiel, your defending North Central Division Comp Eliminator champion. The attorney from Gahanna, Ohio, and jackswax.com. The 2010 Chevrolet Cobalt. Now, if you make the stop up there in Norwalk, Ohio, July 4th weekend at the Summit Racing Equipment Nationals, you're going to see a brand new car for Chuck Hobbiel. That is a Chevrolet Camaro he's going to debut, and it is very, very quick. One of the baddest race cars that I have seen in a while, and Chuck Hobbiel has it in his garage, which are going to be debuting in just a few weeks. Working out the final things on that. Chuck Hobbiel, right side. Top of the racetrack, the Jeff Taylor Performance Engine and jackswax.com. Cobalt's going to go 818. Best run of the weekend there at 162 miles an hour. It's 840 for Ray Skillman. He picks up big at $162. Ron Bone and Todd France now. Todd France, he's been on fire here in 2014, or 2015. I don't know where 2014 came from. Like so last year, wasn't it? Your attention to the pit area. Attention to the pits. We need the 3 designated pair on the left-hand side of the ladder and stock eliminator to the lanes preparing. Left-hand side of the ladder and the 3 designated pair and stock eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, Todd France, the number 5 finisher in the category with that Pontiac G5. Ron Bone alongside the J Dragster out of Benton Harbor, Michigan for the toolmaker. My trade, a 2014 Spitzer race car. Problems off the starting line. Todd France's Pontiac G5 turns sideways. Ron Bone's going to make a full run here at 7:63.3, 172 the speed, and that is a big time improvement. So we got some debris down there in the shutdown area. Going to shut them off here for a moment. And we'll go back in action here in competition eliminator with, I think, Freck and Warren. Yep, Doug Warren and John Freck will be up in just a moment. Get the high performance you're looking for at the price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click jegs.com. Tire covers, logbooks, parts, and more parts. 100% guaranteed with free shipping. The place for performance, Jegs. All right, Doug Warren, the dragster automatic out of Carmi, Illinois. The 2008 Spitzer backstop right side. John Freck completes the burnout left side in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Former record holder and a four-time national event winner will back up here to do battle in qualifying session number 2 of competition eliminator. Super Street should be in the lanes for round 1. And we have made the call for the 3 designated pair on the left-hand side of the ladder in stock eliminator. To the lanes, please. Stock eliminator, left-hand side of the ladder, and 3 designated pair. Doug Warren right, John Freck left. Here we go. Doug Warren is going to sit here at the starting line, but he can still make the run. And they're going to push him off. He's not going to make the run. 876, 118. John Freck down the left-hand side there. We've been struggling a little bit here in Comp Eliminator to get some cars down the racetrack. We're just having problems. Brian Simonek and Troy Galbraith will wait patiently here in just a moment as they will take on the racetrack here at Route 66 in final qualifying. You know, competition eliminator is very intricate category, very unique. You know, you have 4-cylinder engines, 6 cylinders, you have V8s, big blocks, small blocks, inlines, Ford, Chevys, Dodges. A little bit of everything makes up Competition Eliminator. Single carbureted, dual carbureted. Ryan Simonek, after Dragster Automatic, Toledo, Ohio. The 150 cubic inch Honda. And Troy Galbraith, 377 Chevrolet, and the B Dragster Automatic out of Indianapolis comes the number 11 qualifier so far at 51.4 under. His index of 739, you will see down the top end scoreboard. Been a half a second under. Well, Troy Galbraith goes towards the wall. He brings it back top end. It's going to be 751 for Troy Galbraith. No improvement, 170 miles an hour off his 687 run. 948 best of the weekend for Brian Simonek at 142. Did not matter. They stood at the starting line for 2 seconds. It was about the ET there. Now, obviously, when you go into round number 1, that is not something you want to do, is sit at the starting line for 2 seconds. Chances are, it won't get you a win light, but, it could. Seen crazier things happen. Final car of the round. Here comes the Peoria, Illinois. Ron's Automotive 23 Ford Econo Altered for Brian Stuffelbeam. Brian Stuffelbeam had a lift yesterday that little Altered got hit by the wind after the bleachers and pushed him over towards the wall and started moving around. And he said, you know what? We're going to save it till tomorrow. I'm going to take my foot off the gas and see what we can do on Saturday. So this is his one qualifying shot. Brian and his dad Ron, of course, daughter Riley, who's campaigning in Superstock this weekend. Well, Brian Stuffelbeam is going to make a good run out of it. How about 736? 180 miles an hour for Brian Stuffelbeam and the Ron's Automotive team with a 336 cubic inch GM build entry. So that will end out qualifying for Competition Eliminator. Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be time for Super Street 1090 action, round number 1. Left-hand side of the ladder and the 3 designated pair in stock should be in the lanes for pairing, please. A little track prep's going to take place, and we'll go back in to racing action here in a moment. Stock Eliminator, left-hand side of the ladder and 3 designated pair. We need you in the lanes, please. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. Stock Eliminator, left-hand side of the ladder and the 3 designated pair. Well, it's 1090 time, round number 1. I'm going to slide on out. My broadcasting partner, Scott Phillips, the voice of Route 66 Raceway, is going to slide on in. and we are going first round eliminations racing here today.
Thank you very much, Derek, and it just gets more exciting from here on in. First round Super Street. They've done their qualifying, they've made their time trials, and the nerves are starting to set in right now as Mark Erickson and Rick Shipp Sr. get ready to go at it for that 1090 index. And like I said before, reaction time, name of the game, and I really won't say anything until it's too late to do it. But Mark Erickson with a 004 reaction time makes that 1094 work for him. Rick Shipp trying to chase him down. Shipp gets to the line first, but he broke out. He went too fast. Went faster than that 1090 Super Street, that NHRA index. So here in the first round of the NHRA Division Drag Racing Series, welcome to Chicago, ladies and gentlemen. We are in first round of Super Street eliminations. Oh, and there's a heartbreaker. 004 on the red light for Mark Werner. John Erickson. Listen to this. 1092 with an 8 is the winning ticket. John Erickson, 004 on the red light as well. However, if we go down to the 1,000th mark, Werner went red first. And not by much. So now here you guys got it, trying to get the best reaction time they possibly can without jumping the gun and getting that red light. Going down to the top end. And we got Pam Kuhner and Tony Tanner. Pam on the Toyota side going to have her hands full, but she gets the win on a double breakout. I mentioned that before. Pam had a great light, the 019, but Tony Tanner's 006 reaction time couldn't pay off as a double breakout. Pam goes closer to the index. So our Greenwood, Indiana business owner will come back for round 2. Next pair up, classic battle, Mustang versus Chevrolet Camaro. Mark Smith up against Randy Shipp. Shipp in the Camaro, pair of excellent reaction times. I'll get to that in a split second. 1092 with a 4 as Smitty breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. Our Bowling Green, Kentucky attorney got the stripe first, but went just too quick. Smith with a 002, Randy Shipp with a 009. I'll bet you he uses foul language when he sees that ticket. All right, Wayne Kelly in the Chevy Malibu. Scotty Reinschelt out of Brookville, Indiana. He's driving a Chevrolet Corvette 1969, the model year. Chrome bumpers front and back in a Super Street Chevrolet Corvette. All right, green light start both sides. Throttle stops on and off. They battle it down at the top end. Check them out. They're looking at each other. Who's got the stripe? Wayne Kelly gets the stripe, 1092 with a 1 at over 132 miles an hour. Scotty Reinschelt went 1091 with a 4. How did that happen? He went closer to the index. Well, Wayne Kelly had a better reaction time, so even though it took him longer to get to that quarter mile, he got off the starting line much better. Gives him a good advantage. So getting that good reaction time kind of gives you a full count with the bases loaded. Bob Schmidt driving the old Nova, a 1967 Chevy 2. This guy was the Torco Route 66 Nationals runner-up in 2007, taking on Matt Datus out of Vermillion, Ohio. 20-year-old full-time student. That's an Oldsmobile Starfire with a Chevy 406 power plant and the Toyota side. All right, Matt, the Oldsmobile, pops a little wheel, and he looks over to the left and says, all right, Schmitty, where are you? Schmitty says, take that with a 005 light. Datus with a respectable run goes 1092 with a 0, but it's not enough. Bob Schmidt gets the win by 2/100ths of a second. Schmitty's 5 thousandths reaction time. That's tough to beat. Schmitty comes back for round 2. Wayne Christopher and operations manager with a 1984 Super Street Monte Carlo. In a Chevy Camaro stage, ready to go. Lewis Murray gets the automatic win by virtue of the red light. Throttle stop on and off. Lewis will make a run out of it anyway as he looks down track and says, excellent, I'm going to round 2. 1094s apiece. Reminder, if you're not familiar with the rule book, guess what? Wayne Christopher jumped the gun by 14 thousandths. He's automatically eliminated unless your opponent hits the wall or crosses the center line. It's highly unlikely, but stranger things have happened. So if you go red, the race is pretty much over unless your opponent crosses the center line and hits the wall. Now, it's happened in Fuel Funny Car, and I'm sure it's happened in some other categories, but so you're familiar with the rule book. All right, pair of green lights starts here, left to right. Jason Satterley in the Firebird taking on Philip Smita. Smita with a 008 light. Can he make it pay off? No, he breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. I can't imagine the foul language that's going to come out of that camp when he sees that he broke out by 3,000. Oh, that is a drag. Jason Satterley gets the win with a very good light for Jason as well. So his 1091 will bring Jason Satterley back to round 2. Larry Zepchinski. In the Mopar. 1970, Barrett Cuda, Holly Burke. Full-time student in the O'Reilly side of 79 Chevrolet Camaro 350 power plant gets her done on a double breakout. And Holly Burke, 1089 with a 5, closer than Larry's 1085 with a 5. Holly Burke with a 002 light, best light so far here in Super Street. Keep in mind, when both cars pre-stage, the next car stages, the other car has a certain amount of time to stage as well. And we got a little bit of a battle going on here. These guys could sit here all day for now, but as soon as one car bumps in, the other car has several seconds to bump in. Otherwise, you can get red lighted out. Who wants to bump in? All right, Miller says, I'm in. Rossenmeyer goes in right off the bat. And let's see if this pays off for Jerry, as his green light was much better. 1091 with a 2 on a hold shot. Rossenmeyer gets the win. 1091 with a 4. That was a tight race. Wow, what great competition we have here today at this NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Route 56 Raceway. Welcome to Chicago, folks. If you're just joining us, we are just starting with eliminations. This is Super Street. The index is posted down at the top end. We got an automatic win here. Fred Squires gets the win, and he gets a free time run. Eric Olava goes red on the bulb, 3 thousandths of a second. Oh, that's a shame. That hurts. All right, Gary Hortzman and Kevin Myers, right to left. Myers driving the orange, the Great Pumpkin. 1971 Chevrolet Nova with a 565 cubic inch power plant. Gary Hortzman, auto mechanic, 59 years young. Dials the car in at 1090. 1961 Ford Falcon with a 427 power plant. Both cars staged, ready to go. Pro Tree comes down. Green light start both sides. They got to go 1,320 feet. And Hortzman's 2 reaction time. 002 on the light. And Kevin Myers with a double breakout. Check this out. The little Falcon gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Ladies and gentlemen, that was close. Hortzman gets the win by that much. All right, neat little hot rod right here. 1964 Chevrolet Nova. 22 years for James Hinkle and Richardson's meat processing entry taking on Scott Mackey. First round of Super Street. And yet another double breakout finds your winner. Scott Mackey in a 66 Chevy 2 gets the win. 1088 with a 3. And once again, another race apparently decided on the starting line. Better reaction time, name of the game. Pontiac Firebird, that model year 1980. I think it was right about the time when disco was just about dead. Dustin Loynes taking on Connie Rudy. You don't see these two little hot rods around here much anymore. 1975 American Motors Gremlin. And both cars don't waste any time staging, and Connie doesn't waste any time getting on the starting line. And gives the automatic win to Dustin Loynes. Loynes with an 013 bulb anyway. So Dustin would have had a good run, and he gets off the mark. Some of these guys and gals, when they get a free time run like that, they'll run it right out to the 1,000-foot cone and then let off, because they measure the time from the 1,000-foot marker all the way to the finish line every time. So if your car goes that distance in, let's say, 1.39 seconds consistently, next time around, you probably don't need to go so hard and long on the throttle. All right, Ray Miller. Excellent light for Ray. Even better light for Dave Hedges. And Hedges breaks out by only 6 thousandths. Ray Miller breaks out by 10 thousandths. That gives the win to Dave Hedges. His 003 light certainly didn't hurt his cause at all. So the Nall Gas Torco Racing Engine 68 Chevy Camaro of Dave Hedges comes back for round 2 here in Super Street. All right, 87 Pontiac Firebird. Derek said it before. It's a Zach attack. Zach running. It's an HVAC-sponsored car. Marsha McFall. During the school year, she's a substitute teacher. Let's see if a 395 cubic inches of Chevy power can get it done for our teacher. Nope. 1092 with a 1 gives the margin of victory over to the Zach attack. Zach comes back for round 2. Who's here with Zach? Ginny, Renee, Ashley, Kaylee, Jacob, Cameron. Where are all those people? Well, they got to be jumping up and down because running is running in round 2, whether he likes it or not. Matt Louderback and Tony McFall. Wheels up action for the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Wheels up action for the 63 Chevy 2. The Chevy Deuce down at the top end. Might get the stripe first, but he does. Yep, 1090 with a 9. There's our first 90 of the afternoon or the morning. What time is it anyways? I don't even know. Louderback's Cutlass, a little bit too much horsepower. They break out. Almost identical on the starting line, 36 to 37. And Tony McFall comes back for round 2. Here's a neat-looking old hot rod, 1962. Great year for milk. It's a Plymouth Fury, dialed in at 1090, taking on Josh Gannett out of Wellington, Ohio. Josh is Malibu. The 540 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant, taking on the Mopar, 500 cubic inches inside the little black hot rod. And the crew chief flips on the computer and says, I'm getting out of here. Yeah, your arms are going to be up in the air even higher, Craig Meyer, crew chief, when you see that Craig's Mopar went red by 1/1000th of a second. Give the win to Josh Gannett. Great run, 1061 on a big-time breakout. But I guess he gets a free time run. Meyer, 001 on the red light, sends him home first round. Tough race. Doug Wood up against Ron Foss. Doug Wood, we've seen this couple before in NHRA competition. And Ron Foss in the 82 Chevrolet Camaro. Look at him hug that center line. He wants to get a good look at that Oldsmobile. Who's got the stripe? Top end. And a double breakout win goes to Doug Wood. The Cutlass, 7 thousandths too quick. Foss is a little bit more than that. So, margin of victory for the Oldsmobile, 6 thousandths of a second. Doug Wood comes back for round 2. Brian Richardson, 1998 Pontiac Firebird with a Chevrolet big block, taking on Dennis Lund Jr. in the 01 Chevrolet Beretta. Special guest here in the tower. All right, Richardson down at the top end, got some room to make up, and he gets the win, 1092 with a 9. I don't know if Lund hit the brake to save a breakout, but I think he let that Firebird around him by 6 thousandths. Give Richardson the win by a blink of an eye, if not less. Bitsy Satterley won BA Camaro, and I'm not going to say what BA stands for because that is one bad hot rod. Chevrolet Vega, the Vegematic in the O'Reilly side. All he's got to do is stage his car. You're going to see a pro tree. And both cars with a green light start looking for that 1090 index. Throttle stop on for a half an hour in the Toyota side, but now Bitsy hugging that center line, checking out where that Vega is. By 1/100th, Kropfeld gets the win. Kropfeld gets the win. Yes, I do have a privilege of having a nice young lady standing right here next to me. The crew chief of the Black Patch Super Comp Dragster Racing Team, Autometer Midwest Super Comp Series, Valerie Shannon, 2011 Midwest Super Comp Champion Team, here just as an observer. And Ricky Shipp Jr. and Bill Werby. Val, great to have you here. You're going to see some exciting action here in Super Street. You've seen this kind of competition before. The packages just get closer and closer. And look at this, another double breakout. Ricky Shipp Jr. by 3 thousandths margin of victory. Shipp gets the win. Bill Werby with a 004 light and can't make it pay off. I'll bet you he uses foul language before the day is over. It's so hard about first round, trying to get out of it, trying to stay in it. Mr. Garrick Harris, good morning. Welcome, sir. Good to see you. Best of luck today. Dave Ansell. We've seen that Malibu before. 489 shoot. Oh, no. 11 thousandths too quick. Brent Rooker gets the free by run. Not really a buy run, but he's going to come back. And just to rub it in, Brent goes 1090 with a 3. And I think that's the closest one to the index. And look at the mile an hour. I wonder if he ran that right out the back door or not. Anyway, Brent Rooker with a great run. And Dave Ansell, he's got to be shaking his head, going 1094 with a 7 on a red light. Ansell, one of the best racing families here at Route 66. Great people. Jay Wilson Jr. and Matthew Ball. Matthew's going to have one today if he goes a few rounds. 1991 Chevrolet S10 pickup. Oh, man, my big mouth. Jay Wilson Jr., 001 on the light, first of all. Watch him go 90 with a 0. Would you die? Well, 1099, he might have let off a little bit. Matthew Ball goes 4 thousandths. Too quick on the starting line. Maybe he rolled a little deep, maybe an inch, meaning the car moved just a little bit forward when it was staged. Don't know, couldn't tell from here, but you know, if you watch these cars pre-stage and then stage, take a good look. They can still roll a little bit forward and keep that staging light on. I don't think we're allowed to go deep, meaning turning off, you go a little bit more forward until that top light bulb comes off. Some categories you're allowed to do that. In NHRA Super Street, I don't think you are. Anyway. Jay Wilson Jr. with a 1099 and a 6. 1099, you know what that means in Police 10 code? It means you are wanted. Jay Wilson Jr., wanted for second round. Stock eliminator. Stock eliminator. Should be in the lanes. Oh, if you are in stock eliminator, we have made the call. Stock eliminator should be in the lanes.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics' DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
All right, we took a minute out. Pay attention to our track for just a little bit. Jeff Blanchard taking on Tom Gillum. Blanchard driving a Super Street Ford Mustang. A little 302 Ford power plant getting the job done. Tom Gillum. Wait a minute. Stock eliminator. We got a K-Stock automatic against Tom Gillum in the E-Stock. And Gillum gets the automatic win because Blanchard left before that tree could even go to work. So automatic win goes to Tom Gillum here in Stock Eliminator. Oh, we just got to reset our pewter, and we'll be ready to go with our next pair. Yeah, I'm already confused, so. Gary Merrick's 1970 Chevrolet Camaro driving a B-Stock automatic. Joe Martins. See the index is down there at the top end. All right, both 10-second hot rods. Martin's got his work cut out for him as I think Uncle Joe just kind of bailed. Merrick off the gas, 1091 on his 1062 gets him in the automatic win. Martin's having problems. Hopefully he'll be able to get those ironed out before the next race. It's a shame that happens here in first round. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super gas. Super gas. This is your call. We need super gas to staging, please, for round one of eliminations. And we got a whole bunch of people in the pits right now that said, hey, that's us. Super gas. Back to the lanes for round one of eliminations. All right, first round Stock Eliminator finds us in a big Chevy C10 pick-em-up truck with a small block Chevrolet motor. In the QSA category, Ben Kelly's out of Milwaukee. Maybe a little bit of traction problem for our 1971 chrome bumpered Chevrolet Corvette. His index is 1120. He's allowed to go somewhat under that. Well, let's see if he can make it up. Nope, can't do it. 1162. Just not quick enough. 1336 for Bob Downing. Bob Downing gets the win. And the O'Reilly side, the guy's name is Greg Anderson. That's not the Greg Anderson that we all know and love in the Summit Chevrolet NHRA Pro Stock Camaro, but this guy's pretty cool anyways. Driving a 69 Chevrolet Camaro with a small block. Anderson with the 1210 index. Taking on Denny Hillman. 63 years old and he's retired. Congratulations, Denny, down at the top end. And what, was he on and off the throttle a little bit? Maybe. 12:15 gets the win. Anderson comes back for the next round. All right, the big bad Buick, a Buick 350 motor in the K-Stock Tim Lowe. (1972) the model year for the farmer from Macy, Indiana, taking on Bruce Gibson. Gibson's index 1087. I believe that stands for D-Stock Automatic, out of Dayton, Indiana. Says here he's a 59-year-old fixer. All right, well, if it's broke, he can fix it. 1971 Dodge Demon, out of 340 power plant. All right, both cars under their index, but Timmy Lowe gets the win by, well, he crossed the stripe by 4 thousandths. Margin of victory for that one, 4 100ths. Oh, the Buick will come back again. What the? Not a Mustang. That's a Mercury Capri. 1986 is when this car was built. That's Anatol Denisenko. Anatol Denisenko. Say that after a couple of Miller Genuine drafts. I could say that. They're a sponsor here at Route 66 Raceway. Jim Shaker out of St. Charles. Our project manager driving that 66 Chevrolet. He's got a little small block 327 motor. And Anatol gets the head start. Bracket racing at its best. A whole bunch of rules for these cars. Down at the top end on a double breakout, 1091 with a 6. Jim Schechter gets the stripe. Margin of victory, 7 thousandths. That was close. Mitch Truman, Harry's little brother, taking on Al Wick in the Mopar, 68 Chevrolet. 68 Mopar Barracuda. Oh no, what happened? Big time wheels up action. Truman goes red as well. But Al, you went red first, so that takes care of that. That beautiful Barracuda done for the day. What a shame. And Truman runs it out the back door, meaning he went the entire 1320 under full throttle. 1046 with a 7, so Mitch comes back. Sullivan Motorsports sponsored car will come back again. There's one cool looking old Mopar. Mike Delahante, AA stock automatic, a product manager out of Novi, Michigan. 1964 Plymouth Belvedere with a 426. I wonder if it's a max wedge motor. I don't know. I can't tell from here. Taking on the Warrior GTO. Pontiac gets the head start. Oh, Don Turk off and running in the O'Reilly side. Toyota side got to chase him down. And look at Mike doing some great driving down there, and it pays off. 1037 with a 0 on a 1037 dial, and the crowd goes wild. That's just kind of hard to beat. And Jack Larson in a 1977 Pontiac Grand Le Mans, a luxury car with a 400 Pontiac power plant. Guy's a 55-year-old truck driver. I think there was a guy that started drag racing back when he was a truck driver. I think his name is John Force, something like that. I don't know. I hear he's famous. Nathan Boughton out of Plainfield gets the win. 1176 on the 78. The double breakout goes to Nathan Boughton, or Boughton, depending on what side of Plainfield you're from. Mustang comes back for the next round. And Firebird, that's a Trans Am with a 350 motor. Tommy Pettigrew and Bob Schmalz, 69 Chevrolet Camaro. And Bobby red by a bunch. Tommy Pettigrew in the K-Stock automatic Firebird gets the automatic win. And he'll get a free time trial out of this. 1178, 3 thousandths too quick. Oh, the Firebird is definitely dialed in. So our number 8 qualifier. Doing quite well. Julie Bierman, 68 Pontiac Firebird, taking on Judy Bareski. Don't mix them up. Judy is in the Oldsmobile. One of the more famous, notorious, the Escape Machine with an Oldsmobile 455 and a Quadrajet. Judy bumps in first. Julie. 68 Pontiac Firebird with a Pontiac 400 block. And a green light starts both sides. Judy Bareski, the Oldsmobile, been known to run 1130s all day long. Let's see if she can do it again full throttle. 1,320 feet later, I think she let off the gas just a tad just to make sure she got that stripe. 1144 gets the win. Great run for Julie Bierman, but she just came up a little bit short. 1095 and a 1094. Good run for the Firebird. However, our Oldsmobile-powered 442 comes back for the next round. Danny Waddle, F-Stock Automatic Ford Mustang, taking on Marion Stevenson. And the Stevenson Family Motorsports entry, it's a 1992 Chevrolet Corvette with a small block Chevy. Dials in at 1098. Head start goes to the vet. All right, Mustang got the work cut out for him, but I don't think it's going to matter because I just realized the Ford went red by a bunch. And Marion Steven on a double breakout. Stevenson Family Motorsports, got to go to work. You're coming back for the next round. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas, as you're making your way up, Super Gas. We have a white Mitsubishi. It's a Montero. You're parked in somebody else's pit. On an Illinois license plate of S like Sam, S21 3161. S21 3161. It's a white Mitsubishi, and you're parked in somebody else's pit, so you're going to have to move that vehicle. Otherwise, we're going to put a whole bunch of contingency stickers on it, and we're going to race it in stock eliminator and see what happens. F-Stock category, Robbie Massey, it's a brand new Chevrolet Camaro, gets the win. Goes 52 on the 58. Brian Merkel, 1050 on the 58, and the B-Stock automatic can't get the win. So bring back that Chevy Camaro for round 2. Robbie comes back. Lynn Smith in the Poston Buick Performance entry. That's a 1973 Buick Century. Taking on Bob Gear. Buick versus Buick. What a battle. How did these two get paired up? Both mid 11-second cars. Got an L stock versus the H stock here in stock eliminator. Give the win to the 73 Century. That was close, folks. Reaction time pretty good for Lynn. Makes it pay off by 8 thousandths of a second down at the stripe. Pontiac Trans Am. Ford 1972 Grand Torino for Alan Castle. Where's his other? He's got a Mercury Cougar. That's pretty cool as well. And the Torino will get the head start over Drew Whalen's 1998 Firebird. Now they're coming up to 1,000 feet already, and it looks like Drew is right there, and he gets the win, 1048 over the 1183. That's a breakout for Castle, so give the win to our Whalen Insurance sales guy. He's an analyst. He's going to have to analyze second round because he's going to be up here for it. And there's Daryl Bareski's 1970 442 drop top. That's a convertible with an Oldsmobile 455 iron-headed Quadrajet. And Daryl gets the head start over the wheel-standing Firebird of Randy Wilkes. The Wilkes Family Racing 2001 Firebird with a General Motors 346 power plant. And the Oldsmobile pulls off the win by 0.005 of a second. Though the Boreski Family Cutlass comes back by 0.005. That was close. I think both Oldsmobiles are coming back for the next round. Oh, the old man. Boreski says, I got to get back to work. We're coming back for another round. As usual. I think he won the stock eliminator race not too long ago here, about 66. Kent Stone, red by a bunch. Matt Lund gets the automatic win, so we'll see yet another 96 Firebird coming back. Beautiful paint job on the Firebird. Oh, there he is. That can only mean one thing. Gary Jenkins is not too far behind. All right, pair of J-bodies going at it. Mike McGinley, big-time wheels-up action. Taking on Rich South down at the top end. Anybody's battle, and a double breakout gives the win to Mike McGinley. The McGinley Motorsports Formula will come back for the next round. Valiant effort by Rich South, but our Pataskala, Ohio driver going to have to call it quits today. Valiant effort, just came up a little bit short. Chevy Malibu, Travis Morgan, 1975. Yep, chrome bumpers front and back for this Chevrolet. 400 cubic inch powered hot rod, taking on the Oldsmobile Cutlass. The owner-operator, 44-year-old Kyle Riley. Happy birthday. Don't know when it is, doesn't matter. 80 Oldsmobile Cutlass. And an Oldsmobile 350 motor doing all that work. And Riley gives up the head start to the Malibu. Well, down at the top end, Cutlass got his work cut out for him anyways. And it pays off. Kyle Riley with the 026 light. That just gave him a full count with the bases loaded, and he scores. Ben Wenzel Sr. taking on Brian Livingood. The B-Stock Automatic Chevrolet Camaro, 1969, the model year. The Livingood Brothers Racing entry. This guy's been going at it for over 33 years in various categories. Today, he's at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, round 1. Look at that bulb flicker. You see that? Wenzel Sr. in his 67 Z28. Just rocking his car in as shallow as he can, and he'll make that pay off. 1060 on the 58 gets him the win. And Livingood just couldn't keep up. Wenzel Sr. comes back again. Beautiful Chevrolet Camaro O'Reilly side. That is a brand new Copo Camaro with a Chevrolet 396 power plant. Steve Novosel taking on MJ Quinn out of Louisville, Kentucky. Don't say Louisville. They'll know you're from out of town. It's Louisville, Kentucky. Gary Jenkins says, I know where that's at. Where did Andy go? I think somebody said they'd give Andy $50 to cut off his ponytail. I'd like to meet that person. I bet you he says no. Watch this car, Toyota side, and I'll tell you why in a second. In eliminations, MJ Quinn with the first perfect reaction time. Quinn goes 0-0-0 on the green side on the reaction time. 11:61 gets him the win. I don't believe this. Really? 68 Chevy Camaro, Kevin Siskowski. He's on the O'Reilly side. Toyota side. The guy's name is Rob Petrie. For all you guys that are 50 years and older, you know what I'm talking about. And the Dick Van Dyke Show is... Oh, Rob! Remember that? Oh, Rob! Oh. Don't know what happened, but... I don't think I can say brain fart, so I better not. But Petrie's down and out. Kevin Ziskowski gets the automatic win. And while we got a second, I see him, but I don't believe him. Billy Barkus, is that you? Black Super Comp shirt. Is that Billy Barkus? Hey, Billy, welcome to Route 66 Raceway. Ladies and gentlemen, world famous, more like notorious, Billy Barkus, former jet driver. He probably still is driving a jet. Started out with the Midwest Super Comp Series years ago. What a great guy. Good to see you here, Billy. Now, buy me lunch. No, I'm just kidding. Boy, I'll tell you what, there's a wealth of drag racing knowledge right there wearing the Midwest Super Comp shirt. I wish I knew 10% of the stuff he's forgotten about drag racing over the years. Great guy, glad to have you aboard. We watch this Mustang shift through the gears. Kyle Geltima and Joey Ship. And Ship should be able to pull this one off with a much better light. Kyle, you broke out. I haven't seen any Todds yet. No Todds. There's got to be one in there somewhere. Brian Sibenik. Sibenik Racing, 1984, Buick Regal. Got a Buick 252 power plant. That just might be a V6 there in our stock automatic. Taking on Tom Russell here. First round of stock eliminator. Chevrolet Camaro, the Russell Performance. Gives up the head start to Brian. So our Camaro and Buick has a problem. And I hope Tom is looking over his shoulder and realizing that, and he is, so he gets the automatic win. And our Buick, nice job of driving, Brian. He realized he had a problem, went right over by the wall safely, not knowing if there's anything coming out of the bottom. And it looks like no. We'll double check. So our Toyota Tundra, official truck of the Route 66 Raceway, and our Snap Crack crew will go out there and check out the Buick, and hopefully it's nothing major. And Brian can get that car back into the competition. So we'll double check underneath and double check, make sure that there's nothing pouring out of that car. If there is, you know, being the full-size door slammer that it is, it's one of those cars that's kind of tricky to get the DRE engine diaper on. But he's one of our sponsors here, the Midwest Super Comp Series sponsors. DRE, Dennis Ridgway, and his engine diapers. What a great product to have. Most cars, it doesn't take too long to wrap your bottom end of your motor around just in case something happens. You can catch 90% of whatever comes out. And, yeah, I'm speaking from experience. When I wiped out my car here numerous years ago, had a Ridgway diaper on it and fell on my side down there at the finish line when I beat up on Pat Fitzpatrick. Yeah, I got the win, but I rolled the car. What a drag that was. Well, the spill was about 3 inches in diameter, and it took the Route 66 crew about 10 seconds to wipe it up and get my car off the track. So that's one of those things. All right, on the starting line, waiting for their first round of eliminations. I think they're getting butterflies. Big, bad Buick, J.B. Stevenson. 70 years young. The guy's retired. Congratulations. By the way, you got a really hot-looking Skylark right there. 455 Buick for power plant. In the Toyota side, taking on Dirk Olson. Dirk, 69 Chevrolet Nova. Chrome bumpers front and back. That's one bad-looking hot rod right there. He'll be using his Chevrolet 396 to get down the track at hopefully 10.30. Nothing faster, nothing slower. First round here of stock eliminator. And back in staging, Super Gas. Super Gas, you should be in staging. If you are not, you are late. Super Gas should be in staging. Super Gas, of course, that is the NHRA 990 index. Inspired and built in the spirit of the raw adrenaline and power of motorcycle racing, Harley-Davidson Screamin' Eagle performance parts are designed and engineered to perform on the racetrack and on the street. Screamin' Eagle, the performance leader in street legal stage kits, performance exhaust systems, factory-built crate engines, and more. Visit your local Harley-Davidson dealer for everything you need to make your Harley-Davidson motorcycle a winner.
Brown & Miller Racing Solutions is proud to be a new contingency sponsor in the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Brown & Miller manufactures the lightest, most flexible hose and fitting solution for your race car. Racers worldwide use BMRS hose and fittings, including NHRA champions Andron Brown, Alan Johnson, Greg Anderson, and Jason Line, as well as Mike Edwards, Larry Morgan, and Hector Arana. Visit Brown & Miller on the web at www.bmrs.net or see one of their trackside reps at a Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Brown & Miller Racing Solutions, #1 worldwide in hose and fittings. Race car or hot rod, if you have a leaf spring vehicle, you can count on the Calvert Racing Team to set you up with the best in leaf spring performance. From their CalTrack system to their full line of shocks, Calvert Racing has been revolutionizing leaf spring systems to outperform the competition. It's no secret. With the CalTrack system equipped on 8 of 10 of the current NHRA World Champions and the first leaf spring car in the 6-second range, Calvert Racing has what you need to get you to the win light. Visit their website at calvertracing.com for more information on bolting on a system to your leaf spring car. Cohen Engineering Transmissions and Torque Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
All right, apparently our problem with the Buick is a little bit more catastrophic than we anticipated. So as you can see, we have the Route 66 track paraphernalia making the rounds. And while we got a moment, I'd like to say a special hello to my good friend Brad, the starter. Hi, Brad. And the rest of the Bumblebees, our crack crew here, making the track as good as possible. What an ideal day for racing. I think the humidity is down a little bit. And, of course, the track is going to be holding some heat. So a lot of these cars are going to have some real performance issues. And crews and crew chiefs dialing in these index cars here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. And inclement weather, one less variable that they got to worry about. Don't forget, later on, as we a little while ago watched the Sportsman Harley Davidsons go, before the afternoon is over, you are going to witness, and I'm probably quoting somebody, one of the greatest spectacles in drag racing, and that is a nitromethane-powered Harley-Davidson drag bikes. Now, I've seen some of this stuff on YouTube. You can Google it. You can try to find it. Some of these bikes now, well over 200 miles an hour on a nitro-powered Harley-Davidson. And I never thought I'd see the day where I saw a Nitro Harley actually deploy a parachute to help this guy slow down. You're thinking a parachute on a motorcycle? Come on, really? Yes, really. I've seen it. I've seen the video. It is for real. And some of these guys are here today. And I'd certainly like to get an interview with them because, you know what, this is not just one of these bikes that you just jump on and go full throttle on a quarter mile. This is one of those that you just take a long time to learn how to ride. And I don't know if Derek, my partner in crime here, and announcing is going to be running that show, but if that's the case, I want to be down there by the finish line, or at least maybe 1,000 feet to really get the gist of what these bikes can do. And I think there's a couple of them parked right by our concession stand and our Route 66 Raceway stuff booth, I guess you could call it, our merchandise trailer. And take a real good close look at the nitro-powered Harley-Davidson. About as complex as a motorcycle as you could possibly get. And yeah, there's a guy on that thing going well over 200 miles an hour in a quarter mile. All right, won't be too much longer here. We're final dressing on the track. And best wishes go to our Buick driver and the crew that are towing that car off right now, hopefully. It's expensive as it is. Hey, our Toyota Tundra, the official truck of Route 66 Raceway. That's our official vehicle. Toyota Tundra. Let's go places. All right, need to be back to your seats, spectators, as we get ready to run out this first round of stock eliminator. And we are just about getting ready to go to a hot track, like we like to call it. Indexes are posted down there on the scoreboards. On the O'Reilly side, 10:30, 10.3 seconds for Dirk Olson's 1969 Chevrolet Nova. I don't think the downtime is going to mess up these guys' concentration at all. Been around the block, and they are flexible. J.B. Stevenson, driving a 1972 Buick Skylark. And we're ready to go. Check out the back end of the Buick as well as the Nova. Little 9-inch slicks. Buick 455. It's a torque monster in a Toyota side. We'll give them a no fresh burnout and let them stage. Got the bracket tree going, so the head start goes to the Buick. In the pits, Robbie Massey. Robbie Massey, we need you to race control, please. Robbie Massey. We need Robbie Massey to race control. So, Robbie, if you can hear this, we need you to race control, please. If you know Robbie, if you know where he's at, kick on the stall door or something like that, but just get him to race control. Robbie Massey to race control. All right, great job by our track personnel once again. Thank you for getting this track back in ship shape as J.B. Stevenson's 72 Buick Skylark will get the head start over Dirk Olson's 69 Nova. This is still first round of stock eliminator. So you got an A stock going up against a G stock automatic. Down at the top end, Buick should get the win, and he does. 1166 with a 9 on the double breakout. Dirk Olson, valiant try, but came up just a little bit short. And our next pair up, sporting the 9-inch slicks once again, Mike Pustelny out of Almont. That is a 2015 Copo Chevrolet Camaro. A whole lot of technology in that hot rod, taking on Brad Saskowski. That'll be a good battle right here. Brad gets the head start. And he's got a pretty good resume. 09 Cajun Sports Nationals Super Stock champ. And he's in the Toyota side. And the Toyota side gets the loss. 941 with a 1 on the double breakout. Margin of victory in that last race. Pustelny got the stripe by 0.02 of a second. I'll give our brand new Copo Camaro the win. Next pair. Doing a double duty again. Once again, Brina Splinger, Super Comp Racer. Danny O'Reilly side, 67 Chevrolet Camaro with a small block Chevy 350 motor. Brina taking on Jeff Keller, the H-Stock Automatic. 44-year-old truck driver driving a 1980 Chevrolet Z28. And the skinny little slicks in the back of Brina's hot rod doing all the work down at the top end. Good light for Brina, Jeff. She goes 031. And Keller with a 201. So big time advantage to Brina Splinger, and she makes it pay off. Off the throttle, 1132 on the 1103. So you got one of Brina's cars definitely coming back for round 2 in stock eliminator. Leonard Mattingly taking on Reginald Lewis. Reggie's Camaro, he's 67 years old and retired. Brian Burkle, you need to see Red Man in staging. Brian Burkle, need you to staging. Brian Burkle, we need you to staging. You got to see Red Man. Lewis breaks out. Mattingly comes back. There's a sharp little hot rod. The Lane Automotive 1970 Oldsmobile 442. He's sporting the Oldsmobile Rocket 455, and I would imagine the old Quadrajet on top of this power plant. Bobby Bishop Jr., 67 Ford Mustang. So you got a classic GM versus Ford battle right here. Who gets the head start? The Mustang. Both cars staged, ready to go. Green light down to the top list, and he goes red. Kekel Jr., what happened? What a pretty car. And Bishop Jr. gets the automatic win. Kekel will probably go 99 with a 1. Yeah, why not? Rub it in. 1099 on a 1099. Old Uncle Jim is going to be, I bet you he says one swear word at least. Andrew Hill on the Toyota side. Taking on the F-Stock Automatic of Todd Hewen. That's a 1970 Pontiac GTO. It's got a 455 power plant. Head start goes to the Kuhn Pontiac GTO. Todd. Oh, darn it. I was hoping I could say it again. Andrew Hill gets a win. That was close. Barely 300 separated those two cars down at 1320 stripe. Donnie Beeler in the Corvette. Parson and Myers high performance engine. 1991 Chevrolet Corvette. The Beeler and Preety entry. On the right side of the track, taking on Brad Bishop's 89 Ford Mustang. Sponsored by B&B Wholesale. Got a little 302 power plant. Mustang gets the head start, but not by much. Watch the tree. And Donnie took a shot at that tree, and 8 thousandths too quick. Gives the automatic win over to Brad Bishop. Bishop with a good run. 12:48 on the 12:47 brings Bishop's Mustang back for the next round in stock eliminator. Next up, we're going 990 hunting. Super gas, I believe, will be coming up next as we get rid of first round of stock eliminator. Or do we? I think we got a few more. Yeah, we do. My bad. The V-Stock automatic of Dan Toole. $1481. Correct me if I'm wrong. That should be a Ford four-cylinder, 140 cubic inches. 140 cubes in the Mustang. He'll get the head start over Bob Marshall's F-Stock automatic, 1973 Dodge Dart. A little Dodge Dart 340 Mopar power plant. Out of Columbus, Ohio. Two-time division champ. This guy's got 4 national event wins. Marshall got to chase him down. They're running out of room. Marshall does it. 11:23 on 11:26, the double breakout. Marshall closer to his F-Stock automatic index, and he gets the win. And in the Mopar, that's a 2010 Dodge Challenger with a 345 motor. And Jim Zaskowski, wow, big-time wheels-up action for Keith Lynch. And look at him go, down on the O'Reilly side. Zaskowski hugs the center line. He says, uh-oh, I'm out of luck here. 10:02, Lynch barely off the throttle. He gets the win by 5 thousandths. Lynch with a 008 reaction time. That certainly helped his cause. Zaskowski breaks out by 2 thousandths. Trying to chase him down. That was a great race. Wow, Patrick Downey in the grocery getter. That's a 1983 Chevy Malibu wagon with a little 305 power plant. Doing all the work. Dials in at 12:05. Steven Ziorni. In the pick-em-up truck. It's an 02 Dodge Dakota with a Mopar 360 power plant. 2011 Jegs Sportsman winner. And these two are going to battle it down at the top end, and I'll tell you why in a second. Oh, man. Downing, a little too quick. 6 thousandths. He got the stripe by 2 thousandths, but Zorny with a 008 reaction time sure helped his cause. So Steven in his Dakota. Kid's only 20 years old, full-time student. He'll be back for the next round. And that brings up Super Gas. A little change in the venue. Super Gas coming at you. Round one. Round one of eliminations here at Super Gas. Now the indexes are posted down at the top end. Everybody's got to go 990, and that's it. Any faster, that's a breakout. And that's a reason for a DQ. And I don't mean Dairy Queen. I mean disqualification. You don't want to do that. Pro tree in effect. Now the Christmas tree will change its action. All the embers come on at the same time. Remember, first car to pre-stage, then the other car pre-stages. Next car to stage gives the opponent several seconds to stage. Otherwise, it can be called what we call timed out. You'll see some staging battles here as this first round ever so important. You know, it really stinks. Half of these drivers are going to go home after this first round. That's how tough it is. The highs are high, the lows are low. There's a red light for you. I don't know what happened there with Justin Ford's Malibu, but I've never seen that camp do that. Wow. Moser runs it right out the back door. He goes 987. Makes you think, doesn't it? First round goes to Moser. Larry Turner. Want to know why this car looks so beautiful? Because he's a full-time auto detailer. Dwight Newest. He calls this car the Pig Farmer's Design. It's a 1982 Dodge Rampage. And as they head down to 1320 here, first round of Super Gas, it's anybody's race as they have identical reaction times. Dwight got the stripe, but he's too quick by 7 thousandths of a second. Larry Turner gets the win. He might attack the brake pedal just a little bit. Don't know. That was close. Ryan Boland, left to right. Ray Connolly in the Corvette Roadster. Kind of tricky for Ryan. As he goes down the track, he's got to look over his right shoulder. Some say that might be kind of difficult. Ryan's one of the best. And it won't matter as Conley goes red by only 4 thousandths. And Boland gets the automatic win. Next pair. And Super Comp racer Edward Rudek taking a shot here at Super Gas, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, to see how many rounds he can go in his 03 Corvette Roadster. And Nick Akori is staged, ready to go. Green light start both sides. 68 Chevy Camaro really hustling down the quarter mile O'Reilly side. And the reaction time battle goes to Akori, but he doesn't make it pay off as he breaks out by 4 thousandths. Great light for Nick. Edward got treed, but he is right on target with a 990 and a 7. So by 1/100th, Edward Rudek gets the win. All right, Kenneth Sanders in that Dakota pickup truck really plants the tires down on the ground. But on a whole shot victory, Goodrich gets the win. 10:01 wins against a 992. Some of you that might be wondering, how could that happen? Sanders went faster. Well, it took him longer to get off the starting line. So once again, reaction time, name of the game. Next pair up, Brian Richardson up against Ed Apple. That is actually a 1934 Chevrolet. A Chevy 454 power plant in the Toyota side, taking on a 1998. That's not a Firebird. A Richardson driving another Roadster with a 555 power plant. Apple with a great light anyway. Oh, apparently an apple a day will keep Richardson away by 5,000ths. Ed Apple with a 10,000ths package. He goes 989 with a 5 on the breakout. However, by virtue of the red light, Eddie Apple gets the win. Tony Tanner, Leo Zinda. Zinda is in the Barretto. Tony Tanner in the 96 Pontiac Grand Am. And they're checking each other out. Battle of the Door Slammers. Automatic win by 8,000ths goes to Leo. Our California. Our Cavalier Z24 comes back for the next round. Next pair up, the Oldsmobile Forenza. Don't see any of these hot rods around anymore. The Chevy 582 powered Oldsmobile Forenza. Paul Richardson. And Steve Shaughnessy. Can the Oldsmobile get the job done? Yes, he can. 990 with a 9 does it. Both cars almost identical off the starting line, and Steve breaks out by that much. James Wilson Sr. is in the O'Reilly side. The Wilson family racing entry is a 63 Chevy Corvette. Taking on a 1927 Ford Model T. Of Tom Diamond. Diamond, 2000's too quick. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. This is your call. Super Comp, to the lanes, please. This is your call. First call. First call for first round. First round, Super Comp. Super Comp to staging. We need Super Comp. Did he say Super Comp? Yep. Super Comp to staging. Dave Nelson and Pat Martin. Like an earthquake off the starting line, on and off the throttle stop. And nearly running the number is Dave Nelson, so the Corvette Roadster will come back for the next round. I don't know how they got paired up, but the Monzas are going to go at it again. Roger Bishop in the O'Reilly Auto Parts side against Wally Hack, our electrician. Might have gone a little too deep as he goes red by a bunch, so Bishop gets the automatic win. All right, half track, they're battling it out. Rob Kropfeld and Jeff Smith Jr. Jeff Smith with a 006 light, and the girls go crazy. It's the first round, ladies. 992 with an 8. Jeff Smith Jr. gets the win. Everybody in Kendallville, Indiana is going nuts right now. They're running back to the tunnel. Their golf cart's over here by the wall. Oh, well. They'll figure it out. 1934 Chevy Roadster of Austin Benner, O'Reilly side, taking on Jason Lynch. Polish Motorsports entry is a 63 Chevy 2, the Deuce. And Benner's 001 light should pay off for him, and it does as he taps the brake pedal down there to prevent a breakout. And Jason Lynch dumped him. Boy, they battled it out there at the top end. 1/1000th of a second. Give the stripe to Benner by .001. Wow, both drivers just did exactly what they were supposed to do, but the numbers fell on the O'Reilly side. That was close. That race was decided by about probably, I'd say maybe 8 or 10 inches when you're going 160 plus. Steve Theodore and Steve Hoyt. Theodore's in the Corvette. Hoyt's in a Corvette. Give the win to the Corvette. Steve Hoyt gets the win on a hole shot. 991 with a 3. Theodore breaks out by 8 thousandths. All right, former Super Comp dragster driver, full-time truck driver, Delvin Shepard. In the lowered and narrowed 57 Chevy Bel Air. He's going to have his hands full as he takes on Bill Jackson. Out of Mansfield, Ohio, Jackson in the Toyota side, and Shepard better make this pay off. Wow, Shepard with a 2 thousandths package. Shepard goes 0-0-0 on the reaction time. Perfect reaction time for Delvin Shepard's 57 Chevy. Then he goes 990 with a 2, hence the 2 thousandths package. Jackson went 990 with a 3, just came up an eyelash short. That was an amazing race. Well, that's what you got to do to beat him, I guess. Go nearly perfect. You know, theoretically, it is possible. You could have a perfect run. Jacob Elrod's going to try to do that right now. So is Gary Rogers. All right, Rogers in the door slammer on the Toyota side. Gary breaks out. And Elrod taps the brake on a hole shot. Elrod gets the win, 991 flat. And Larry Roedel in the Roadster, Kenny LaFollette. And if that Mustang gets any lower to the ground, about as low as you can get. And there is a method to that madness as Kenny goes 0-1-5 on the reaction time, but can't make it pay off as Larry Roedel goes 990 with a 2. Well, Larry with a great run. Kenny with a great light, but couldn't make it pay off, so Larry Roedel comes back for the next round. And that'll bring up our next pair, Scott Hessler in the 69 Chevy Camaro taking on Luke Bojacki. The Mickey Thompson-sponsored 63 Chevrolet Corvette. Boy, do you hear that? Call it concentration, call it zoning out, call it what you want. 0-1-1, the reaction time for Luke. They call him Skywalker? Not yet. Excellent package for Luke Bojacki as he goes 990 with a 6. Oh, Scott Hessler, 990 with a 1, and he's on the short end. That was close. Great run for Hessler, just came up short. Steve Williams, John Sickish. Or is it Sykish? I don't know what side of Belmont, Ohio you're from. Hard off the line. John, throttle stop, on and off. Got to chase down that Ford Probe. And the Probe might get the stripe. He does, and he gets the win. 990 with a 9. And the better light goes to Williams. Williams gets the win. A very unique and a pretty car to beat. Tim Gillespie, a 1933 Ford with a Pontiac 468 power plant. Beautiful car, taking on Doug Croft here in round 1 of Super Gas. All right, Croft has got the faster car, and he knows it, but he better be careful. He breaks out, the double breakout. gives the win to Gillespie. Reaction times were nearly identical, so that race was battled all the way down to the top end. Danny Toole and Mike Jarosik. Jarosik out of Elmira. No. Elmira, Ohio. Battle of the Roadsters. Boy, these guys are already looking at each other. Jarosik's Corvette, kind of neat. He still has brake lights that work. That was pretty cool. So is a 990 with a 4. Great package for Uncle Mike. So our Moser Engineering Jarosik Electric Corvette coming back for round 2. Tom Hack, Marlon Snyder. Marlon Snyder in a Buick Opel GT. All the kids are going, where did that car come from? Well, it's what they built back in 1973. Wow, rough wheelie, throttle stop, on and off. So our 3-time national event winner going down the quarter mile. 990 with a 1, and he gets beat. 4 thousandths of a second, the difference. Can't hold your head down on that race. It was close. Both drivers doing exactly what they should do. And the mathematics goes to Tom Hack. Hack gets the win by 4 thousandths of a second. Great run by Marlon. Just came up short. Doing a double duty today, the 04 Corvette Toyota side, Chuck Siegler. I've never seen him do that before. Ryan Koner gets the win. All right, Chucky on the red light, 6 thousandths. And Ryan Koner gets an automatic free pass, 988 with a 3. So Koner's dialed in, ready to go for round 2. Possible relative here, Alan, 68 Chevrolet Camaro, Alan Koner, taking on Hank Stewart. I don't know if that Monza rolled forward at all, but he jumped the gun. So, Hank, you're down and out. What a shame to do that in the first round. That hurts. Alan Koner, good run. 986 with a 6. Probably holding some loose change in his pocket, and he'll be back for round 2. In the 69 Plymouth Barracuda with a 540 power plant, built by Chrysler. A 1969 Barracuda of Matt Bradford. Spradlin gets the win. See what happened? Just like in Super Comp, they hold a button, mat the gas pedal. That activates the trans brake. I'm guessing that Bradford's trans brake did not hold, or else it wasn't switched on. I'm just taking a guess. But either way, he's going to be upset. That's a shame, because that is a cool car. Oh, Spradlin gets the win. And a 67 Chevy Camaro, Folk Race Car sponsored out of Durand, Illinois. Nick Folk. Seen this guy in National Dragster all the time, taking on Dave Sears. Sears in one of the coolers, 1964 Ford Falcon. And as you watch and hear, listen, Nick Folk on and off the gas way down at the top end. Of course, Nick Folk, 004. on the reaction time. That certainly didn't hurt his cause. Nick Folk, 10:02 on the 990 index. Will get him to round 2. Out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, Rick Bauman. And a 69 Super Gas Camaro, David Dahlem. Watch this race, folks. Both cars, 002 on the reaction time. Identical reaction times, ultimate lights. Fantastic job on the starting line. But unfortunately, somebody's got to lose, somebody's got to win. And our winner in that round, Dave Dahlem. Sloan's Racing Transmissions Chevrolet gets the win. And on the starting line now, pre-staged and getting ready to go, Joe Malfeo in the 72 Chevy Nova, taking on Rick Sarmento. Tubby's Performance sponsored targets the automatic win is Malfeo. Joe goes red by a bunch. He got a lot of power in that car. I wonder if he went just a tad bit deep and the thing wheelied right out of the beams. Don't know. I wasn't standing right beside the car. That's a possibility, though. And the track hooks that good and you make that much power. Well, unfortunately, that's what happens. Nathan Vrooman and David Ansell. That Camaro designed, built, painted, assembled by the Ansell family racing. Dave Ansell breaks out. Wait till he sees this. Breakout by 1/1000th of a second. Nathan Vrooman's 005 reaction time, 5 thousandths from perfect, and that made him pay off. So Nathan Vrooman comes back for the next round. Carl Root versus Rock Haas here in round 1 of Supergas. The NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series here at Route 66 Raceway. Well underway. Got great weather today, so we got some great racing. Perfect example right there. By 9 thousandths of a second, Rock Haas gets the win on the double breakout. Our 06 Division 3 champ Rock Haas will come back for the next round. Dan Oding and Mike Keenan. All right, Keenan staying in the groove, but you know he's looking out his left window trying to judge where that car is. Taps the brakes, 989 with a 2. Gets the win for our Cavalier Z28. Mike Keenan comes back for the next round in Supergas. Next couple up, Joe Fisher. And another 63 Corvette, Larry Bernshausen. Supergas, Super Comp racer, 64 years young in the Vegematic, 1977 Vega. A little 407 motor doing all that work. And the car's flicker the lights in, throw tree comes down. O'Reilly side advantage, you ask? Well, I don't know. Is it? Yeah, I guess so. He's looking out the right side as Bernhausen breaks out by just a little bit. And on a whole shot victory, Joe Fisher gets the win. Super Comp in and buckle up. Super Comp in and buckle up. You guys are coming out next. In the Trans Am, Bill Ford and Joey Ship. In the Oldsmobile Cutlass, the respiratory therapist driving a Cutlass. Probably holding his breath right now. And the Bill Ford Racing Trans Am making his way down the quarter mile, but I don't think he can get it done because he got treed by Ship. But what happened? Did Ship tap the brake? Don't know. On a whole shot win, Bill Ford pulls it off. What a great job of driving there. 992 with a 5 on a 153 mile an hour pass. Ship goes 996. We'll have to see what happened. Bill Ford gets the win by 1/100th of a second. And you think Super Gas was fun? Well, it gets better. Super, if it can. Super Comp coming up. First round of Super Comp. And as we bring up our first pair, Derek the Man, you are back for making your rounds. We've had some exciting runs here, and a lot of guys taking a shot at that tree, looking for every advantage. So Derek will take over here for Super Comp. I'm going to watch some of my Super Comp buddies battle it out.
Thank you, Scott. As the 890 category, it is Super Comp Racing in round number 1. That's going to be Team K&N of Ohio. On the left-hand side for Kathy Fisher. The 2012 American Race Car, 620 cubic inch big block. James Hinkle out of Kentucky. For the throttle stop difference there, Hinkle way out and down course. Here comes Kathy Fisher. One maybe set up fast here. Top in 893 to the 895, and James Hinkle is going to go to the next round here in round number 1 of Super Comp. Now, Rick Schneider and Jeremy Demers. Jeremy Demers, left-hand side of the racetrack, the Carroll, Iowa engine builder. That Benworthy built race car taking on the drywall contractor from Michigan. So right side, Schneider. Left side, Demers. Round number 1 of the 890 category of Super Comp. Gate goes these two drivers. Schneider right, Demers left. They close in, finish line stripe. How about 889.5? Dual breakout. And Jeremy Demers went down there and dropped him on his head at $181. As Rick Schneider took 300 stripe, 884, 168 for the L. Troy Stone and Amber McElvain. That's going to be the McElvain race car. Left-hand side of the New Carlisle, Ohio. The 41-year-old CPA driving the McElvain race car. 582 cubic inch profiler built Chevrolet, and Troy Stone for Team Vintage Trailer Sales. Out of Elkhart comes Troy right side. Amber turns it 3-thou red, and Troy Stone is 64 green. Team Nutterbutter's not going to grab the W here in that matchup. It's going to be 888 to Amber's 8.902, and Dean just shakes his head on that one. Man, oh man, missed it by 3-thou. Now it's going to be Jim Garricaros right side and Dennis Ridgway. It's Team DRE, the Engine Diaper Company, rolls into the starting line out of Gerardo Gorda, Illinois. The Scott Winnie built S&W race car chassis left-hand side, and Jim Garricaros out of Batavia, Illinois, the retired electrician with that Spitzer race car, and Steve Schmidt providing the horsepower at 632 cubic inches strong. We're going to make the All right, attention in the pit area. We need Top Dragster. Top Dragster Q2. That is the final qualifying session. Spitzer, Top Dragster. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Win light, dual breakout right side. Jim Garricaros was 889.2 to the 887.9 at Dennis Ridgway. That team will move to round number 2 of Super Comp. Matthew Hemmel right side. Hamilton, the Orland Park, Illinois, 23T Aldrin, a 511 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Rick Forsch from New Palestine, Indiana. He is the general manager of Spitzer Race Cars. Left-hand side, Janie and Kristen watching Rick do the deal. 889.5, 179 the speed to the 888, 152. Matthew Himmel had a bunch here at the starting line as he was 009, but when they went down there and took too much stripe, took 300s at the finish line. Mark Karupa, right-hand side, Elgin, Illinois. The 2002 Kurt Damron built undercover race car, and Kevin Trusty alongside. Kevin Trusty, Groveport, Ohio. The Kearns Chassis Dragster, 565 cubic inches strong. And Mark Karupa lets go with the button and turns it 3-thou red. Kevin's going to be 019. Top of the racetrack goes Kevin Trusty to an elapsed time of 891.6, 167 miles an hour. We have made the call out. Attention in the pit area. Spitzer Top Dragster. Spitzer Top Dragster, Q2. Final qualifying session of the lanes, please. Todd Chiava, Elkhart, Indiana, the vintage trailer sales team. You've seen Troy go down. He took the round win. Let's see if his teammate can do the same. 582 cubic inch big block Chevrolet Powers. Todd Chiava down the right-hand side of the racetrack. He will take on Barney Barnhart, Wadsworth, Ohio, for Team Blaster. The 2010 American race car, 565 cubic inch big block. That's Mr. Chrome, Barney Barnhart, and his wife, Penny. Very patiently staging there for Barney to turn that top bulb on as Todd sits there patiently. Barney finds it now. Chiava's in. Barnhart's in. Wow, you can see one car move before the other. Todd Chiava off the stop first. Here comes Team Blaster and Barney Barnhart. Top in. It's going to be win light for Chiava. Team Vintage Trailer Sales is 242, 891, 166 the speed, taking 300th margin of victory down there. As Todd was 004, Barney was 048 in dead 4 for the L. Len Serena and Bill Rudy. Lynn Serena, Petersburg, Illinois, the Fry Williams Express. Gebhardt Chassis Dragster, right side. Taking on Bill Rudy's Lima, Ohio Crankshaft sponsored Race Tech. Now it's going to be Bill Rudy, dead 1 and 025 green. As Lynn Serena went down there and took 9 thou and is under by 3 thou. With light, Bill Rudy. Bill Bear, Jeremy Mason now. Jeremy Mason, left-hand side of the racetrack for the driver out of Waco, Kentucky. The 2015 Ray Miller built race car, 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for power. And Bill Bears, Illinois based. Dragster over on the right-hand side. We need top dragster to the lanes, please. Spitzer top dragster. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Well, Bill Bear is going to look over his left-hand shoulder because here comes Jeremy Mason. Hard charging, finish line stripe, Mason. 893, 175 the speed. Left the starting line first, got to the finish line first. Bear was never mathematically in the game. Eric Wilkerson, right-hand side. The Seymour, Indiana-based Danny Nelson-built Racecraft Chassis Dragster. The 46-year-old lab technician. And Barry Ryans, Michigan, Ed Quay-based race car with a 565 big block Chevrolet. So Ryan left, Wilkerson right, stage bulbs are lit, they let go. Green, both sides of the tree. Closing in, top end, it's going to be Winlight, right side, 891, 158 miles an hour as Eric Wilkerson was 009 back here at the starting line. Got him the round win. Adam Gerber, Massillon, Ohio. The Gerber Racing Enterprises American race car, APD 598 cubic inch. Big block for him and his dad, Jeff. There on the right side, taking on Tim Papp. The Charleston, Illinois American also, with a 598 also. A very identical matchup between these two race cars. It's all up to the drivers. When they react to that tree, how they got the throttle stop timer set, what they do at the finish line. The Gerber right, Papp left. They are set. Gerber comes off the stop, 8th mile, Papp's ahead, 1,000 foot, here comes Gerber, dual breakout and Adam Gerber. 888, 170 miles an hour, Gerber was 18 green, Papp was 024 and 885, taking a hun. Eric Manuel, Elyria, Ohio, wheeling the American race car right side, taking on Dan Siemens, Belleville, Ohio. Mike Boss car with a Ford 429 cubic inch. Blue oval left side. Bow tie for Eric Manuel, the Toyota lane. Here in round number 1 of Super Comp. Top dragster, Spitzer top dragster. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Final qualifying session. Spitzer top dragster. And we are going to put top sportsman on standby. Standby call, top sportsman. Get ready to roll. All right. Manuel, Siemens. Well, Dan just a little late there at the tree. Eric Manuel's going to reel him in, and this is going to be a 891 run, 171 mile per hour pass. Seaman did not even get to the finish line second and still broke out. 888.8, 169 the speed, and he was 067 here at the starting line. Jason Lynch, right side. Kendra Reinshield, left side. Two American race cars going head-to-head here. It's going to be Team Fast Lube, the oil change center out of Ohio. Kendra comes from Brookville, Indiana, though. 588 cubic inch Chevrolet. And Jason Lynch for Cars Protection Plus. And WeFindParts.com. That's going to be Team Blue, right-hand side. Jason Lynch, one of the best drivers in the business, not only from bracket racing standpoint, but when it goes into the super classes, gets the job done also. But Kendra has been to the final round already here in 2015. Race number 1 of the season. Let's see what these two drivers are going to do on the starting line. Well, Jason's Cars Protection Plus American reacted to the green light very well. He's 004 and 889 to the 889. It was a matter of 4 thousandths margin of victory. Jason Lynch on that dual breakout. And he will go to round number 2 later today. Dutch Stamper wheeling that 1990 hardtail. Right side of Illinois. And Jeff Smith Jr. Out of Kendallville, Indiana, the 23-year-old engineer. Bill Jackson Racing Engine supplies the power of that 598 cubic inch big block, left-hand lane. Top dragster, we need to the lanes, please. Spitzer top dragster. Finish line, it's going to be Winlight left side. 893, 159 the speed. Jeff Smith was a little tardy on the tree at 059, but Dutch turned at 103 green and goes dead 9 and is going to load it up on the trailer. Joseph Bomarito, right side. Springfield, Illinois, comes a 23-year-old wheeling the Gebhardt chassis dragster. And David Forbes from Kentucky, wheeling that former Edmund Richardson ride, the 2014 American 598 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. I think Sunset Racing Engines. David, think about a complete turnkey ride off of Edmund and Richardson Boys Racing. Very good race car, left side. Joseph, the first times I've seen him in 2015 on the Super Comp Tour. And he wastes no time to put the bottom bulb on. comes David Forbes. This is going to be a high end top charge at 888, 174 to the .57 speed of Joseph Bomarito. Dual breakout, and David Forbes is closer. Mia Tedesco and Dean McElvain. It's a good matchup. Mia Tedesco, right side. You seen her teammate just a moment ago. That was Jason Lynch. Who took the round win. Now Mia comes up. The young lady who is campaigning in top alcohol dragster in Super Comp this weekend. Puts into the beams right side. Dean McElvain, the chassis builder out of Ohio. He puts his goggles down, rolls in for Profiler Performance Parts and McElvain Race Cars. His wife came up earlier, turned it 3 thou red. Let's see what Dean can do. Second car of Team Nutter Butter. Well, there is 0.08 of a second of separating at the starting line, and it's going to be dual breakout and win light to Dean McElvain. It's 888 to the 887. 100th margin of victory. Dean McElvain goes to round 2 of the 890 category. Greg Camplain and Bill Jackson. 2 red dragsters are head-to-head here in round number 1. Bill Jackson, right side. Mansfield, Ohio comes the engine builder by trade. The advanced chassis dragster. And Greg Camplain's Brownsburg, Indiana. Mike Spitzer built car in left-hand lane. Well, they roll up the throttle stops, high gear, top end charge for Bill Jackson. He's holding 10, but it went light left side. Greg Camplain's going to be 0.27 and dead 6 at a $1.68. Him and Judy go into round number 2. All right. Michael Brumfield, Michael Drosick. Right side, Leroy, Ohio comes the electrician. And Michael Brumfield, the BPG Auto Refinishing Sales. Throw that with left-hand lane. He turns it. Well, he didn't turn it red because left before the tree even activated. He's going to get the automatic win to Michael. Drosick's going to go 885, 177 the speed on an all-out run. This is going to be Rock Haas. Swan and Rock Haas. Janice Swan, Mooresville, Indiana, out the gate, left-hand lane, the Raceway Motorsports Robin chassis dragster. Rock Haas, Commerce, Michigan, right side, it's going to be Haas. 891 takes 6 thou, 10 green. Janice was 017 and 1 above for the loss. Chris Sullivan and Kimber Fusing now. Kimber, right side for Parker Stewart Racing. Waukegan, Illinois athletic trainer rolls up to take on the 27-year-old accountant out of Auburn, Illinois for Chris Sullivan. Sullivan left, Houston right. We need Spencer Top Dragster to the lanes, please. Spencer Top Dragster. Kimbra. For Team Nutter Butter, let's see if they can grab a round win. You seen Dean do it earlier, and it's going to be Kimbra here. Dead 3 and 10 green. How about a 13 package overall? Forced Chris Sullivan to break out. 888 taking the stripe by 5 thou. And Kimbra moves on. Chad Lamont and Josh Cadan. Nice matchup. Chad Lamont pulls the goggles down and rolls into the beam right side. The race deck out of Fox Lake, Illinois. The 615 Chevrolet for power. And Josh Cadan, Wellington, Ohio for Bad Man Racing Engines. That's the Mark Cook Company. Up there in Ohio. The very first car that rolled off the jig back in 2005 or 6 from American. The car sitting on the left-hand side. Josh Cadan. Which, very well, he could be in trouble. Top end, it's going to be Winlight for Chad Lamont. Get down, 889.6, 165 the speed. Dual breakout, 889.5. Matter of 1,000 of a second in the breakouts, and Lamont takes the round win. Rick Hughes and Zach Manuel. Elyria, Ohio comes the 17-year-old left-hand side. The Manuels are doing double duty here in Super Comp this weekend with 2 cars. And the the Powerhouse Chassis race car for Rick Hughes. Fishers, Indiana. A&A Transmissions. Roller Competition Engines. Ready to cut loose here. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Hughes right, Manuel left. Who wants to roll in first? That's going to be Zach Manuel. They're closing in, finish line stripe. Wind light's going to come on here for Rick Hughes. 893, 157 miles an hour, holding 5 thou here at the starting line. Zach Manuel took 500ths down at the finish line stripe, 888, under by 2 Hun. Don O'Neill, good to see him back in the driver's seat. Got the ride this weekend from the Lamont team. You've seen one of the Lamont cars come up and grab the round win just a moment ago, and this is going to be Don O'Neill, right side. Team dragstersforsale.com and Lamont Trailer Sales, and Dennis Foster from Morton Grove. The American race car, 632 cubic inch big block, puts it in the beams, left-hand lane. Don O'Neill looks over his left shoulder because O'Neill is holding a few at the starting line. Top end, Don O'Neill gets a round win here today. 893, 156 the speed. To the 894, 177, Dennis Foster was tardy and takes the L. Now it's going to be Justin Ford, left-hand side. The undercover race car out of Manhattan, Illinois for the building inspector. And Kurt Chittister's Elgin-based. Chittister Motorsports 06 Kurt Damron built car. Now he turns an 8 thou red. Justin's going to be 021 here at the starting line. The O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the quarter mile lights up the wind light on the 890 index. How about 883? He was quick at 169 miles an hour. Kurt was right there at 889.9, but threw it away at the start by just a couple thousandths of a second. Leo Zinda and Tony Elrod. It's going to be Team Ring and Pinion Shop and Team Sunoco. Sunoco Race Fuel is the official fuel of the National Hot Rod Association, and they are on site here this weekend with the local distributor, the Howard, Ohio American Race Car, left-hand lane. And Leo Zinda. For Mike Martin and Paul Turney, that 64-year-old business owner with the advanced chassis sitting over there in the right lane. All right, Leo, right. Tony, left. They're closing in 1,000 foot, 1320 wind light left side. Dual breakout. It's a matter of 2 thou here. 888.4 to the 888.2. And Tony Elrod and Team Sunoco goes to the next round. Shinda Minji left hand side. Irene Shelton right side. Now it's going to be, as I was just talking about, Irene Shelton and Shannon Minchke, the Urbana, Illinois undercover car, left-hand lane. And that Mansfield, Ohio forklift driver puts into the beam. Wind light's going to come on here for Shannon Minchke, 8,900 and 025. That was a big whole shot win, as Irene was 072, late on the tree and runs it out to an 886, 162 run. Shelton could not even get to the finish line first. Shannon took the foot off the gas and took a 100th down there and goes 8,900. That was not to be a breakout, but still. Run light's a win line. Tom Rader and Pat Martin. Pat Martin right side, that's going to be the Fast Lube. Armor Paving and Sealing, Martin Motorsports, American Race Car to London, Ohio. And Tom Raiders, Illinois-based, undercover for the Firefighter. Local race for Tom Rader. O'Reilly Auto Parts out of the quarter mile. Trying to take care of business here in round number 1. Pat fell in round 1 of see what he does here in Supercar. Not the best on the tree, but he has an advantage. Pat Martin is going to go 905 off the gas for the win at 143. Tom Rader was 073 here at the start and runs 910 at 142. Pat went down there and matched his mile per hour. Still took 800s. Jim Glossum and Phil Schmeida now. Phil Schmeida won back here last year at this very race. The Canfield, Ohio. Ben Worthy built race car for Intensity Racing Products. That 598. It's an SR20 motor out of APD shop in Jim Glossum's Lakeville, Illinois. Racecraft chassis dragster. Came off the jig back in 1996. Whew. Danny Nelson's been around many years building this racecraft chassis dragster. Here comes Smida. Top in, it's going to be a win light for Phil Smida. Dual breakout in 2 thou is going to be the deciding factor here. 887, 173. Smida let Jim Glossum take the stripe by 100th. And Smida goes to the next round and gets that much closer and maybe gracing the winner's circle again this year. Charles Jamison and Jeff Spearling. Jeff Spearling right side. Streeter, Illinois, the www.razzledots.com for extra right-hand lane. Still haven't really found out what razzle dots are, but we're working on that. I mean, it sounds kind of like a ice cream or something. Charles Jamison, the Urbana, Illinois, Tube Tech chassis. First ones I've seen that. It's going to be finish line stripe, wind light left side. 893, 153 the speed. And Charles Jamison overcomes a huge disadvantage to the starting line to take the win there. I don't know if Jeff Spearling just gave the stripe up down there or what, but he didn't take the W, that's for sure. Matt Hewitt and Tony Stuffin. Stove Top Stuffin out of Marshallville, Illinois, the pipe fitter by trade, 565 cubic inch big block, and Matt Hewitt's Michigan base big block rear engine dragster. Well, Tony Stuffin's going to turn to 007 red. Load it back up on the trailer, and Matt Hewitt's going to go on down to a 888 run, 167 the speed, under by 200ths off the index. In round number 1 of Super Com. Justin Mosier and Peter Nitzel. Peter Nitzel, left-hand side. The Indiana-based Benworthy built race car, taking on Justin Mosier's American. That's 615 Chevrolet for Mosier Engineering. It's going to be to a breakout, and Justin Mosier goes 888, 179 the speed. Not really sure what I'm looking at, but are those yours? So we found out what RazzleDots.com is. It's a cat website. If you like cats, then check out RazzleDots.com. So it wasn't ice cream, unfortunately. It really let me down. Bill Riddle and Gary Jenkins. Gary Jenkins, left-hand side of Naperville, Illinois. And Bill Riddle's Ricky Atkins build, Brighton, Michigan base, 615 cubic inch Chevrolet at a Batman Racing engine stable. Bill Riddle is late on the tree, and Bill Riddle is going to take the L. 894, 161, and Gary Jenkins goes to the next round. This is a matchup you usually don't see. With these LODRS going head-to-head. Usually they always grab a dragster, a door car, or something. They never match up side by side, so this is an interesting first round of Super Comp for Pat Lamont and Ron Finney. Ron Finney, that is a race car you just can't miss. I don't care how far away it is. The highlighter, yellow. 32 Bantam out of Greenwood, Indiana for Renegade Racing Fuel. Him and his wife, Verity, left side. And Pat Lamont, the trailer dealer from Lake Villa, Illinois. Well, it's almost identical reaction times, and win light for Lamont. 891, 157. Breakout for Ron Finney, who made the shootout last night. 888, under by 200s, taking 200s. Ron Finney's out, Pat Lamont's in, and here comes Ray Conley and Hayden Bailey. Hayden Bailey, the 22-year-old left-hand side of Decatur, Illinois, and Ray Conley calls Elyria, Ohio home, owns an automotive shop up there, wheeling the American race car for Mark Horton, Hoosier Racing Tire, APD, all on board for your number 9 finisher in the world in the category last year, Ray Conley. Best in the business. Turned it red in Super Gas round 1. Now he's down to 1 entry here in Super Comp. Take your break time. Well, Hayden Bailey knew he had one of the best, and he did not slouch from the tree by far, but Ray Conley's right there with him. It's going to be dual breakout and Ray Conley. 887, 175, 5 foul. Margin to victory, and Conley goes to the next round. Here comes Nicole Stevenson, the 26-year-old out of Danville, Illinois, wheeling that blue American race car to Jeff Taylor Performance Shop, 598 Big Block Chevrolet for power, and Dale Wyan Jr.'s. South Bend, Indiana. Entry over there on the left-hand side. Super Comp still continuing on. Spencer Top Dragsters to the lanes for a final qualifying session, and that is going to be good. It is a big make or break time for a lot of those drivers. Either you're making it in now or you're going home. Qualifying session really put a damper on things. All right, win light there. Nicole Stevenson goes 932, 168. Dale Wyan never looked over his right shoulder. He was straight-faced as straight-faced could be. And is going to take 4/10 down there and break himself out. Wow. Gary Fleenor, the Fleenor Transmission, Port Clinton, Ohio-based Diamond Chassis Dragster, taking on Steve and Jan Hoyt's Fort Wayne-based Advanced Dragster. The Advanced Chassis, 572 cubic inch Chevrolet. Gary Fleenor is going to have to put the beams right side. He's in. Steve Hoyt begins the bump. They're set. Here we go. Man, oh man, did Gary Fleenor come to race. Fleenor is 004 and 889, taking 300s. Breakout margin of victory for Steve Hoyt is 5 thousandths. 889.3 to the 889.8. And Steve Hoyt, who was 035, behind by 33 at the starting line, still gets the round win. Tyler Schneider and Dennis Lund. Dennis Lund, left-hand side. Lund wheeling the Ben Worthy-built car out of Iowa, the R&D engineer. And Tyler Schneider's Rochester Hills, Michigan M&M chassis dragster. 565 big block Chevrolet for Tyler Schneider. They come off the stop. Schneider looks over his shoulder because here comes Lund. And it's going to be win light left side. Dead 8 and a $1.64. Dennis Lund's going to take the round win. Tyler went down there and took 889.8 of a $1.68. Only 100 stripe, but under by 2 foul. Scott Mackey and Bruce Broker. Bruce Broker, left-hand lane, out of Cleveland, Ohio. One of the, I think, only door cars in the category. Seen those altered, or the Bantams, I should say, and now it is that single door car. Left-hand side for Bruce Broker and Scott Mackey. The Milford, Michigan Babaloo Racing Dan Page race car. Ready to do battle here in round number 1. Can the door car take down the dragster of Scott Mackey? We are about to find out. Yeah, things aren't looking too good here as Bruce Broker is 058 on the tree and going 894, 155. Scott Mackey was 006 and 6 above. He's down there taking his foot off the gas a few times. Chuck Rednor and Carol Forbes. Carol Forbes, left-hand side out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. The Baldwin Transmissions, American Race Car. And Chuck Rednor from Plainfield, Indiana. Right down the road from Lucas Oil Raceway. 2006 West Farmer built Race Tech chassis dragster. Well, Chuck turns the 4th foul red. Kara's going to turn it 061 green. Kara Forbes, O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the quarter mile. A 995, 103, taking her foot off the gas early. I don't know if something expired on that race car or what, but I know she had the automatic win. Still think you'd get your early numbers or go down there about 1,000 foot and roll off the gas. She was a second over the index. Jessica Bugaki now. Bugaki right side out of Carterville, Illinois. Huntsville Racing Engines. American Race Cars. Racing RVs. That's the 30-year-old. And Ricky Ship. Ricky Ship wheeling the Ken Keir-built Needman, Indiana-based dragster left-hand lane. All right, Jessica turns it 000 green and takes too much. Man, oh man, Jessica was perfect, and Ricky Ship goes dead 0. Jessica took 36. Margin of victory was 23, and Ricky Ship goes to the next round here today. Jessica went down there, killed a little bit of the $155, just wasn't enough. Here comes John Sickish and Larry Burnshausen. Larry Burnshausen, the Illinois Salone Racing Transmission Gebhardt Dragster, taking on John Sickish. From Belmont, Ohio, comes the dragster, the right-hand lane, that 468 cubic inch big block. A little confusion there on the starting line. Larry Burnshausen and John Sickish going to put it back in the beams and up on the converter once again. Well, Bernshausen is late at the starting line. Sickish is good. And how about 892 takes 6th thou? John Sickish moves to the next round here today. Larry Bernshausen was dead 6 at 0:42 at the starting line, which cost him the race. Luke Bogacki now, Team K&N and Racing RVs. Mickey Thompson, Performance Tires and Wheels, going to be on the right-hand side. And Charles Siegler out of Villa Park, Illinois. The undercover race car is going to take on one of the best in the business, Luke Bogacki. They call him Cool Hand. Finished number 5 in the division last year. Former world champion. Seen his wife just go down a moment ago. She broke out. Let's see what Luke can do. I think Charles is trying to sit there for a minute, see if Luke goes in first. He does. They're set. Now the gate we go. Yes, the Bogacki's going to be 0 for 2, and yes, they are. Man, oh man, 8,911 green. Charles Siegel, he was good when he needed to be good. Real good. 889, taking 3 thou. Luke tightened it up the best he possibly could. 7 thou, margin of victory goes to the left side. Last pair of the round. And then, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be time for 6-second, 200+ mile per hour top dragster action here at Route 66. So if you are out and about, a great time to head to the stands because Top Dragster and Top Sportsman coming out to the racetrack here very shortly. Dave Solomon, Ed Cook, match up here. Ed Cook, right-hand side, to grab the round win. 9.006 as Dave Dahlem slowed down the left-hand side. So it is time for Top Dragster, final qualifying session here today. Make or break. You cannot go quicker than 6.000. The fastest 32 make the field. The rest goes home. Engines are about to come to life, and we're going to take the racetrack here in just a moment. We'll go ahead and make the call out. We need Top Sportsman. Go ahead and start to roll into the lanes, please. Top Sportsman. You can be heading to the staging lanes, please. It'll be lanes 5 and 6. Brodex, Steve Schmidt, Competition Engines, Top Sportsman. And roll to lanes 5 and 6, please. Look at the top half of the field. Tom Elliott sitting in the number 1 spot at 6.061 at 229 miles an hour. Mike Worm is 2. Joe Hessling and Team APD is 3. Shauna Snyder is 4. Ashley Tidrick is 5. Craig Sullivan is 6. Marco Abruzzi is number 7. Christopher Carrico, your defending champion, is number 8. John Scally Sr. is 9. Tom Martino rounds out your top 10 at 6.42, 206 miles an hour. Look at our bump spot down there in the number 32 spot. J.B. Straswig currently owns that position at 10.56. Ladies and gentlemen, final qualifying here in Spitzer, Top Dragster. First pair, that's going to be Danny Nelson, the number 25 qualifier Toyota side of the quarter mile. It's been quick as 6.60 seconds. Nelson right. Danny Waddle, the number 16 qualifier out of Ohio, left-hand side. First pair, final qualifying session. Here we go. Right stride for Waddle. They close in, finish line, and it's going to be Nelson 6:58. 202 miles an hour. Best run of the weekend for Danny Nelson. 6:53.207. Danny Waddle, no improvement for your number 16 qualifier. Going to be the Door, Michigan, 31-year-old teacher, right side, for Ed Sturdivant, who has not currently made a run here in Top Dragster. And Craig Sullivan alongside your number 6 qualifier in the category out of Avon, Indiana, the Sullivan Equipment Company, has been quick as 6.30 seconds. Watch the car in the left-hand side of the racetrack. The Wheelstander of Craig Sullivan's dragster will be very impressive. Him and Chad Crawford, a great tune-up they got. O'Reilly side, they're in the beams. Hold on tight. Here we go. Around some reason for that run. 002 red top end. It's going to be 6:23. 220 miles an hour, and Craig Sullivan moves up in the category to the number 5 spot. 6:47.208 there for Aaron. Tom and Suzanne Elliott. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes your number 1 qualifier. The Brooks, Kentucky 2004 Spitzer race car, right side. Has been quick as 6:06 at over 229 miles an hour. And Pascal Lecoq out of New Baltimore, Michigan, comes Team Quick Fuel and Vibrantite. Mike Spitzerville's car for both of these drivers going to roll to the pre-stage beam after they come back here to the starting line, completing their burnouts. Pascal down there on the number 21 spot. He's looking to move up. Remember, the 32 fastest drivers make it to race day, which just happens to be today. Tom Elliott right. Pascal Lecoq left. It's a qualified run. Even though he's number 1 in the field, can use it for race day at 6:59, 202 miles an hour. Pascal Lecoq's got a very consistent race car, to say the least. Now, Tom Elliott will go into round number 1 later today with no data in today's conditions, and that is big. Big disadvantage. Tyson Travis and John Scally Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, your hometown driver, backing up right side, wheeling the Harley EFI Chicago-based 2013 Mike Spitzer-built race car, 760 cubic inches strong for John Scally Sr. Your number 9 qualifier right now at 6:41.6 at over 211 miles an hour, taking on the guy that is literally in the danger zone, Tyson Fabish. Medina, Ohio is where he calls home. He wheels the racetrack that is in the left lane. Currently the number 31 position, only coasting at 9:14 from yesterday. So all eyes are going to be on Tyson Fabish. O'Reilly Auto Parts side of the quarter mile here to see if he can pick that car up and solidly qualify it in the field today. Gonna have to pour a whole lot of nitrous for that 615 cubic inch big block for Tyson Fabish. John Scally, not only does he have a monster cubic inch displacement motor, but he's got 2 nitrous bottles in the back of that thing. He's ready to rock. Oh, Fabish's car's up on 2 wheels. Man, oh man, Tyson Fabish, what a wild ride. 6:48, 210 miles an hour for John Scally Sr. And Tyson Fabish about crossed the center line with that race tech there on the left-hand side. Applied the nitrous very early on at all. Woo, now here comes Mark Karupa and Johnny Deakins. It's Illinois versus Kentucky. John Deakins, left-hand side at 56 26-year-old mechanical designer, wheeling his Danny Nelson-built racecraft chassis dragster for Team Quick Fuel and Kakadu Hat. This responses on the side of that race car go on and on. And Mark Karupa, the only front-engine dragster in the category. This is nostalgia all the way. The Elgin, Illinois, Neyland Parts built race car has been quick as 6:42. The supercharged car right, the nitrous oxide equipped race car left. Johnny Deakins and his wife Karen puts it in the beam, left-hand lane. Mastering the left-hand side. They're side by side. How about 6:33? Best run of the weekend at 217 miles an hour for Mike Karupa in the number 7 spot. 6:49. 207 on speed for Johnny Team Quick Fuel. Now, Dan Oldham, right side. The Spitzer race car coming out of Coutts, Indiana. 605 cubic inches strong. And Mike Warren. That's the supercharged dragster over on the left-hand side. Your number 2 qualifier in the category currently at 6.102. Very quick race car for Mike Warren. And Dan Oldham is solidly in the top half of the field at 6:45.5. Dan has got a handle on that race car in the qualifying session yesterday. They were struggling with some nitrous problems the past couple races. And they have got it figured out, and very good to see Dan Oldham make the run he did yesterday. But now he's looking for consistency. He's in the right lane. Mike Warren, he's got that wing on the back of that thing that provides a lot of downforce, to say the least. Probably big as the Sears Tower. But whatever it needs to be to work, right? And Dan Oldham, he's got the... Look at Mike Warren, left-hand side. It's going to be 6:13. 6:44, 211 miles an hour. Dan Oldham is back to the second right there. Next up, Marco Abruzzi and Karma Hopper. You get the chance, you got to stop by in the pit area and look at Karma Hopper's car. The Walton, Kentucky undercover chassis, 655 cubic inch Chrysler. That is literally a chrome show on the left-hand lane. That is a car show on wheels at over 200 miles an hour. But Karma is down there in the number 29 spot. She's got to step up a bunch. Marco Abruzzi comes off his win at Summit Motorsports Park at race number 2 of the 2015 North Central Division Tour. He is the transmission builder, that brand new Pro-Charge 540 cubic inch Chevrolet. 6:34, the best run that Marco has made this weekend. Him and his crew chief, Jeff Coons, right side. Karma Hopper's going to make a run, though. Watch this one. Hopper is 6:47. 209 miles an hour for Karma Hopper. 6:35. 218 on speed for Marco Abruzzi. No improvement off the 6:34 run. He will stay number 8. Karma bumps all the way up to the number 14 spot. Now it's going to be the guy who is outside looking in the Toyota lane. He comes out of Evansville, Indiana. He drives the undercover race car for dragstersforsale.com. That's going to be J.B. Straswig. Mike Troth alongside. Another one of those instant Karma cars from Kentucky. And same deal that you've seen with Karma. Mike has a 665 Chrysler, a 2014 undercover, virtually identical race cars. They can swap parts back and forth if need be. JB has the whole team out there watching on. That 632 cubic inch nitrous-fed Chevrolet at a Philip Oakley's shop is ready to do business. Got to go quicker than 9.30 seconds. And it's going to be quicker than that by the end of the round, I know. We should have an all 6-second field without a doubt. Top Sportsman, we need you in the lanes, please. JB, soft tune up right side. He's rolling down that Toyota lane. How about 6:59? 207 miles an hour for JB. Corey, Meg, the whole team. They go to the number 25 spot. Mike Troth, best run of the weekend In the number 16 position, 6:48.1, 2:08 the speed. Wayne Fletcher Jr., right side out of Wisconsin, comes the tool and die machinist. Number 24 in the field at 6:59, 2:10. And Ryan Smith from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Here's the electrician. The 2012 American race car, 632 cubic inch Chevrolet, and that motor, I'm pretty sure, is for sale. Over 31 years racing for Ryan. Another family-owned operation. We'll put in the beams, left-hand side. They are in the bottom half of the field for both of these drivers. They're set. Side-by-side run. Ryan Smith left, Wayne Sledger right, top end. How about 6:37? Big time improvement for Wayne at over 218 miles an hour. 6:62, 194. Something happened to Ryan Smith's race car and nosed over at the finish line. So Wayne goes to number 9. Ryan stays at 22. This is going to bring up Jim Prevost and Tom Martino. Tom Martino, Youngstown, Ohio. The 60-year-old wheels the Tino's toy. Jim Prevost, Mendelein, Illinois. Brand new 2015 VRN race car painted by Brian Olson of the team at Olson Paint and Body. They are currently qualified. Number 13, Tom, who in the rumor mill, possibly move into pro stock next year. You know, we thought he was going with top sportsman, and now the word is it's pro stock. Tom and Ryan, the Youngstown, Ohio standouts in the drag racing world. 6:42 is their best run. They're in the beams, left-hand side. Martino turns at 6, now red. They're making a clean run, left-hand side. Martino, 6:47.7, 207 miles an hour. 6:41, 2:08 the speed for Jim Prevost. They will stay 12 and 13 here in qualifying, respectively. Now the chassis builder of Lake Bluff, Illinois. That is VRN Race Cars himself, Vince Nannini. Alongside from Brookville, Ohio, the 31-year-old engineer for B.J. Sexton. B.J. Sexton just became a father here to Carter about 6 weeks ago, and Carter's already been to the racetrack over 4 times, 6 weeks old. I think racing is going to be in that kid's blood? Maybe. The 1994 undercover race car. This is going to be the first run of the weekend for the Ohio engineer, BJ on the right side. All eyes are going to be on him and Vince Nannini. Currently in the number 38 spot. He's another guy that's not in the field. Has to step up big here. Over 6 drivers or more are going to go home after Q2. And the guy rolling the water box thought he was going to go down faster than when it does go down the racetrack. Rolling in there hot. At least the brakes work. The BJ right, Vince left, pre-stage bulbs are lit. They're set. BJ Sexton, he's on a 6-second run. Right side, how about 6:65? 203 miles an hour, and BJ Sexton's in the field. But how about Vince Nannini? 6.445. 211 the speed, and he is in number 14 qualifier. Now it's going to be the 632 cubic inch Chevrolet nitrous oxide equipped in kind on the left-hand side for Don Floyd. Don Floyd, apparently number 39 and not qualified for the Florissant, Missouri. Self-employed business owner at 61 years old. The driver not on file, unfortunately. I did not catch it as he went around the tower there. Shame on me. I cannot tell you who that is at the time. That is odd why we don't have him in the system. Top sportsman. Currently qualifying. We have a bump spot now at 673. Don Floyd's going to go 671, and he's in by 200ths. But look at that. 649, 206 miles an hour. Don Floyd's in the number 33 spot, so he got bumped out because the car that just went down the Toyota side goes 649.8 and gets in the number 20 spot as they were both outside the field looking in. The bump spot now belongs to BJ Sexton, who made his run at 665. That is the last chance that he got, the only chance I should say. So now Kyle Dvorak is outside looking in. Left-hand side, this is a hometown race for the 20-year-old McHenry, Illinois student. The Alerts Group Products 2011 American Race Cars Chrome Works Chassis Dragster. 762 cubic inches of Sonny Leonard power. That is a single carbureted Sonny Leonard power plant over there on the right side. For him and his dad, Joe Dvorak, mom out there watching on. Made career best numbers this year, runs a lot of PDRA with us. And Al Peebler out of Olney, Illinois, with the 708 cubic inch Philip Oakley built Chevrolet. Kyle Dvorak's after it. 665's the time to beat. He goes 648. Kyle Dvorak's in at the hometown race at over 208 miles an hour. Peebler, 6.584. Best run of the weekend. Peebler goes to 28. Dvorak goes to number 18. Oh, Timmy Papp did not do the burnout he was looking for. So, ladies and gentlemen, we started the round with a bump spot of like 10 seconds. We look down at the top end scoreboards. We are now at a bump spot of 6.64 seconds, which is being held by Tom Fisher, who has not ran yet. Man, oh man. Philip Oakley. Here comes the Philpott, Kentucky engine builder for Team Texas Roadhouse. The American race car. Philip Oakley finished number 8 in the category last year in the North Central Division. Philip Oakley packs a 638 cubic inch Ford. Tim Papp packs a 632 cubic inch Chevrolet. Both out of the same engine shop. The auto body owner on the left, the engine builder on the right. Teammates set to go here. Out of the gate. Tire shake for Philip Oakley. He takes his foot off the gas. Ha! He goes 657, 208 miles an hour, improves off of his 673 run, but he's still in the danger zone. Tim Papp is now number 26. Man, oh man, it is a cutthroat category here in Spitzer Top Dragster. Andrew Johnson, a guy that is not currently in the show, is sitting on the left-hand side. Ladies and gentlemen, that car can go quick as 5.80 seconds in a quarter mile. That is a 540 cubic inch pro-charged Chevrolet. But here's the thing, you cannot go quicker than 6.00 seconds. So it is a very fine line what Andy Johnson has to deal with for the Kentucky-based Spitzer race car on the left-hand side. Sitting in the right-hand lane, that is going to be Ashley Tidrick, the Logansport, Indiana, Gary Egan-built race car. Ashley Tidrick has been quick as 629 at 217 miles an hour. She's ready to rock. Two of the quickest cars in the category head-to-head right now. Look at Andy Johnson pull away. He's going for it here. 6.1 2-1. 200 miles an hour. Andy Johnson took his foot off the gas early. He goes to number 3. Ashley Kendrick, 630, 217. No improvement. Stays number 7. The bump spot lowers to 659. Now Zach Sackman, who has not ran, currently holds the bump spot in his hometown race. Christopher Carrico, here comes your defending North Central Division top dragster champion for the 28-year-old engineer. For him and his dad, Paul, they are currently qualifying number 11 at 641, and Dan Norris will be alongside. Dan Norris, your number 23 qualifier from Wixom, Michigan. That is a Hemi supercharged combination, taking on the nitrous oxide fed big block Chevrolet for Christopher Carrico. So a guy who finished in the top 10 last year sits on the left side. A guy who won it all sits in the right lane. Final qualifying session for top dragster. These two drivers will come up for round number 1 later today. Carrico's car out of the gate at 001 red. Top end, how about 622? 226 miles an hour to the 646, 207 for Christopher Carrico. Dan Norris with that 622 run. That's the best run of the weekend in the number 6 spot. Christopher, 646, no improvement off the 640 run, so he will stay number 12. 606. That needs to be your number 1 qualifier. All right, the 35-year-old Elkhart, Indiana-based Shauna Snyder, driving for Team Vintage Trailer Sales, taking on Zach Sackman. Zach Sackman from Shanahan, Illinois. The Spitzer race car, left-hand side, is currently number 32. This is big, because being your hometown race, you don't want to not be there on race day. And round number 1. Let's look at the field right now. Zach Sackman's on the bump. As I just talked about. Christopher Schneider's out. Tom Fisher's out. BJ Sexton already made his run. Don Floyd, Tyson Fabish, Joe Fisher, Kathy Fisher, Michael Smith, Brian Keller. All runs are outside. Michael Smith and Brian Keller, I know, can make it in the show. The bump spot's going to get quick. Hold on tight. Shauna can go to number 1, but can she go quicker than 606 and stay in? Shauna Snyder's going to go 606.3, 233 miles an hour, and Shauna Snyder misses the number 1 spot by 2 thousandths of a second. She'll go up to the number 2 spot, though. Zach Sackman, he improves. 657.9, 202. He goes to number 20. Oh, man. Here comes Ron Biondo and Brian Keller. Brian Keller, Macedonia, Ohio, for the Machine Tool Rebuilder and Trailer Dealer of Vintage Trailers. That is KB Trailer Sales. Spitzer race car backing up right side. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at these two cars. The guy on the right side went 5.999 yesterday. By 1,000 of a second, he went to the bottom of the qualifying order. Ron Biondo out of Macedonia, Ohio, also 2 teammates per se, because the KB Trailer Sales is the same company for Brian Keller and Ron Biondo, and he's not currently qualified because this is going to be his first run. So Ron Biondo is going to spray that 665 cubic inch Chevrolet, and he's got to spray it hard. Got to go quicker than 659, and that is still in the danger zone there. Biondo has that thing real rich. Top end, how about 6.1? 1, 2, 655, 206. He goes to number 26. Brian Keller goes to number 4. They're both in the show. And now That's going to put Pascal Lecomte on the bump. Outside of the field looking in is going to be Al Peebler, J.B. Strathwaite, Christopher Snyder, and the guy who's on the starting line right now, Tom Fisher. Tom Fisher left side, Englewood, Ohio. The Ricky Atkins built race car, and Rob Mosier, who has not currently made a run. So that 6:58 number can get even quicker with these two. But right now, Fisher has to pick up over a tenth. Rob Mosier has enough horsepower with that Pro Charger to easily go in the 630 range. Nitrous versus Pro Charger. Top end, it's going to be Rob Mosier, 634. 220 miles an hour, 662 at 194. No improvement, Tom Fisher. He will stay 37. Mosier goes to number 12, and the bump spot there now belongs to Danny Nelson at 658.0. Can you believe this? There are 4 drivers all within 8 thousandths of each other, and 3 of them are outside looking in. All do a matter of thousandths. Joe Hessling gonna make the run here. Your number 6 qualifier in the category out of Toledo, Ohio for Team APD, solidly in the field. Another one of those 540 cubic inch Pro Chargers. Makes a whole lot of horsepower. A lot of the drivers are getting away from nitrous now and going to the Pro Charge combination. Final few dragsters before we go into the 6-second, 200-mile-per-hour door car category that they call Top Sportsman, and that'll be the final qualifying session for them coming up. And Kathy Fisher is not currently in the show, and you'll see her sitting back there in the water box. So right now, Joe Hessling is just making the run, trying to be consistent. He went 6:18. Right here, and there goes Team APD. How about 6:27? 224 on speed for Joe Hessling down the O'Reilly Auto Park side of the quarter mile. He'll stay number 6. Now it's going to be Kathy Fisher. Kathy Fisher, Lima, Ohio, the 2015 American with a 547 cubic inch Pro Charged Ohio crankshaft built Chevrolet. Kathy Fisher, the number 42 qualifier right now. Got to go quicker than 6:58 to put the dragster in the show. The performance by Fisher. Armor coat, team right side. Usually, husband Kevin has always campaigned the top dragster ride, and Kathy has ran Supercom. But here in 2015, Kathy has now campaigned the top dragster car. Brand new. Now Kathy Fisher is going to shut it off and coast. So, pretty sure the field is set the way it is. Tom Elliott's 1, Shauna Snyder's 2, Mark Warren is 3. And we'll switch out of the categories and move into Top Sportsman. Do apologize, couldn't get the rundown there. Track prep's going to take place. We need competition eliminator. Comp eliminator, round number 1 to the staging lanes, please. Comp eliminator, I need you to the staging lanes, please. 166. It is time for Top Sportsman. Dave Howard, the Illinois-based Pontiac Trans Am, is currently not qualified at the number 36 spot at 726. Or excuse me, 743. The bump spot 726. And Ed Kurth, the Princeton, Illinois 57 Chevrolet Bel Air, coming up 763 cubic inches strong. This is final qualifying session for Top Sportsman. Comp Eliminator, we need you in the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. 47 drivers are trying to make a 32-car field. Don't be surprised if we see a 6-second bump here in Top Sportsman today. So first pair comes to the starting line. Ed Kurth left. He is in the danger zone. Dave Howard has to make his way into the field. Oh, the 57 goes towards the wall. All eyes are on Howard. Top end, how about 680? Huge run at 203 miles an hour, and Dave Howard goes to number 13. Man, oh man, hats off to that team, because Howard is solidly in the field right now. Edward Kurth is now going to be on the bump spot at number 32. Tyler Levin and Bad Eye Breiniger. Tyler Levin's going to be driving that 1970 model Mustang out of West Liberty, Ohio. 582 cubic inches strong, got a Pro Charger there. Taking on the nitrous oxide equipped 714 cubic inch blue oval out of Middletown, Ohio for Bad Eye Breiniger. So the Mustangs will pull up side by side in this final qualifying run of Top Sportsman today. Bad Eye has been quick as 687. Tyler has been quick as 683. You'll see the purge of the nitrous oxide coming out of Bad Eye Breiniger's O'Reilly Auto Parts side Mustang. Cleans it out a few times and he will roll into the beam. Both looking to improve here, because I guarantee you it's going to get quicker. We are already at a 714 bump. Sitting on the bump, Ed Kurth, who just ran. Whole list of very quick race cars are sitting outside looking in right now. You got to turn it up big here in this final qualifying session of Top Sportsman. Oh, they're going to be side by side. Here comes Tyler Levin, Toyota lane. He's going to go 687, 201 miles an hour. No improvement for either driver. 691, 198 the speed for Bad Eye Breiniger. They will stay 16 and 20 here in qualifying. John Lynch and Larry Dimmers are going to come right to the burnout box now. Take their burnout. Manhattan, Illinois, the 24-year-old firefighter has to pick up a half of a second here. That Camaro is packing 582 cubic inches. Nitrous fat horsepower, right side. They're gonna have to find a lot here. Alongside the engine builder out of Iowa for Larry Dimmers, currently number 30 in the field at 7-11. So I know Larry Dimmers can step up big and go to the 6-second range. But John Lynch has to literally pick up a half of a second, and that is huge here at Top Sportsman. Let's see if that orange 85 Camaro can do it here. Oh, Larry Dimmers is on a run. Watch the Cobalt left side. He's going to go 689, 198 miles an hour. 749, 183, no improvement for John Lynch to where he needed to be of 714. So they're going to be outside of the field in this qualifying session and not put that Chevrolet Camaro in. And now it's going to be Mike Badia and Tim Kerman. Mike Badia, this is going to be the first run for the Milford, Michigan 1996 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Right-hand side comes the 632 cubic inch Holbrook-built Chevrolet. With Jerry Haas building that race car, they get a good combination over there on the right-hand side. The auto worker out of Michigan. And Timmy Kerman, the Morris, Illinois Pontiac Grand Am, is currently in the number 23 spot at 689.9. Mike Badia right, Tim Kerman left. Badia's got to put this thing in the show and go quicker than 7:14. Wife Debbie walks away. Oh, they're going to be side by side. Good run for Mike Badia. He will go 7:04, and that might not be good enough later in the show. 192 miles an hour, so Mike Badia is now number 31. Tim Kerman, 673, 208 on speed. That's going to put him all the way up in the number 9 position. Big run into Tim Kerman because he's in the danger zone like Mike Badia is. Now it's going to be Tony Grzelinski and Tom Harger. Tom Harger did not make the run yesterday in that purple Des Moines, Iowa-based Cutlass. He's got the horsepower to do it. Got to get it on the racetrack, though. Tony Grzelinski out of Illinois comes the 2000 model Chevrolet Camaro, 706 cubic inch Sonny Leonard power plant. Him and Bill Gibson way down there in the qualifying list in the number 48 position. Competition eliminator. We need you in the lanes, please. Round number 1, comp eliminator should be in the lanes. So that 713 bump spot being held by Tom Vanacora could be demolished right now. Because Tom Harger's car, I know, is a good 6-second player. Tony Grzelinski has the horsepower to do it. Let's see if they have the tune-up set right. Oh, Harger's all over the racetrack. He holds on and goes 675. Big run out of Tom Harger at over 209 miles an hour. It's 695, 198 there for Tony Grzelinski. He goes to number 28. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the bump spot is 702. Man, oh man, look at that. A near 6-second bump spot, and we are not even halfway through the field. Here comes Kyle Dumpke, right side. The 29-year-old wheels the 2002 Dodge Neon with a 645 cubic inch Dodge for power. He'll be alongside the 63 split window out of Mount Washington, Kentucky. That's going to be Billy and Linda Toman backing up left-hand lane. Oh, and by the way, Billy Toman not in the show right now. So Billy Toman has to go quicker than 702. With that 757 nitrous-fed Chevrolet, I know he can do so. Linda turns the onboard data acquisition computer on and backs away. Kyle dumps to the right side. Oh man, watch Billy Toman. He will go 684. 201 miles an hour for Billy Toman, 6.900. No improvement for Kyle Dumpke. Billy Toman goes to the number 19 spot. He's solidly in the show here today. All right, it's Brandon Baxter, the Granville, Illinois 2008 Dodge Stratus right side. Your number 5 qualifier currently in the category at 6:65.5. Over 208 miles an hour. And Rodney Benson, Scott City, Missouri. Ford Mustang is not in. Quickest he's been is 7:39. He's got to find a whole lot here to get in that 6-second range. The 668 cubic inch Ford is ready to do battle in the left-hand side. For Benson Customs and Interior Plus, that team has it all on the line right now. Brandon Baxter, there is no worry. There is a whole lot of nerves going through Rodney Benson. Top end, he will go 7:08, 191 miles an hour, and Rodney Benson does not get in the number 35 spot. Tough break. You got to be a 6-second player right now. Here comes Chris Osborne and Mike Coughlin. Mike Coughlin, Delaware, Ohio, the 2013 Jags.com yellow and black Chevrolet Camaro with a 777 cubic inch, naturally aspirated, big block right side. Currently in the number 8 spot at 672.207 for Mike Coughlin and Chris Osborne. He's going to pick up a half a second in the Pack Engineering Oakland, Michigan-based Camaro. Left-hand lane. So all eyes are going to be on Chris Osborne, O'Reilly's side of the quarter mile, to see if he can go quicker than 6.993. And Mike Coughlin, that car is on a string of 670 runs. The yellow and black crew roll in. They turn the stage bulb on. Hold on, here we go. At Route 66. Look at Coughlin, A to B. He will go 680, 728, 188 miles an hour. Chris Osborne, he improves, but not nearly enough. So Mike Coughlin stays number 8 here. Andy Horn and Chris Reedon. Reedon right side. Tinley Park, Illinois. The 29-year-old engineer wheeling the 1970 Nova. Currently number 38. That is not in the show, as many of you know. 699. That's the number he's going to go quicker than. He has only been 726 at 195. I think that's all Chris Reedon has. Andy Horn, he's got the Ford Mustang, left-hand side of the Ohio. 645 cubic inches of blue oval power there for Andy Horn. And all did I mention? A little nitrous oxide to go with that. So if he needs to turn the wick up, Andy Horn can do so greatly. We are nearing the fastest top sportsman field in Northern Division history. Andy Horn left, Chris Reedon right. Let's watch that gray Chevrolet Nova. It makes a whole lot of noise, but I don't know if it's going to go in the 6s. He goes 724, not going to happen. Andy Horn, 688, 201.19 miles an hour for the Ford Mustang. Oh, here comes Jimmy Fallon and Jeff Sexton. Jeff Sexton from Fairborn, Ohio for Sexton's Automotive. That is a 582 cubic inch Chevrolet with a whole lot of nitrous. Been quick as 690 at over 198 miles an hour. A 2-time national event winner. Comes out of the Performance Clinic. That's where he gets the horsepower. Jeff Sexton and wife Sharon ready to go here in this final qualifying session. He will take on Jimmy Fallon's 63 split window Corvette, also from the Buckeye State, Ohio. Currently number 31 in the category, and kind of wondering, one of them may be broke. Yes. We're going to shut them off, though, actually, because there's something down at the top of the racetrack. So neither one is broke. It's just that had to shut them off. We're going to check something there in that right-hand side lane, and we also got crews at the top end. So Jimmy Fallon, Jeff Sexton will wait patiently. There's got to be a whole lot of nerves at this point going through Jimmy Fallon. A 48-year-old driver near the bump spot in the number 31's position, and there's still many more cars to come here in Q2. So as soon as we get our racetrack clear, we'll continue on here in Brodex, Steve Schmidt Competition Engines, Top Sportsman, final qualifying action. Don't go anywhere. It's going to get wild. It's going to go quick. It's an all 6-second field. Cut back to life. We continuing on here in Top Sportsman. Final qualifying. Jimmy Fallon, right side. The Chevrolet Corvette taking on that Cavalier of Jeff and Sharon Sexton. We are on the verge of the second quickest Top Sportsman field in NHRA history right here at Route 66. Oh man, Jimmy Fallon makes a move with the Corvette. He recovers. Top end, Sexton's gonna go 698. 199 miles an hour, a new improvement. Jimmy Fallon actually makes his slowest run of the weekend at 7.124. 197 the speed. So Jimmy stays 31 in the danger zone. Jeff stays number 26. And here comes the Ford and Chevrolet matchup in Top Sportsman. It's old school. It's new school. It's bow tie versus blue oval. Your attention, please. Super stock, stand by call. Super stock, stand by call. Comp eliminator should be in the lanes. All right. Kurt Frederick coming out of Burlington, Wisconsin. That's the 1968 Camaro, left-hand side. 800 cubic inches of nitrous fed. Chevrolet at a Bob's Profab shop for Kurt Frederick and Tim Weiss. The Cardington, Ohio Mustang will be alongside. Two of the quickest cars on property here at Top Sportsman are side by side. Top end, it's going to be 679, 206 miles an hour for Kurt Frederick, 709. 193 the speed for Tim Weiss. No improvement for your number 12 qualifier. Down the right-hand side. Now Scotty Haas and Brian Brown. They're going to have to turn the wick up and make 6-second runs. Scotty Haas, the Stillman Valley, Illinois, 53 Chevrolet Corvette. Right side. 605 cubic inches for Scotty Haas. And Brian Brown has the traditional 632 nitrous-fed Chevrolet for the mechanic. Him and Billy Nielsen in the left-hand lane in the number 24 spot. Scotty in the number 27 position. Super stock. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. Super stock. Round number 1. Super stock. The lanes preparing, please. All right, hold on tight. Scotty Haas and Brian Brown, they bring their Chevrolets into the beam. Problems for Brian Brown's orange Camaro, but watch Haas. Toyota side, he goes 697. 197.25 miles an hour for him and Jeff Jones. They make a good run to stay in the field. And 27, Brian Brown will stay number 24. Now it's going to be Benjamin Boyd and Bob Wright. Bob Wright, the Buckhannon, West Virginia Oldsmobile Cutlass for Instant Karma Racing. 706 cubic inches strong for Bob Wright. Your number 43 qualifier is not in by a mile. And Benjamin Boyd has the Overland Park, Kansas 2012 Chevrolet Camaro. Harley EFI on board. That is a ProCharge 406 cubic inch. Chevrolet has gone quick at 670.208. Now, if Benjamin Boyd really wanted to turn it up, he could be your number 1 qualifier and go 630 or faster. All right, so all eyes are going to watch this red. Buckhannon, West Virginia, 706 cubic inch Chevrolet Cutlass of Bob Wright, right side. See if he can make a 6-second run right now. Wheels up, lead. Wright's getting after it, but Benjamin Boyd pulls away. Oh, Boyd's going to go 6:56. But look at Bob Wright, 6.945, and they are in the show at 197 miles an hour. Bob Wright is now number 29 here in Top Sportsman. They did what they needed to do. Hopefully, it's enough. Bump spot now, 697, being held by Jimmy Fallon, who already ran in that green Corvette. Rick Soja Jr., left-hand side, one of the local runners in the Midwest Top Sportsman Series. Montgomery, Illinois, comes the 2002 Pontiac Firebird. He's a 670 player, qualified number 10. And Tom Vanacoras, Shanahan, Illinois, Pontiac Firebird alongside. Got to pick up 0.2 of a second here for Tom Vanacora. The maintenance supervisor, 635 cubic inches strong. You see the nitrous purge over the hood of the Pontiac right side. Super stock, the lanes please. Super stock. Rear staging preparing please. We need Screaming Eagle and Dragon Bagger. Oh, they're going to make a run after it here. Can Tim Vanacore go in the sixes? He goes 7:15. Not going to happen at 192 miles an hour. 677.204 the speed for Rick Soja Jr. Stage number 10. Tom, number 37, and does not make the show. Ashton Premer, left-hand side, and Nebraska comes the 2007 Ford. And Randy Primozic backs up right side. 76 years old, and Randy Primozic wheels a 640. Second door card over 210 miles an hour. Man, oh man, is he having a blast. Team Elrod and Sunoco Race Fuels there. Randy Primozic right. Willoughby Hills, Ohio has gone quick as 6.488. He will put that black Cavalier in the beam right side, and Ashton Premer. A 712 cubic inch Ford down in the number 20 spot. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. It's Ford versus Chevrolet. Here we go. Watch Randy Primozic pull away. That black Chevrolet is going to go 655. 212 miles an hour, 6.901. 201 the speed there for Ashton. He's going to make his best run of the weekend. Or excuse me, not the best run of the weekend. Go to the number 20 spot, Randy stays number 2, and now it's going to be Steven and Ryan. So Stephen Lemon, left-hand side, the Wisconsin-based machine operator, is number 34 and not currently in the C-Tech aluminum cabinet Chevrolet Camaro. He'll be alongside Ryan Hill, his dad Dave, and Big Booty Judy. No, that's not his girlfriend. That's his race car. The 2002 Pontiac Firebird will put in the beam's right-hand side. 518 cubic inches of hemi power for Ryan Hill. Has gotten quick as 6.357. Career best numbers for the kid out of Valparaiso, Indiana. Ryan and Dave. Dave has been around the sport of drag racing for many, many years as a top outlaw dragster driver. Now he's watching his son do the thing. Oh man, Ryan Hill's on a run. Top in the Pontiac, how about 642? 218 miles an hour, 705, 200 on speed, and Stephen Lehman's not going to make the show and be number 34 in the qualifying order. Gary Wojnarowski Jr. and Greg Clevenger, we're going to square up here in just a moment as we have to clean that left-hand side starting lineup just a bit for that 57 Bel Air completes its burnout. All right, engines come to life. It's going to be Monte Carlo versus Bel Air. One's qualified and one's not. That is a problem for Greg Clevenger and the team. Left-hand side of the Michigan. That insurance agent is going to have to find some horsepower and go quicker than 697. We have lowered the bump spot, ladies and gentlemen, and now let's see if Greg Clevenger can put that 57 Bel Air 706 cubic inch Pontiac with a whole lot of nitrous on board into the field and bump out Jimmy Fallon. Either watching down there at the quarter mile or listening into a speaker somewhere, because he is the man that owns that 690 laps time right now that you see on those top end scoreboards. He will be taking on Gary Wojnarowski Jr., Brunswick, Ohio, for the 47-year-old machinist. 598 Big Block is making the power there at 682.202. Best run to put in number 17. Hard to believe a 598 is outrunning a 706 cubic inch Pontiac, right? Well, it has. Let's see if Clevenger's got the setup right, because it is make or break. Run what you brung and hope you brung it up here in Top Sportsman. Stage Bob's Lake. Greg Clevenger left side. Wojnarowski Jr. then right side. Greg Clevenger, how about 678? Clevenger is in at 195 miles an hour, and that's going to lower the bump spot a bit. Man, oh man, 688.202 for Wojnarowski Jr. Not the best of the weekend, so he'll stay 18. Clevenger steps up to 13. And now the person on the bump is Jerry Albert, your reigning Top Sportsman champion. It is getting quick here at Route 66. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have set the quickest bump here in Route 66 history here today. The previous record was 698.6. We are currently at a 697.1. Right now, your number 3 qualifier in the category out of Doylestown, Ohio, that's going to be Glenn Butcher, right-hand side. The Garrett race car built 69 first-gen Chevrolet Camaro with a Holbrook racing engine, 762 cubic inches strong, taking on the Indianapolis-based Glenn Julius. Glenn Julius wheeling the Pontiac Grand Am left-hand lane. Not in the show at the number 48 spot. Coasted to a 12:17 run. So watch what Glenn Julius can do with that big horse-powered Pontiac left-hand lane. Got to go quicker than 697. Glenn, he's just looking for a consistent run. Now Glenn Julius' car does not look like it's going in the sixes. How about 654? 212 miles an hour for Glenn Butcher. And Glenn Julius has been fighting tune-up problems this weekend, to say the least. 727, 190 on speed, and Glenn is not going to make the show. Now it's going to bring up John Hostetter and Jerry Albert. All right, Jerry Albert running number 31 on the side of that yellow Chevrolet Camaro from Avon, Ohio for Jegs.com, Abruzzi Transmission and Converters, Harley and NOS. That's going to be your reigning Top Sportsman Division champion. Right now on the bump at 697.1. He's going to have to pick it up here for him and his wife, Tracy. John Hostetter's Niles, Michigan. Dodge Stratus will be alongside. Gone quick as 687. Let's see what Jerry Albert can do here If he does not qualify and gets bumped out in some way, shape, or form, that is going to be huge and detrimental to the points. The Avon base, defending champ. Still some very good cars to run in top sportsman qualifying session number 1. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Hofstetter left, Albert right. Jerry Albert's car is looking good. Top end, 680. He picks up over a 10th at 199 miles an hour, and they are secure in this field at the number 18 spot. 694, 199. Hofstetter is going to stay number 24 for the best run of 687.8. So Jerry Albert is in the field solidly today. Shane Cowan and Gary Wojnarowski. Wojo out of Strongsville, Ohio. The 1996 Oldsmobile Cutlass, left-hand side for him, Sandy and Holly. They have been quick as 680, 200 on speed. In the number 17 spot is Shane Cowan, coming out of Indiana, the bartender at 38 years old, wheeling that Corvette. Is not in. So now the bump spot is at 695. It belongs to Tony Jurlinski's race car. And there's a whole list of very good competitors outside of the field. Some not making the show because they've already ran. Others still been in the back of the pack that maybe get the chance to go quicker the previous time and get in the show today. Right now, Shane Cowan, right side. Can he put that Chevrolet Corvette in the show? Let's find out. Ready, set, go. 8th mile time does not look promising whatsoever. Shane Cowan's not getting in. It's 687, 191 for Gary Wojnarowski. Makes the best run of the weekend by 300ths. Gary Wojnarowski. Solid in the field, and Marco Abruzzi and Steve Howard now. Marco Abruzzi, you've seen it come up in top dragster. Now he wheels the Warren, Ohio 68 Chevrolet Camaro, right side. Number 15 qualifier at 679, 202. And Steve Howard's Illinois base 2012 Chevrolet alongside, and he is not in by a bunch. If Steve Howard plans to make this field, he has to pick up over 3.5 seconds from his previous run in Q1. Superstock should be in the lanes along with Screaming Eagle and Dragon Bagger. Dragon Bagger, Screaming Eagle, and Superstock should all be in the lanes, please. They're in. Well, Steve Howard's Chevrolet Camaro is going to make a run for it. Left-hand side, he will go 695.9. 199.46 miles an hour, and Steve Howard missed the show by matter of 1,000. Oh man, Steve Howard, he gave it a good run. He will come up in the number 33 spot, and we take the top 32. Performed when he needed to, it just wasn't enough. Tim Irwin and Lester Johnson. Lester Johnson, the ultra quick Cynthiana, Kentucky based LJ Motorsports 55 Bel Air. Left hand side. And Tim Irwin, the Portland, Indiana Research and Development Director for Motor Engineering. And Timmy is running on a 598 cubic inch big block that he took out of his dragster. I don't see that thing going quicker than 695. Quickest he's been is 742. So I would not see Tim Irwin making the show here today. I would see Lester Johnson improving off the 654 run at over 214 miles an hour. That car comes on like a rocket ship at the other end of the racetrack. The Pro Charger left, the nitrous-fed Chevrolet right. Hold on, here we go. Oh, look at Lester Johnson O'Reilly's side. How about 669, 209 miles an hour. And Timmy Irwin's going to go 739 at 186. Not the improvement he was needing. And the number 44 spot, Tim Irwin will end up. Bill Riddle and John Scally Jr. John Scally Sr. came up and top dragster. Now it's the son. He is a three-time Division III top sportsman champion. He won here at the Jakes All-Stars in 2013. He hails from Chicago. He backs up that 67 Chevrolet Camaro right side. Currently number 30 in the category at 694. And Bill Riddle. Bill Riddle has to go quicker than 695. The quickest he's been is 10 seconds down this quarter mile. The Brighton, Michigan lawn care company owner has to find a line with that 665 cubic inch Chevrolet. Jerry Bickle built race car. The Batman Racing engine's in a Mark Cook shop, and it's about to get a whole lot of nitrous sprayed through it right now. Scotty Wasco looks like our final top sportsman competitor. Oh, big time nitrous explosion in Bill Riddle. Chevrolet Camaro. John Scally, 698, 196 the speed. But Bill Riddle just about blew the scoop off that Chevrolet going down the left-hand side, and he will coast to the 13-20-foot mark. Man, oh man, some internal damage could have happened on that Brighton, Michigan-based Camaro, as it was not happy in any way, shape, or form with the tune-up that Riddle threw at it. Scott Wasco, not currently qualified. If anybody's going to do it, he is the last guy to try. He comes out of Columbia Station, Ohio. He wheels the 1994 Chevrolet, has 710 cubic inches to play with. I know he is more than capable of getting that car to go quicker than 695. If he does, he bumps out Tony Grzelinski's effort, 695-0198. We're going to wait patiently and make sure we are clear on the racing surface before we send our final top sportsman competitor down, and then we will roll into round number 1 of competition eliminator today. Safety Safari crew will exit the top of the racetrack, and we get the all clear to fire up Scott Wasco's Chevrolet. You know you got to keep this thing stuck in the center of the racetrack. You know everything has to be exactly perfect. One slight mistake, and Wasco could end up not in the field. So that beautiful blue 1994 Chevrolet Lumina for the underwriter at 44 years old. We'll put it in the beams right side. Think we're going to like 11 o'clock. Oh man, Scott and Heidi. Toyota side. Let's look at these mile numbers. Wasco's going for it. He will go 676. Scotty Wasco's in the field at 203 miles an hour, and he is going to bump out the number 32 qualifier there. The field gets quicker. Wasco's in, and the field is set here in Brodex Steve Schmidt Competition Engines Top Sportsman. We're going to go into Comp Eliminator. It's round number 1. Coming up in just a moment at Route 66 Raceway. A little starting line prep, clean of the water box. We'll see. Racing action. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round number 1 of competition eliminator, and 2 very good drivers are going to start things off. It's Brian Stubblebeam and Jason Cohen. All right, Brian Stubblebeam, the Icon Altered, right-hand side from Peoria, Illinois. Comes the auto mechanic that started a family business, Ron's Automotive, and his dad. Qualified number 18 at 45.8 under the index is 736. Jason Cohen, the Giacomo Altered, Cohen Engineering, Kokomo, Indiana-based Bantam, 190 cubic inch Chevy will line up alongside. Leaving first will be Jason Cohen, and then Brian Stubblebeam has to run him down. Make or break time. 2 goes down, 1 comes back. It is elimination here in Comp Eliminator. Super Stock should be in the lanes for pairing. Screaming Eagle and Dragon Bagger should also be there. Let's go, and here comes that 23 Ford. Brian Stubblebeam, does he have enough real estate? No, not going to happen. Even though he was 008 on the tree, could not get there by 200. Sits 735, best run of the weekend for Brian. Jason was 028 and 821, 155. And Jason Cohen gets the win by 200 seconds. Mark Kirkman and Terry Smith match up here. Mark Kirkman, right side. The Illinois Kirkman Composites Boss Chassis Dragster. Qualified number 3 in the category at 649, 710 index. And Terry Smith, coming out of Ohio, has that advanced chassis for T&L and Connie Smith. Leading first at 792 on index. Mark Kirkman going to be good on the tree and run him down. Big first round matchup here in points of the Leo Tower Competition Eliminator Bonus Fund. And that Spitzer Race Cars Indy Gear Comp Shootout later this year at Beach Bend Raceway Park in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Named off the top half of the sponsors, and I'd like to continue to thank Liberty Gears, Jack's Wax, Billet Racing Cams, Ray Skillman, Camplane Machine, Raul Bell Housings, Teeny Auto Haulers, and Book Racing Enterprises. BRE team. Right now, Mark Kirkman right, Terry Smith left. Second pair of round 1 of Comp Eliminator. Getting ready to turn him loose. Oh, Mark Kirkman shakes the tires hard. Terry Smith's out in front and going to take the win. 745, 175 miles an hour, as Mark Kirkman could not get to the finish line and chase Terry Smith down in any way, shape, or form. Doug Warren and Ron Bone will match up now. Doug Warren's a dragster automatic out of Carmi, Illinois. The Warren service. Compressors team, that 2008 Mike Spitzer built race car, the 500 cubic inch Chevrolet DRC engine. Qualified 19 at 41, 5 under. Ron Bones, J Dragster, Benton Harbor, Michigan. 2014 model Spitzer, 249 cubic inch Chevrolet. Left-hand side, leading first, obviously, Ron Bone in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Stage up, ready to go. Doug Warren, red light start by 0.08 of a second. Doug Warren is out of here in round number 1. Ron Bone's going to go 769, 162 miles an hour. Down the left-hand side here for the win in Comp Eliminator. Now it's going to bring up Tony Pontilio and Bob Bailey. Bob and Judy Bailey's Wabash, Indiana. Steve Schmidt Competition Engines, 482 cubic inch GM. A multi-time national event winner is going to back up here right side. Number 6 qualifier in the category at 57.6 under. Anthony Pontilio's B Dragster automatic out of Wisconsin comes at 47-year-old engine builder. Don's Automotive on the side. Him and Chuck Deal. Quicker car on paper. Bob Bailey qualified higher underneath the index. Tony, he's going to leave first. He's going to have to be good on the tree and stick the nose out in front. Hopefully keep it all the way down, because if Bob Bailey leaves like he does, it'll be all over here. Starting line. Tony Pontilio has a shot and he doesn't. The number 20 qualifier takes down number 6 in a big upset. 698, 187 for Tony Pontilio down the left-hand side, and Bob Bailey, I don't know what he was doing, but he was not ready to leave that starting line at 220 green. And oh man. John Freck and the team in Warren, Ohio. The tool and die maker by trade. The 4-time national event winner. F. Dragster will back up here. And Bill Riemann-Knapp's Wisconsin Roadster. That is a C Super Rod. The insurance broker. National Guardian Life. And Chuck Worth, the number 13 qualifier in the category at 50 under. Made a best run of 8:48 off the 8:99. Sitting over there on the left-hand side. John Freck has his work cut out for him here. They're going to find a little bit of horsepower in that Pontiac. Setting over there in the right-hand lane. Well, Bill's still ahead, 1,000 foot. Bill Riemann-Knapp is going to go 8:58, 153 miles an hour. He left first and never looked back. John was 069 at 8:25, best run of the weekend by a bunch at 138 miles an hour, but it was not enough to drive around that C Super Ride. Jim Winchie, the D Super Modified, LeBaron out of Franklin Park, Illinois, right-hand side, and Brian Browse, D Dragster for Brow Bell Housing. Him and Debbie back up the MR2 chassis dragster for Team K&N. Family-owned business back there in Lafayette, Indiana. He's backing up very, very, very slowly. I wonder if something was almost broke with that race car, but now he's starting to proceed with it. Jim Winchie is going to start the burnout on the Toyota side. Continue on in round 1 of comp. Pre-stage bulb in for Jim. Brian Browse going to do the same here in just a moment, and they're going to ready to turn them loose here in round number 1. Comp eliminator. This pair is set to go on the starting line. Oh, Jim Winchie's way late. Here comes Brian Brow. Already drives around for the win. It's going to be 750. 142 miles an hour off the gas. Brian Barrow's not going to hurt the index in any way, shape, or form. Troy Galbraith and Pete Pollock. Pete Pollock, C-altered automatic, left-hand side. Out of Wisconsin comes the honorary finisher. That 2002 Pontiac Firebird started its life as a pro stock car. Now it receives a 400 cubic inch GM power plant. And Troy Galbraith at 377 Chevrolet, and the B Dragster automatic out of Indianapolis. It's up right side. Pre-stage bulbs lit. Troy Galbraith, guy who's been through the Super Comp ranks, top dragster ranks. Now he's here in Comp Eliminator. Pete Pollock, qualifying car. Here comes Troy Galbraith, and he is about to run him down. 8th mile, 1,000 foot. Galbraith's ahead. It's going to be 7.110. 169 the speed off the gas early for Troy Galbraith. He goes to the competition eliminator. Now it is going to be James Smith and Jim Greeneck, the C-Tech aluminum cabinets team with that Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side out of Wisconsin. Your number 9 qualifier in the category at 56.2 under. And James Smith, that D-altered automatic for Renza, will back up to take him on. Jim Greenheck is going after the points here this weekend. Move up in the North Central Division rankings. Try to get into that competition eliminator shootout at the end of the year at Beach Bend Raceway Park. The Leo Tower Comp Eliminator Points Fund. Lots on the line here. Can't afford for James Smith to take him down, so Jim's got to turn it green. Let the car do its thing. Been running great all weekend, 730 and 733, so a very consistent race car on the left-hand side. And James Smith has went 789 and 792, so he's no slouch in the consistency. Let's see who pulls ahead, and Jim Greenheck, it is done. He goes to the top end. No, wow, by 7,000. I don't know how Jim Greenheck just gave the stripe up. 777, 144. Had the race won at the 8th mile. Took his foot off the gas and let James Smith drive around for the win. Man, oh man, you never count it out until the 1320. 804, 170 on speed. James Smith takes out the higher qualified Jim Greenheck. Probably the craziest pair we have seen in Comp Eliminator. And I just flat out spoke too soon. Wouldn't have thought that Jim Greenheck would have done what he did. Chuck Hobby and Mike Farrell now. Match up here momentarily that C Super Modified. Cobalt at Gahanna, Ohio. The Jeff Taylor Performance Engines and jackswax.com. Mike Farrell will wait here patiently as we have one at the top of the racetrack that nosed into the sand. So somebody went a little long and didn't get stopped here at the shutdown at Route 66. As soon as we get that taken care of, we'll be back on track. This pair of Comp Eliminator. All right, so Chuck Hobbiel, Mike Farrell, the E Super Modified Automatic Cavalier coming out of Louisville, Kentucky. Left-hand side for the 8-time national event winner. The guy that's ran Super Stock, who's ran Comp Eliminator. Now brings that 323 cubic inch Chevrolet to the starting line, left-hand side. First race we have seen him and his dad all year long, and it's been good, to say the least. With CJ having a hip replacement surgery, weren't able to attend the first 2 races, so we are glad to have them in the house this weekend. The Comp Eliminator champion here in the North Central Division. It's going to be win light for Mike Farrell. Man, oh man, 853, 152. Mike Farrell gets around Chuck Hobbiel, a guy who, well, looks like he's taking a bit off the gas. 848, 150 on speed. And gave it back just like Jim Greenheck did. Chuck was past him at the 60, passed him at the 330, still ahead of the 8th mile. 1,000 foot on that jackswax.com Chevrolet Cobalt went away. Race coming at Greg Camplain now. Greg Camplain, left-hand lane, backs up the Brownsburg, Indiana Spitzer race car. The Icona Dragster at 747 on index, and Ray Skillman's Greenwood-based Cobalt for the Auto Giant. Took me a while to figure out what I was going to say on that one. 322 Chevrolet, the number 16 qualifier rolls up. Whole team of cars for Ray Skillman, the 73-year-old auto dealer. Greg Camplain, the number 2 qualifier in the category at 61-100. Race coming. Team's already on the radio, but little did they know, race coming is a little late. Top end. It's going to be a win light for Drake Camplain, 697, 161 the speed. He was 029. Ray was 125 and 834, best of the weekend at 162. Steve Ambrose and Jim Promosic Jr., the 30-year-old pipe fitter of Wickliffe, Ohio. Comes up that blue 2007 Cobalt. Left-hand side, and Steve Ambrose. Him and Bob Hubin. A very, very good pair for over 35 years. They have been together running a race car. The Woodhaven, Michigan varsity Ford team. 66-year-old retiree. 304 Ford. Qualified at 56.5 under his index. Had best run of 773. On paper, obviously, Steve Ambrose the faster car in this matchup, but we don't race him on paper, we race him on the racetrack. We've seen two big upsets here in round number 1 of competition eliminator. We're about to see another. Ambrose is ahead, and it's going to be Steve Ambrose. 775, 158 the speed, gets there by 9 thou. He was late on the tree at 111. Jim Promosic was 005, did his job as a driver. 744, best run of the weekend at 180 on speed, and Jim Promosic Jr. pulls up just 9/1,000 of a second short. Chad Vogt and David Billingsley now. David Billingsley out of Decatur, Illinois. Him and Jay. Family operation. Lloyd Hodge Racing Tire. 2013 at Chevrolet Camaro. Backs up L. Walden Automatic, number 14 qualifier, 49.700, and Chad Vogt. Out of Missouri. K. Aldred Automatic, left-hand lane. Morris Vogt Racing Engines. Good job, Bob Hubin and the team. That round win. A few more competition eliminator competitors come out in round number 1. And then it'll be time. We move into Screaming Eagle, Dragon Bagger, followed by. Right side. Chad Vogt turns to the left side. Oh man, hold on tight, because here comes that 32 Bantam. Top end by 100th. It's going to be Chad Vogt. 778, 167, and they were both 001 here at the starting line. Get down, 874, 152. David Billingsley did not make his best run of the weekend when he needed it most. So the two-time D3 champion goes out in round 1, and Chad Vogt advances here at Route 66. Here comes that double D Alder Turbo, the Honda, out of Littson, Indiana for Kerry Bales, your number 24 qualifier. And a guy who has been on fire here in 2015. He finished number 5 in the division last year in this very category. He comes out of Louisville, Kentucky. That's going to be Todd France. Todd France, 2008 Pontiac G5. Stage up left-hand side, 40-year-old auto body painter. He won in Indianapolis, first race of the year. Now he's trying to get past first round here at Route 66. Kerry Bales went 7:39. Bale turns it red, and that car, oh man, hold on, Kerry Bales. The Honda's all over the racetrack. It's 891 off the gas at 115 for Todd France. Kerry Bales' Honda started moving all over the race course. Thought it was going to end up much worse than what it was. Now, here comes Brian Simonek and Jeremy Bailey. Brian Simonek makes his first year in a comp car. At Toledo, Ohio comes the 150 cubic inch Honda right-hand side. And Jeremy Bailey, B-Dragster Automatic out of North Manchester, Indiana. It's part of the Steve Schmidt Competition Engines team. right, so Brian right, Jeremy left. It's Team Cohen, Team Steve Schmidt Competition Engine, Old Olson Paint and Body. All on board for the 42-year-old service technician. Yeah, it's going to be Winlight Jeremy Bailey down the left-hand side. And Brian Simonik's just going to coast to a 9:34 elapsed time. Final pair of the round here in comp. That's going to be Rick Brown getting a single run, that B truck. At 11 on Ohio, the Chevrolet S10 completes the burnout. Qualifying number 1 in the category. It's been a very good weekend for a guy that's really short on his team, and it's only him and his wife in the house. I guess there's a concert here this weekend. Guess I'm missing out. I don't know if it's like ZZ Top or what, but we'll go find out here in a little bit. Yeah, Rick Brown. Oh man, look at that truck in the air. That is picture perfect opportunity for the Chevrolet S10 that started live as a pro stock truck. Top end 839, 131 miles an hour for Rick Brown, who advances in round number 2 of Competition Eliminator. It's going to be Screaming Eagle and Dragon Bagger Harley Davidson rolling up next. Inspired by and built in the spirit of raw adrenaline and power of motorcycle racing, Harley Davidson Screaming Eagle performance parts are designed and engineered to perform on the racetrack and on the street. Screaming Eagle is the performance leader in street legal stage kits, performance exhaust systems, factory-built crate engines, and more. Visit your local Harley Davidson dealer for everything you need to make your Harley Davidson motorcycle a winner. Yeah, so all kinds of great stuff is going on here at the Route 66 Burn Down at Sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. We are heating things up with eliminations of our Screaming Eagle and Dragon Bagger categories. Superstock will be up momentarily. Get a whole list of top alcohol cars to come out. We got top dragster, top sportsman to run eliminations tonight. We have jets, we have Wheelstanders, and we got a live band. All for crowd here at Route 66 Raceway. So if you are just joining us, welcome. We're so glad that you could make it out to the Burn Down at Sundown this evening and enjoy a great night of drag racing. The historic Route 66 Raceway. It has been a wild day of qualifying and eliminations here in Joliet. Steve Matthews, 10.509, dead on the index, 123 miles an hour. Rowe's going to break out there by 4 thousandths at 118 on speed. So Steve Matthews going to take the win there, and he goes to the finals to take on Roberta Siemens. Kansas Buell, your number 1 qualifier, 10.53.6. They run off that index. Left-hand side. Well, Roberta's going to run through the gears and head on down to the top of the racetrack of the 1050 index here in Screaming Eagle, Harley Davidson. She will go 10.507. And oh man, did you see that? 125 miles an hour for Roberta Seaman down the left-hand lane. Dragon Bagger coming up next. Going to be Kevin Bowers and Ken Windsor, the Alexandria, Virginia. Rider left-hand side, and Kevin Bowers brings his Holland, Ohio Street Glide up to play. Number 2 versus number 3 here in qualifying of Harley-Davidson Dragon Bagger. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. We need top alcohol funny car. Top alcohol funny car. Staging lanes, please. Kevin Bowers just a tick late here on the starting line at 6:22 green. It's 11:63, 111 miles an hour for Ken Windsor down the left-hand side. Starting line to finish line, had that. Now David Cartwright, kind of a crazy story to tell. Went up there at Summit Motorsports Park at the last race in the Harley-Davidson Tour. And in the final round, he laid that bike down in the water box. Got up, stood it up, staged it, and won the race. Evansville, Indiana comes that 56-year-old rider on the 07 model Road Glide, qualified number 1 in the category at 11:39. Cartwright, going to the final round again today here at Route 66. Burned down at sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Now they're going to run through the gears. Cartwright going to go quick in 11:39. He goes 11:50. No, 117 miles an hour, but he is in the final round later today of Harley-Davidson Dragon Bagger. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have made the call for top alcohol funny car. Final qualifying session in the lanes, please. Superstock pulls up here to the ready line at Route 66 Raceway to do battle in round number 1 here this afternoon. Make sure you stop by the Route 66 souvenir trailer, grab some official apparel, stop by the band, and a few food vendors on site here this weekend, and sit back and relax because top alcohol funny car followed by top alcohol dragster. Then we'll go to pre-race ceremonies here later today. So, the track prep is going on. Final drag of the tractor at Route 66 Raceway, and it'll be super stock action. That is high flying. Wheels in the air. Some of the coolest race cars on the property. They may not be the fastest, but they put on one heck of a show. It'll be round number 1. Kind of a bracket racing style format. They dial them in, the sportsman tree drops, and they go drag racing here in round number 1. I'm going to slide on out. Scott Phillips, the official voice of Route 66 Raceway, is going to slide on in. But we have called top alcohol funny car to the lanes, please.
Thank you very much, Derek. Pleasure again to fit in at this NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. The fastest top sportsman field ever in this track. That is amazing. It's amazing what good air and good tune-ups will do. I think the crew chiefs, they all just went for broke. It seemed like everybody was really aggressive on their tune-ups, and we saw some fast times. So a little bit of track prep. Give our yellow shirts a little bit of a break. Nice job out there today, you guys. Are making the track as close to 100% as possible. Brad, well, I've never seen Brad run before, but it looks like that's what he's doing. Anybody got a camera? I could tell Eric, but I don't think he'll believe it. All right, track is going to go hot as we say. First round of super stock. First round of super stock. Well, yeah, a whole different ballgame with this super stock eliminator. And Derek, you look at the lights again, and guys are really taking a stab at the tree, looking for a big advantage. And down at the top end, Joe Gallucci with a 002 light gets the win. The 1036 will work for him. Larry Hodge goes 008 with his Monte Carlo on the reaction time, but can't pull it off. 8 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory. Okay, so yeah, there is trans brakes. They're probably launching off the bottom bulb, I would imagine. Staggered tree. Start, David McGee. I better not say Magoo. Paul will have a fit. And this race was up for grabs if Jeff goes 006 on the light. David McGee goes 007. 2 outstanding, actually 4 killer reaction times in a row. Jeff Donna gets to the stripe and gets the win. 992 on his 990 dial and 14 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory. That was close. All right, Pontiac Firebird, Riley Stufflebeam. Up from Peoria, 20-year-old full-time student. Got a Mickey Thompson-sponsored Firebird with a 350 Chevrolet or General Motors corporate block, I would imagine. Joe Covert could not make the call. So Riley gets the bye run. Down at the traps, 10:31. Wisely lets off at about 50 feet before the stripe. And our number 20 qualifier will be back for round 2 in Super Stock. All right, Mike Lund. Look at that, 1004 on a 1004. Mike Lund with a GT F automatic super stock Chevrolet Camaro. Nemeth couldn't make the call. Next pair. Out of Cox Creek, Kentucky, 55-year young car salesman Leonard Mattingly. Mattingly driving a 1995 Oldsmobile Achieva here in Super Stock. I don't think there's anything stock about that Oldsmobile anymore. Got a Pontiac 305 motor. Going to have his hands full as he takes on Nick Folk of the famed Folk race car family. Nick driving the 07 Chevrolet Cobalt. Folk uncharacteristically 9 thousandths. 9 thousandths red for the Cobalt. So Nick Folk down and out, 994. And Leonard Mantley with the winning 1030 with a 6. Boy, I've never seen the Folk do that before. In a split window Chevrolet Corvette out of Schaumburg, Illinois, that DeCarlo Construction sponsored. 63 Chevrolet Corvette, Angelo DeCarlo. And he's in the Toyota side, taking on David Dupps Jr. out of Germantown, Ohio. Chevrolet 305. Chevy Camaro, IROC. And look at Angelo hug that center line. Stays in the groove. 989 with a 3. Angelo gets the win. And a pair of red lights. Brina Splinger goes red first. Kyle Geltima gets the win. He goes 002 on the red light. Brina wheelied right out of the beams, 026. I'm sure she didn't want to do that. She's one of the better drivers around. Brina having a great year so far. But maybe a whole bunch of horsepower. Fred Bartoli. In the Alltronic sponsored 1998 Firebird with a Chevy small block. Fred Bartoli is Alltronic. Big time wheels off action for the GTDA Super Stock Pontiac Firebird. Picking on JJ Twitchell out of Elkhart, Indiana. Now at the top end, Fred ought to get the win, but he doesn't. 993 with a 1. Wow, that was close. On a hole shot, Twitchell gets the win by 1/100th of a second. And I guess that was Dad driving the 87, well, actually the other Alltronics car. Fred Bartoli Jr. All right, Jr.'s in the small block Howard 87 Camaro. And got a pair of green lights, starts both sides. Paul Hellenberg. Up from Dry Ridge, Kentucky on a Toyota side, and he gets the win. So a pair of Alltronics sponsored cars been knocked out in the first round. Find that hard to believe. Paul Hellenberg with a great job of driving goes 954 on the 952 dial with an 013 reaction time. So that's a good light and a pretty good run. Robbie Brewer driving the Oldsmobile Cutlass. Got a small block Chevrolet motor in there. 1015 the dial, as it says down there on the O'Reilly side. Taking on a Mopar, Jim Lavallo. 1966 Belvedere. And look at that Chevy power send that Oldsmobile skyward, but it might have been a little bit too much as our Cutlass has problems as he approaches 1,320 feet. Give the win to Jim Lavallo. Cutlass would have had a hard time anyways as Lavallo goes 001 on the reaction time. Near 1,000th away from a perfect light for the Mopar. And Lavallo will come back for round 2 here in Super Stock. David Dupps out of Germantown. He's driving an 08 Cobalt. They got a Chevrolet 350 power plant stuffed into that little hot rod. Robbie Harrison, tool and die maker, Harrison Engines and Machine. Kokomo, Indiana. Robbie and Bob Harrison built 66 Chevrolet Nova. A wild paint job. Campaigned for Bob H. for 35 years. Say hi to Snoopy. Michelle's on board. And Harrison gets the head start by that much. Slight hole shot advantage on the O'Reilly side, and he makes it pay off. Great run. 983 on a 983 puts Harrison down, and David Dupps comes back for the next round. Valiant effort by the Harrison crew. It just came up a tad bit short. Man, oh man, it was close. And the Lund Motorsports 1998 Chevrolet Firebird coming up next. And what I believe would be a Super Stock H automatic. Matt Lund, all the way over from Bettendorf, Iowa. And in the Monte Carlo, it's, 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass. And he's got an Oldsmobile power plant, a little 307 motor that Oldsmobile built. That's a Zach Attack. Zach running out of Lapeer, Michigan. The HVAC testing guy. It's a Zach Attack. And Lund looking over his shoulder, and he gets her done. 984 with a 9. Close race. 0.03 of a second is your margin of victory down at the finish line. All right, check it out. Wild-looking Chevrolet. It's a four-door. It's a sedan. It's a senior prom car. Matt Forbes, the Lucas Oil Fast Tech K&N sponsored 66 Chevrolet Bel Air. A little small Chevrolet 283 getting all the work done. This car goes low 11s. Bill Dyer out of Port Byron, 1986 Ford Mustang. Forbes, you are going to have your hands full because Dyer goes perfect on the reaction time. Dyer with a 000 on the green side, and that gets him the win. 11 flat on the 1096. Bill Rink Racing out of Naperville, Illinois. Naperville, home of A&G Automotive and the Gary Jenkins crew. Bill Rink, a 1974 Pontiac and Garrett 5000's too quick. He got treed as well, so Bill Rink gets the win. And nope, you're not seeing stuff. This is not Super Street. Got a pair of GTG automatics going at it. Aaron Dissinger and Greg Meyer both dial in at 1090. Watch the tree. And the GMs are going at it. A 1992 Oldsmobile down at the top end on a double breakout. Greg Meyer gets the win as he runs closer to his index, I believe. 0.08 of a second. Our 2000 IHRA Division champ gets the win. Jeremy Duncan puts that Camaro skyward. Anybody's race. Reaction time's almost identical. Kyle breaks out. 985, the winning number for Duncan. So our two-time Division III Super Stock champion comes back for the next round. All right, Chevrolet Camaro. That's Brad Zaskowski. He's got a couple of Wallies to his name. A little bit of help from Mickey Thompson, Jigs, ARP, K&N, air filters, and Autometer. Take it on Bob Marshall. Bob Marshall in the Mopar. He's got a Hemi 426 motor. Nope, I won't go there. Eastland Crane Dodge Materials. Wheels up action for our 72 years young driver out of Columbus. And that's too bad. That little Dodge Coronet couldn't come back for round 2. Zaskowski with a 009 light. Really put that fastball right over home plate for him. 973 gets the win. Zaskowski comes back for the next round here in Superstock. Meanwhile, Ricky Decker has completed his burnout in his 1994 Chevrolet Camaro, taking on John Fretch. Pair of J cars going at it. 89 Firebird with a Chevrolet 350 motor. Both are stable. Ready to go. Head start goes. Way up in the air. Green light start, both sides. Fighting for the right to go to the next round. Decker gets the win. Wow, what a light for Jim Clark. 003 will get her done. 871, he might have tapped the gas way down there to keep from breaking out. Irvin Johns and Nicole Bald. This guy won the division several years ago here at Joliet. And 933, not good enough. All right, Don O'Malley in the Corvette. That's an actual 1964. And believe it or not, what happened here was both cars went red. O'Malley goes red by 1/1000th of a second. Tom Randall went red by a 7/1000th. But because O'Malley had the head start, he went red first. Randall comes back for the next round. Tommy goes 951 on the 950, so that's a pretty good run. I'm sure he'll take that information, put it in his pocket. Todd France. And the final 3 here in Superstock Eliminator. Todd France with a 977 posted down track, taking on Ryan with a head start, and 73 years young in a 1995 Oldsmobile Achieva. Had an Oldsmobile motor stuffed in that power. Oh, look at this, 1036 with a 9 on a 1036 dial, and Rock gets the win. All right, there's a bunch of laughing going on in race control here. No laughing. My idol, Dennis, you are my God. Because we are one of the best announcers in America ever, and you are the one that invented yoga pants, aren't you? You are my God. All right, Skillman. 836 on the 827 on the bye run. Gets the run all by himself. Feel free to step in whenever you want, man. The floor is yours. Dennis is the man, a wealth of knowledge. And once again, I wish I knew 10% of all the things you've forgotten over the years. I'd be really knowledgeable. Speaking of what a gas. Folks, if you're not in the bleachers, you need to be. And I know you paid for the whole seat. You only need the edge of it as we get ready for Top Alcohol Funny Car. And we got Fire to Pipes on the O'Reilly side. That is actually a 2000 Pontiac Firebird with a 521 cubic inch Hemi motor out of Forest City, Illinois. Wayne Butler, qualified at this point, I believe, number 7. And in the Mustang, out of Corpus Christi, Texas, 64 years young, the ARC Specialties Tiger Flow entry of Steve Burke. All right, best DT for Steve there on the Toyota side was a 563 all the way back in 08. I'm pretty confident the guy is best as that since then. But Dennis, average DT for these cars on a good day like today when the humidity is a little bit low, the track is ideal. 390. Wait a minute. I think you're mixing these up with fuel funny cars. My apologies. I thought Dennis Winiger knew everything there was to know about drag racing. Yeah, he makes it up as he goes along. Well, you know, I was doing that for about 26 years as a cop, so, you know, here we are. Yeah, out of the car. All right, final preparations being made. Wayne Butler and the O'Reilly side in a Pontiac Firebird taking on Steve Burke. I won't say a word. Well, I thought it might be a little bit of a pedal fest, and it wasn't. Both guys get on and off the throttle as the supercharged alcohol running motors trying to qualify. This is the number 2 qualifier. And that puts Wayne Butler with a 637 with a 2, holds him at the number 7 spot. 736, the bump. All right, coming up next as we pay a little bit of attention to the track here, Toyota's side. A young man that I've known for quite some years. We've had a lot of fun together back in that, well, I probably shouldn't mention Great Lakes Dragaway, so I won't. Ray Drew, out of Hales Corners, Wisconsin, 51 years young, in the KW Manufacturing. That's a brand new Mustang body. Ray Drew, the pilot, taking on Todd Robertson. At this point, I believe the Drew clan is number 4 in qualifying. Todd Robertson out of Harrison Township, Michigan. In the Eaton Aeroquip, Eaton Powering Business Worldwide sponsored Monte Carlo. Both cars supercharged. Both cars running on racing alcohol. Both cars getting ready to go for the final qualifying session here, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Glad to be with you here. I don't think weather's going to be an issue, Val, do you? Not at all. Dennis Winiger got my back. Derek doing a great job. We're having a good time. So far, so good. All right, Ken Coors is looking for a bunch of attention here, so. Hi, Ken. How come my check bounced last week? No, I won't get into that. He's like, what check? You're not getting paid. Look at Rick. At Midwest Super Comp. Rick standing around like he knows what he's doing. Yeah, if he comes running in here all mad, hide me. I would not leave your seats. We're going to get ready for fire in the pipes here just momentarily. And 736 still the bump spot for the top 8 and top alcohol funny car. Robertson holding on to the number 6 spot with that recent 594, well over 230 miles an hour. Ray Drew holding on to the number 4 spot. Last time around 569 with a 5. And he almost hit that 241 mile an hour mark. All right, let's flood him and fire him up. In the pits. Tension in the pits. He did that on purpose. Top alcohol dragster. The staging, please. This is your call. Top alcohol dragster. To the staging lanes. All right, as we await, both top alcohol funny cars making their way back to the starting line. A couple of good smoky burnouts down on the surface. We have made the call. We have made the call for top alcohol dragster. So top alcohol dragster need to start making your way over to staging. Hey, call him the captain, Ray Drew, and the Toyota side. That's a 2014 Ford Mustang bodied top alcohol, 512 cubic inches of power. Taking on Todd Robertson. Robertson looking the best at number 6 spot. Robertson about 300 feet out on and off the throttle in that torque converter car. 597 with an 8 at 245.90 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Ray Drew has a problem on the starting line, and hopefully this is, boy, you hate to see that happen. Maybe this is just something minor, maybe a turn of the screw, could be a broken throttle linkage, could be anything. Don't see anything underneath the car, which is a great sign, so they'll push him back. And I know this crew, I know Ray, they will be ready for round 1. There is no doubt about that. So Ray Drew, at this point, hanging on to the number 4 spot with that 569. A 597, consistent, but it doesn't help Todd Robertson. I think he'll hang on to the number 6 spot as the top 8 qualifiers will go at it. All right, good hard smoky burnout in the Toyota side. Paul Noack out of London, Ontario. Tony Bogolo. Out off to his side, but he is in elimination. So good. Number 5 spot. So he has gone 580 before, well over 250 miles an hour. So look for car number 331. He is not out of it. This will be a great 8-car shootout. Paul Noakes, 46 years young, a high school automotive teacher. How'd you like to have this guy teach auto shop for you? Mustang, 521 cubic inches of supercharged alcohol powered. This is the Meritor Motorsports Fleet Break entry. Qualified currently number 3 with a 560 and a 9. If he can get a 558 anything, that'll throw him right into the number 1 spot. Conditions at this point appear to be ideal. Last minute adjustment on the wheelie bar, a little bit of sign language from the crew chief. And Paul is ready to go. Pre-stage. RPM come up. Probably 1 millimeter out of the groove, and look at him go. He gets right back in it, stays on it, full throttle. Not a bad run at all. 569 with a 7 at 254.81 miles an hour. Wow, that was pretty cool. All right, bump still 736. And at this point, I think that leaves Paul in the number 3 spot. All right, next pair up, Andy Ball out of Racine, Wisconsin, and Competition Products Hedman Hustler Ford Mustang. A lot of help from Hedman Headers on the Mustang. Steve Harker in the Monte Carlo out of Gainesville, Georgia, all the way up from Georgia. Wonder who builds these motors. 521 could be Keith Black. All right, backing up after their good burnouts, Toyota side and O'Reilly Auto Parts side. You're looking at your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Steve Harker in the Monte Carlo, qualified number 1 with a 559. If he could do it again, he'd be making a real statement just before first round of eliminations. Andy Ball out of Racine with Competition Products Mustang. Just 2 thousandths under Harker's 559.8. Andy, qualified number 2 with a 5,600. All right, both drivers ready to stage. The RPM come up. Both drivers look at the set message here. A little bit of puff of smoke down there, O'Reilly side. 567 with a 1 to a 603. That is a 7. Both cars at the 250 mile an hour mark as they battle that quarter mile. Not numbers I don't think that they really wanted, but impressive nonetheless. Steve Harker stays in the number 1 spot with his 559. In the number 2 spot, an alcohol funny car, Andy Ball. In the number 3 spot, Paul Noakes with his 560. In the number 4 spot, the captain himself, Ray Drew. In the number 5 spot, Tony Bogolo. And then Todd Robertson, Wayne Butler, and Steve Burke round out 6, 7, and 8. There's your top 8 qualifiers and top alcohol funny car here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Next up, My buddy Derek is going to take care of business with Top Alcohol Dragster. Don't go away.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Ultronics has what you need. Ultronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Ultronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Ultronic is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Ultronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.ultronicsinc.com.
So a quick track check of our safety safari, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, and it'll be time to go into a final qualifying session here in Top Alcohol Dragster. It's going to be 5.3 second, 270 mile per hour nitro burning action you will see. Category here in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, our fastest category they call Top Alcohol Dragster. It's going to be a great time to grab yourself a seat in the stands, because after this we're going to go into pre-race ceremonies. And then we will go into qualifying session number 2. That is the final qualifying session for Top Fuel Harley Davidson and Pro Fuel Harley. I'll tell you those when they come out. That is 6 second, 200 plus mile per hour, 2-wheel tears. And literally, if you watch in Top Fuel Harley, these things carry the front wheel all the way to 1,000 foot if they're on a good run, and that is wild. They wear a ballistic-proof vest. There's a metal plate that they wear, obviously laying right over top of the motors on those machines. So it's going to get only that much more exciting at the burn down at sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Qualifying here momentarily, Mia Tedesco, you'll see her coming out. She is your number 1 qualifier in Top Alcohol Dragster, went 5.316 at over 270 miles an hour. Jake Sanders is 2, Jared Dreer is 3, Dean Dubbins 4, Noah Condo's 5, Marty Thacker 6th, Brendan Brewer is 7, and Robin Samsel is number 8. 2 drivers, or I'd say 3 yesterday, did not make good runs they were looking for, and all very good names with Marty Thacker, Brandon Brewer, Robin Samsel. They are always top players, and they are 3 drivers that just did not get down at the racetrack in qualifying session number 1 yesterday. So now it is make or break time. Bring your A game to the table. Racetrack is spectacular. The weather's great. The sun's out, not too hot. So it is now time to make some horsepower and make some noise at Route 66 Raceway. And it looks like we do have a little cleanup at the top of the racetrack. Some Ricel ash will go down. I would say about 5 minutes or less, we'll go back in to racing action. Great time to grab yourself something to drink. Grab an ice cold Coca-Cola or Miller Lite. Officials beers of the 66 Raceway. And we even had a band going on down there. All just gearing up for that first show here tonight. We'll have 2 runs of our jets, one during the day, and obviously that last one will be under the lights. Fire show, kind of hence the burn down at sundown. That is when we're going to heat things up. Strength, durability, and reliability are just a few factors that make Brodex the best in the industry. Brodex products have been proudly made in the USA for over 50 years, and with our contingency program, it pays to run Brodex. Brodex utilizes its own state-of-the-art foundry in-house spectrometer, modernized CNC machining centers, calibrated flow bench, and computerized dyno for continuous research and development. Find Brodex on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube today. That is Brodex Cylinder Heads. Get the right parts at the right price with free same-day shipping from Jegs High Performance. Just dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed with free same-day shipping. The place for performance, Jegs. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. We need Top Fuel Harley and Pro Fuel Harley Davidson to the staging lanes at this time, please. Attention to the pit area. Top Fuel Harley and Pro Fuel Harley Davidson to the staging lanes, please. Cleanup's getting ready to clear up down to the top of the racetrack, and we will be going racing in Top Alcohol Dragster. Final qualifying session today. So ladies and gentlemen, final qualifying session here for top alcohol dragster. That's going to be the Valparaiso, Indiana. Ray Hack backing up to make a single run. He is not currently in the field. That dragster on the right-hand side did not make the run yesterday. They could not keep it running. Rolled in the water box, so they shut the car off, brought it back to the pits on it, worked all night long. They come up today, and this is a make or break moment for that 58-year-old electrician. Toyota side of the racetrack now. Ray Hack, if he goes A to B here, he is a 540 to 550 player, and that will solidly put him in this 8-car show. Somebody is going home. 2 drivers, you are looking at him. Ray Hack and the guy back here in the water box, John Paul Gutierrez, did not make the run yesterday. It comes down to this final effort. This evening at Route 66 Raceway in final qualifying. Due to weather, we have had to cut that 3rd session back, and that is very big for a lot of teams. Ray Hack's car is going nowhere. Man, that thing does not sound good. That's only 717, 205 miles an hour. As soon as he stood on the gas, it was a hurt puppy all the way down. We'll put him in the number 7 spot. That won't hold, though. I'd almost guarantee it watching some of the cars that are about to come up and take this racetrack, like John Paul Gutierrez and Marty Thacker. Marty Thacker, your reigning regional champion here in Top Alcohol Dragster, sitting on the left-hand side, will take on the MGM Grand Detroit entry from Berkeley, Michigan for the 25-year-old John Paul Gutierrez. All right, so John Paul will back up Toyota side of the quarter mile here. That is a supercharged combination for a driver that started out in the NHRA Junior Drag Racing League many years ago. And Marty Thacker, left-hand side of the hometown race, the Robinson, Illinois refining specialist for Total Flow Products and Spitzer Race Cars and Rapid Transit. He's going to put in the beams with his supercharged race car, left-hand side. Now, if you pay close attention, the difference between the supercharged and the nitro-burning cars. You see these cars roll up in the beams, they're going to pre-stage them, put them on high rev, and then make their final move into the beam. The car will accelerate very quickly off the starting line. On a nitro car, they will leave it a dead idle and make their power at the other end of the racetrack. So John Paul right, Marty left, here we go! Sideways, hold on, Marty Thacker, 548, 263 miles an hour, and Marty Thacker goes to number 6. John Paul at 5.463, 263 the speed, down the right-hand side, and the team is going to get him up to the number 5 qualifying spot for right now. Man, oh man, Marty Thacker did not take his right foot off that gas pedal, and that baby turned sideways about the 8th mile. Came back and made a left move, and then he finally got it straightened up at the 1,000-foot mark. Wild ride for Marty Thacker, but he got the car in the show, and that is exactly what he wanted to do. So a guy who just won at Norwalk at Summit Motorsports Park, Marty Thacker, is now ready to go into eliminations later today. But oh man, when you look and see this, a guy sitting in the right-hand side, he runs the number 1 on the wing. He is your reigning Top Alcohol Dragster World Champion for Team Penrite. That's going to be Chris Demke. Help me. Noah Kondo. Monticello, Indiana. Your number 7 qualifier currently at 589, 225. and Chris Dimke, a guy who has not made a run until today. They came in all the way from California. They're making their shot right now. To go to the top, they're going to run quicker than 5:31. But I know the mindset of Chris Dimke and that team. We just need to go down this racetrack, go A to B. We got one shot at it. We got to put it in the show. We're not here to set a world record. We're here to be here on race day. Hoist that Wally. So that is the mindset of your defending world champion, right-hand side, and Noah Kondo, a guy that has to step it up performance-wise, because he is down there in the danger zone in the number 7 spot. If he wants to be here for round number 1, he's going to be a 540 player. So let's see, as we bring these two race cars to life, it's another supercharged matchup in Top Alcohol Dragster. Burnouts are complete. Chris Dimke will throw that race car in reverse, right-hand side. And Noah Kondo will do the same. Piano mechanic from Indiana. Long Haul Award by far goes to Chris Dimke. Obviously, I would almost think there had to be another race series. Andy and Chris Dimke win elimination. Jersey or another divisional regional close. Not very well. They're on their way back out to California. You know what? It'd be a perfect opportunity to stop at Route 66 Raceway. Play with the guys in the region. Exactly what they are doing right now. You see the bump spot down on the top end scoreboard. Ray Hack holds that at 7:17. That's not going to hold if Chris Dimke goes A to B here and maneuvers that Toyota side of the quarter mile flawlessly, like he does about every time he takes the racetrack. So all eyes are on these two drivers. Noah Kondo cannot slouch because he's got some very big cars to come up in the qualifying order, cars that we didn't even see yesterday. So it's time to break the A game. These will roll the pitch team. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, watch Chris Dimke. He's going to go 5:32, 272 miles an hour. How about that Route 66? Make some noise, baby. He goes to number 2. That is a huge run for your defending world champion. First time they've been on the racetrack all weekend. Noah Kondo, he's going to run 5.70, 224 the speed, and now he is on the bump. They fell within 100th of a second of your number 1 qualifier, Mia Tedesco, who went 5:31.6 over 270 miles an hour. And I know there is a 20 here today. If somebody goes in the 20s, that is huge. And that whole team, and there for Chris Dimke, is very, very happy. All smiles as they get ready to go down and get their driver here momentarily. But guys, if you head down the return road, lay on that horn and make some noise. And Route 66 Raceway, how about you put your hands together for Chris Dimke, your number 2 qualifier here so far Top Alcohol Dragster. Yep, now it's going to be Robin Samsel and Dean Dubbin. Number 5, number 11. Qualifiers right now, and Robin Samsel's got to make a big move and go quicker than 5.70 seconds to put that Marion, Indiana, Morgan Lucas Racing built car into the field at Route 66. Pro Stock Snowmobile. We need you to the lanes, please. Attention to the pit area. Pro Stock Snowmobile to the lanes. Dean Dubbin and Robin Samsel ready to rock here in the Royalton, Minnesota. D&P awnings. Dragster pulls into the left side, water box. He'll turn the tire over. It's time to make some noise here with a nitro burning combination car. Robin Samsel, that supercharged car of Dean Dubbin. Robin Samsel, our first nitro burners to come up here. The Marion, Indiana tool and die maker for Team Lucas Oil. Currently number 11 at 791. They had struggled yesterday in qualifying. They have to get the setup right here, and they're going to run a stout number. I would say 550s, 540s to be safe, because that 70 number is not going to hold up. And Dean Dubbin of Minnesota. All eyes are going to be on Robin Samsel, the number 7 finisher in the region from last year. The guy that has been really stepping his program up overall from every aspect. Their team members to the parts that they are using, even the race car. Robin Samsel is a guy that has been just constantly working at things, and he's been getting better and better and better. Never count the guy on the right side out. When he wants to make a spectacular run, he can do so. And Dean Dubbin over there, finished number 8 in the region last year in Division 5. He is a top player here today, and he's a 540 runner at over 255 miles an hour. Nitro burner left, right. Supercharged car left. Side runs. Watch this. It's going to be 547. Robin Samsel, you never count that team out at over 262 miles an hour. Robin Samsel is in the show at number 7 currently. As Dubbin, no improvement off the 544 run from yesterday, so he will stay number 5. Samsel goes to 7, and they're in the show. How about that, guys? I know they are happy with that. Hopefully it holds, because right now you have a guy that has been a regional champion and finished number 4 last year, getting ready to bring this car to life right-hand side. That's going to be Brandon Boer, and a hometown race for him, the AB Construction Team, alongside of Jared Dreer and his dad, Randy. Family operation with their nitro burner, left-hand side. Brandon Boer is the fastest converter car in the country. He has found a combination that is just working flawlessly, and that Spitzer race car and Brad Anderson Enterprises components powering him down this racetrack. He struck the tires yesterday and only coasted to a 747 run. So look for big things out of Brandon Boer, and if he does not qualify for some reason, that's going to be huge. The bump spot now lowers to 548. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a stout field here in Top Alcohol Dragster. You cannot bring anything but your A game to the starting line. Brandon rolls through first. He'll spin the tire over. Now, Jared Dreer will pull into the water box. His dad, Randy's out in front of him. He strikes the tire of the nitro burner. The nitro burning cars usually do a much shorter burnout than what you will see your blower cars do or your supercharged cars. So back here to the starting line comes Brent Stewart, right side. Gibson and AB Construction. Jared Dreer at 33 years old. The Murph McKinney built race car. Ready to put some power down to the left-hand side. We'll be qualifying right now. 3 drivers are all in the 530 range. From 4 to 8, it's all 540s. By the way, only 400ths of a second separates 4 drivers. That's how close of a field we have right now. For many, this is edge of your seat qualifying. Is no time to relax here. They've had all day to work on the combination and get it just right. Brandon Boer rolls in right side. He's got to go quicker than 548 to make the show today in his hometown race. Jared Dreer left side. All eyes on the starting line right now. Right-hand side, he 4. Add 4 cars to the 5:30 range. Actually, let's add 5. How about Jared Dreer? 5:38.7. He goes to 4. Brandon goes to 5. And we are just about that close to having all 5:30 field here at Route 66 Raceway. Hats off to Brandon Moore and that whole team, because when it counted, they made it work. 5.396266 the speed, and they are solidly in the show here today. Now it's going to be Jake Sanders and Mia Tedesco, 1 versus 3. And 2 nitro cars to end things out. How cool is that in final qualifying? We're going to end up with a bump spot of 5:47.6, being held by Robin Samsel, and that is just absolutely crazy to see Marty Thacker not make an event here in his hometown race by 100th of a second. Jake Sanders out of Maple Valley, Washington for Team Lucas Oil. The Don Schumacher built. Dragster's going to roll through the water box right side. And Mia Tedesco driving for Harada Motorsports. Dave and Ken Harada, a family that's been around it for nearly 50 years. The young 21-year-old lady is going to roll through for Cards Protection Plus, NGK, and WeFindParts.com. Here she comes, your number 1 qualifier. All right, so Mia Tedesco, she has been quick as 5:31.6. That is knocking on the door of running a 20. Jake Sanders has been in the high 30 range at 5:38.259. But Mia's speed at 270 miles an hour, look at the difference there. Mia Tedesco is making a whole lot of horsepower, to say the least, on the left-hand side for Harada Motorsports. All right, so if Mia Tedesco goes into the 20s, oh man, you better hold on tight. Jake Sanders would not be surprised to see him step up. Final pair, top alcohol driver. Sanders getting right quicker than 38. How about 45? Not going to happen. 265 miles an hour. But hey, Jake Sanders made a clean run A to B, and I know that is what that team was looking for here today. They're in the show at number 3. Mia stays number 1 as she goes to 11:04 run. Now Mia Tedesco and that team is going into round number 1 kind of blind. They missed the tune-up. They missed the setup there, and they will take on the number 8 qualifier, Robin Samsel. So ladies and gentlemen, it'll be a great time if you are out and about to head to the stands as we get ready to bring you the first part of the show here at the 2015 Burn Down at Sundown. As the teams will exit and go down to the top of the racetrack, I'm going to turn the pre-race ceremonies over here to the starting line to the voice of Route 66 Raceway. Please give a Joliet welcome to Mr. Scott Phillips.
Thank you very much, Derek. Welcome to Chicago. What a great day for racing. At this time, we'd all like to ask that you all please rise. We have an invocation thanks to Chaplain Dave from Racers for Christ.
Thank you, Scott. Please join me for a moment of prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this beautiful day. Thank you for this great drag racing facility, Route 66 Raceway. Father, pray for your we pray for your blessing upon this event. Pray for safety for every driver, crew member, track and safety worker throughout this weekend. Finally, Father, pray for your blessing upon our troops. Pray that you'll keep them safe until we can welcome them home. Thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chaplain Dave. And as we remain standing, I'll bet you there's everybody in this facility that knows somebody who has served or is serving in the United States Coast Guard, the United States Army, the Air Force, the United States Navy all around the world, and the best of the best fighting crew, the United States Marine Corps. At this time, I'd like to bring up a real good friend of mine. She's a country singer from Chicago and quickly on her way to fame, a member of the band Summer Sun. Could you please welcome Nikki Farr and our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Amazing, thank you. Don't go anywhere as we got a wheel-standing fire truck, the Dragon's Fire Jet Fire Truck, Hypersonic Funny Car versus the 50 cal Jet Dragster and the Chicago Rush versus the Hot Blade. But first, it's insanity on two wheels, nitro-powered Harley-Davidson motorcycle.
So Joliet, it is time for Top Fuel Harley. Joey Cerrone, right-hand side, coming out of Naples, Florida. Your number 4 qualifier, taking on Julia Seaman. Kansas-based, Top Fuel ride, left-hand lane. This is 6-second, 200 mile per hour action in Top Fuel Harley. Carry that front wheel to the top end. Toyota side, how about 649, 211 miles an hour. Joey Cerrone goes to number 2 with that run right there. 692, 197 for Juliet Seaman. Had to really lean into that bike down that left-hand side. Will end up number 4 in the qualifying order right there. 2 more is going to come to life here in Top Fuel Harley, and that's going to be Tommy Grimes and Jay the Bulldog Turner. Tommy Grimes riding for Ray Price and the team out of North Carolina, left-hand side. Your number 1 qualifier at 6:45, 208 miles an hour, and Jay Turner alongside. It's the Battle of North Carolina. The 48-year-old riding. You know, it is absolutely insane, ladies and gentlemen, to think about this. These Top Fuel Harley-Davidsons are over 200 miles per hour in 6.5 seconds and a quarter mile. You have to wear a chest protector. There is no other sport that you have to wear a metal ballistic proof vest in drag racing. to protect yourself. There was no other sport that you lay over top of the motor like these two. Most sports require one ball. These require two. Jay Turner and Tommy Grimes ready to go here. Your number one qualifier, 6:45. Would you ever want to ride one of these things?
And just a little bit ago when the first pair went, I had a lot of respect for these guys before. Well, you can quadruple that. Unbelievable what these guys are doing on two wheels.
When you carry that front wheel almost 1,000 foot, you're really doing something. So Jay the Bulldog Turner, Tommy Grimes, hold on, because Jay Turner closed the tire off from the starting line. How about 6:43? Best run of the weekend at 218 miles an hour. And Tommy Grimes stays number one for a reason here at Route 66. Man, oh man, how cool is that? Tommy Grimes will go into round number one as your number one qualifier.
One of the bike riders just a little while ago before we started all this, getting a little bit of information on these motorcycles. Ladies and gentlemen, these bikes are pumping out 220 horsepower per cylinder. That's unbelievable. To have that strap between your legs, well, I'm not even going to go there, but it's just ridiculous. And we've seen some of this stuff on Facebook. Some of these bikes have to have a parachute to slow them down.
Yeah, I tell you what, you got to have a parachute sometimes.
Let me see you follow that one, Derek.
I'm not going anywhere with that one. Oh, man. Jordan Cruz is going to bring this Pro Fuel Harley to light. We're going to switch gears. We're going to slow things down just a little bit, but you were talking about 7-second motorcycles still at over 170 miles an hour. Your number 5 qualifier out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, rolls in there left-hand side. Single run to start things off. We need attention in the pit area. We need Super Street. The staging lanes, please. Attention to the pit area, Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Right after this Pro Fuel Harley class, we will move into Pro Stock Snowmobile, followed by the Jets. So we are officially underway here at the Burn Down at Sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. Jordan Cruz going to make a single run here. Still 7 seconds on a motorcycle. He's getting busy. Had that wheel in the air past 330 feet. How about 755? Best run of the weekend at 168 miles an hour for Jordan Cruz. And that team will go to the number 1 qualifying spot by 0.03 of a second. Jordan Cruz is going to set the mark here in final qualifying.
I know, I think he escaped from Rosemont. They usually have that party down there, you know, all the animals dress up. All right, Jordan Cruz sending a message out there. He says, 755, come and get me.
He escaped from
He's
somewhere.
number 1.
I don't know about that. Man, oh man. They clear that thing. David Larson and Gary Stroud. Yeah, the furry convention.
Yeah, the furry convention. We've all been there. Sure we have.
Done that.
Derek, who's up next?
Gary Stroud and David Larson is going to bring their bikes to life before we get fired. The Kansas rider, left side, it wouldn't be probably the first time, won't be the last. So the 809 has been the best ET that David Larson has turned. And Gary Stroud is a 7-second machine, right-hand side out of Valparaiso, Indiana. This is Pro Fuel Harley Davidson. Some of the best riders in the country converge here on Route 66 Raceway today.
I tell you what, Gary Stroud got that 774 with a 6 on a prior run. If anybody can knock himself into the number 1 spot, pick up a 10th some way somehow, he might be able to do it. Got his work cut out for him. We'll see what happens. And
David Larson, he has been an 8-second player, so he has to pick up big if he wants to run with the big dogs here at Pro Fuel Harley Davidson. 809 above 51. That's nowhere near the number 1 qualifying spot. These two roll in. They're set. Stroud with the lead in the bike hard to left. Top end, they close in. How about 7? 75 162 miles an hour. Better for both, but not to the top. Gary Stroud stays 3. David Larson stays 4. And here comes 2 more in just a moment. That is going to bring up the lady. Jeanette Thornley is out here as your number 2 qualifier. Man, oh man. Do we have any ladies in the stands that'll make some noise for Jeanette Thornley, your number 2 qualifier, riding a Harley at over 7.5 seconds, over 160 miles an hour. She is ready to take on the boys here at Route 66. Thornley will edge towards that water box. Dennis Fisher has to take that thing off the stand. He's just sitting there waiting patiently as his crew will run back to him. He assumed the position. All down and ready to go, but nobody left him off the stand. Jeanette Thornley, best career ET, has been 7.30 seconds at over 185 miles an hour. She is a 4-time Pro Fuel Harley-Davidson winner on tour. Her and Johnny Vickers makes the horsepower right side. The only lady in this category for the 47-year-old field consultant. Final pair here in qualifying of Pro Fuel Harley-Davidson tonight. See them back up. Oh man, this is going to be a side-by-side run. Fisher pulls ahead. Here comes Thornley. How about 7:51? Jeanette Thornley steps up at 167 miles an hour, and the lady goes to the top. Jeanette Thornley is your new number 1 qualifier here in Pro Fuel Harley-Davidson. 7.605, 165 the speed, and Dennis Fisher ends up number 3. The lady set a statement as she readies for round number 1 later today. We're going to move in to the 150 mile per hour snowmobile category. They call Pro Stock Snowmobile. Got jets to follow that. I think Scott Phillips is going to bring you through these next 2 categories. The excitement lives on here at Route 66 Raceway.
Well, I hope Danny Sullivan takes time out to come by race control and have a few words with us, because this guy is just amazing. I had a real nice conversation with him, a Vietnam veteran himself, and they call him Turbo Danny, and he is going to put on one heck of a show today. He's got a race pack on the dashboard of his jet dragster to help him tune up a jet engine. So I kind of went around the bush a little bit, and finally got to the point where I asked him about hitting 300 miles an hour tonight. He just smiled. So you know what that means. I'm not sure if he's allowed to do it or if he's supposed to do it or whatever. But if he does, everybody here, you have to, don't tell anybody. Be quiet. All right, first round of Pro Arctic Cat. Kyle Schiltz out of New Richmond, Wisconsin. 1,050 cc snowmobile power, first round. Taking on Ron Bray. Came down from Amoka, Minnesota, down the track. 1,320 feet later, give the win to Kyle Schiltz. And by virtue of the better reaction time, he goes 8:38 as well here in Pro Snowmobile. Jessica Torlucas in the Toyota side. And the H77 with a 5 not good enough as Matt Ernst Our Clinton, Iowa electrician, 838 at 152, almost 153 miles an hour. He'll get the win. But I got a feeling Jessica and her tutu-clad group are going to celebrate her birthday continually, probably for the next year. I'm pretty sure somewhere in this country that's illegal, what you guys are wearing. I don't know. Hilarious. You guys are professional racers, by the way. Okay. Brian Werner, our mechanic out of Hubbard, Ohio. A very minor, I'm not even going to say problem, starting their sled. Scott Hagan just looks over and says, I'll wait. That's what drag racers do. Extremely courteous. Good friends right now. But wait until they get up to the starting line. Then it is dog eat dog. Can't live on thank yous and nobody wants to lose. Scott Hagan, the number 2 qualifier, went 8:27 with a 2 last time around. Brian Werner in the number 6 spot with his Yamaha SRX. Won with the cubic centimeter advantage. But Scott Hagan got some catching up to do. They're at 1,000 feet right now. It's anybody's race. Hagan with the win? Yes, he does. 8:32 with a 2 at over 151.5 miles an hour. All right, so Hagan comes back for the next round. No, don't go away. You're not allowed to go. Get back to your seat right now. You, you. Sit down. You might as well stand up because there's a Studebaker coming up right after this next pair of snowmobiles. Hey, you guys can't park there. That's a fire lane. Get it? Come on, I don't care who you are. That was pretty funny. Ed Elgin out of Rockford, Illinois. Taking on Louis Werbo. Werbo on his side. Ready to go. Louis Werbo with the reaction time gets the best of Eddie Elgin, and the 8:30 with a 1 is the winning ticket. He'll be back for the next round. So Louis, number 4 qualifier, back for the next round. Glenn Hall out of Gordon, Wisconsin, used to be the goalie for the Chicago Blackhawks. Number 1 qualifier. No, he wasn't. I just made that up. There was a Glenn Hall that was goalie for the Chicago Blackhawks, who, by the way, should be playing hockey here pretty shortly. 8:30 with a 7. Wow. 153.60 miles an hour. If you got a camera, you might as well get it ready. Get her ready. A 1950s Studebaker bullet nose fire truck. And in the back seat behind the driver, a 454 cubic inch alcohol injected Chevrolet big block. Rick the Shoe Ream. Now, Rick's been around racing since early 60s, when his grandfather's Pure Oil station was home to all the local racers. Everybody used to hang out there. And everything changed in 1965 when that Hearst, you guys remember that? The Hearst Hemi under glass showed up and was kept there. Now, Bill Shrewsbury was the driver. Rick was hooked on Wheelstanders right at that time. Oh, he traveled with the Hearst and the LA Dart through the 60s and 70s. It's always been his dream to drive. So not too long ago, about 7 or 8 years ago, he started building his own when he became friends with Jimmy D'Angelo. Jimmy wanting to take some time off. Rick took over the driving duties in late 2013, learned how to drive this hot rod, and now he is the owner of his long-lasting dream. Oh yeah, he gets to do his burnout just like everybody else. Now, Rick welcomes all of his friends, stop by the pits, say hello. By the way, if anybody gets some good video footage of Rick going down the track, you stop over, pick up one of Rick's business cards, and send him your video. And if he uses any part of your video film for his video that he's making, he'll send you a free T-shirt. He's still getting squared away. Going to build a little bit of heat into that motor, build a little bit of heat into the back tires. Rick the Shoe. Rick Ream. Piper Ream. Piper. They call him the money. And his mechanic, Dave the Wrench Risner. Dave Risner helping out with the wrenching. And he's going to get ready to stage, pre-stage, then stage, and he's going to go 1,320 feet up on 2 wheels. You guys want to see this Wheelstander go the entire quarter mile on your feet? Make some noise. All right, Rick, you heard him. I know he heard you. He's got his work cut out for him. A real trick to drive. I can barely drive my own car on all 4 wheels. Pro tree comes down and away we go. Up and away. 330 feet. Half track. 800 feet. 1,000 feet. Quarter mile. Past the quarter. You can stop now. Hey, Rick. He's still up on 2 wheels. He's at 2,000 feet. He finally dropped down. Yeah, that's what happens when you put Viagra in the gas tank. All right, 1364, 95 miles an hour up on 2 wheels. The guy with the Harley shirt understood that joke. Oh, you can't make this stuff up. All right, now what is this going on? Out of Twin Lakes, Wisconsin. This guy's an airline pilot, Dave Motter. Finally was able to build this pickup truck. This truck, a 1940 Ford model with a jet engine in the back. This is a one of a kind. There is only one of these in the entire world. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a Pratt & Whitney jet engine, runs on kerosene jet fuel. And if anybody wants to light their cigarette, now's the time to do it. I'll show you right where to go. And can you believe this is a self-starter? All right, the turbine's building RPM, well over. You're looking at 12,000 RPM at least. Just about 5,000 pounds of thrust. Horsepower, who cares? It's the thrust that matters. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Super Street. Super Street, you should be in the lanes. Super Street, if you are not in the lanes, you're late. We need stock eliminator to the lanes. In the pits. In the pits. First call, stock eliminator. I could feel that all the way in here. And it wasn't me this time. Well, they said it's supposed to be aerodynamic. I find that hard to believe, though. This is going to be a handful for Dave to drive. And I think he's looking to go full throttle the entire 1,320 feet. Afterburners kicking in. You guys down there in the Sunoco tent. Here he comes. Full throttle. Look at the numbers. 766 with a 9. He was looking for 200 miles an hour, and he got it. 202.70 miles an hour, and the crowd goes crazy. Oh, but wait, there's more. All right, we got a racing vehicle that's coming up to the line right now that just might be a tad bit more aerodynamic than Dave Motter's 1940 Ford pick-em-up truck. And a little bit of a story behind this pair, and I'm not supposed to say anything, but the hypersonic funny car is taking on the 50 cal jet dragster. This is Barry Richter's hypersonic jet funny car, no stranger to Route 66 Raceway. He's gone head-to-head with Scott Heat many times. Oh, Scott and his 50 cal jet dragster, he calls Route 66 his home track. Richter says, no, this is my home track. And kind of friends in the pits, not anymore. Each one of them looking for bragging rights here. First of all, primary goal is to entertain our audience. But I just got a feeling deep inside that Barry Richter's looking to make a statement. Now, he's insisting that a jet funny car can outrun a jet dragster. Now, I flunked elementary math in 4th grade, but I'm not going to tell anybody that. But it just seems to me that a jet dragster should be able to outrun a jet-powered funny car. So we got a real contest coming up to the starting line right now. The track's about ready to go hot. Neither one of these self-starters, Pratt & Whitney motors, I believe. I don't think the Rolls-Royce engine is used anymore. Both cars sporting about 7,000 pounds of thrust, plus or minus a little bit. Both drivers said they're trying to fatten it up with this cool air. They got a green light from our starter. And how many folks out there want to see this jet dragster put that funny car away? How many folks out there said that's enough? It's time for the funny car to prevail. It's about a 50-50 shot. Well, in a couple of minutes, we're going to find out. One heck of a show here. This is what we call the burn down at sundown. All right, O'Reilly's side, that's Barry Richter in a hypersonic jet funny car. 7,000 pounds of thrust, ready to go. He's hot and bothered. He's bothered by the fact that Scotty Heat says, this is my home track, I'm the boss. Scotty Heat getting ready to stage. He says, hey, Barry, follow me. All right, now with those power bursts, maybe you can't hear me. Way down at the top end, things are falling off the shelf here. Uh-oh. Pick up that computer. It's getting awfully warm in here, believe it or not. Scotty Heat, and away they go. Barry Richter with the hole shot, and Schutz come out way ahead of time. But look at the numbers for Holdrich. 551 with a 6, 287.17 miles an hour. 8 1/4, nowhere near what Barry Richter's car can go. Might have had problems a little bit down there in the groove. He threw out the chutes right away. You know what that means? Revenge factor. Richter says, I'm not done yet. He'll be back. Both these cars will be back under the lights at night, tonight, here at the Burn Down at Sundown. Stock Eliminator. We've made the call. Stock Eliminator to the lanes. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. You guys are on standby, so get ready. Make sure you're ready to go. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman on standby, so get ready to go. Wait, where are you guys going? We got 2 more jets. We're going to double check the trackway down there. We got 2 more jets. Check it out. In the O'Reilly side, Danny Sullivan, Chicago Rush. One of my heroes, a Vietnam vet, served the United States Army proudly. This guy, I asked him about going 300, and he just smiled. He's got a tune-up, a race pack on the dash that's going to help him tune this car up. I always thought you just pour jet fuel into it and let it rock. Well, there's a little bit more to that. He says the air is ideal here in Chicago for this type of an event. And there's a guy that's been around for quite a while with great experience. Can you believe this guy started racing way back in 1967 at Great Lakes Dragway? In a 1962 Ford Galaxy of all cars. So he's going back and forth with the bracket racing and all that. Back in 1976, his ability landed him a ride in the first Hot Pants Hemi Colt with builder Lee Austin, noticing his talent. And in 1978, way back when, this young man helped build the Avenger Jet Dragster. Got the 38th jet license ever for jets from the National Hot Rod Association. He campaigned that car for the next couple of years. And he raced a funny car, too. So got into that. Back in 1990, said, that's enough. I got to get back behind the wheel of a jet. So he commissioned a jet shop in Texas to build the Chicago Rush. And that's the dragster that you see right now. To only Danny Sullivan's specifications. He said, I know what it takes to make a jet dragster go. I'm going to build this on my own. And then the Care Shop in Chicago made the body to his design. Currently the longest actively campaigning jet dragster driver, Danny Sullivan, a living legend, having entertained millions of fans, appearing on television numerous times. You might as well stand up and say, happy birthday, Danny, because it was his birthday yesterday. And what does he do to celebrate it? He comes here to the Burn Down at Sundown, put on a show for you guys. And in the Toyota side, it's the Blade out of Union Pier, Michigan. A gentleman driving this hot rod, 58 years young. Yeah, no sooner do we get through picking up everything here at Race Control. Now we got to glue it back down to the counter as these power bursts are knocking things off the wall. Anybody got any Velcro? All right, Danny Sullivan shooting for 300 miles an hour. But he told me he does not have a base run for this setup. If he doesn't get it now, I'd be shocked if he doesn't pull it off later on tonight. This is one of 2 passes that our jet drivers are going to have as they power their way up to the starting line. right, Sunoco's tied. Get your cameras ready. And Danny has a flame out. That's unheard of. Look at the numbers on the Toyota side for the Blade. 560 with a 5, 285 plus on the mile per hour. And I just got a text message from Danny Sullivan. He said, "Can you give me a hand?" I said, "All right, I'll be right there, Danny." That's a rarity. That is a real rarity when you get a flame out like that. He was ready to make some power. The Blade, over 7,000 pounds of thrust, 285 miles an hour. A little bit of a jet-powered tune-up in that Pratt & Whitney motor, and guess what? The Blade can hit 300. Don't be surprised. All right, next up, here at the Burn Down at Sundown, the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Again, we've made the call for stock eliminator. Stock eliminator should be back to the lanes. All right, we've made the call now for top dragster. Top dragster, round 1. This is your call. Top dragster, round 1. Top dragster to staging, please. Top dragster to staging. Can you imagine being behind the wheel of that? The G-forces. And you guys got to be here. Make sure you're here for the NHRA Nationals. That's the Mellow Yellow Drag Racing Series. Sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts and Toyota and Coca-Cola and some other really cool people. Here at Route 66 Raceway. It's coming up in July in the heat of the battle. And meet Chicago's own, actually Park Ridge, Tony Schumacher, the U.S. Army, top fuel dragster. And met the guy out in Phoenix, as a matter of fact, and had a real nice conversation with Tony Schumacher. And, you know, one of the questions that you always want to ask one of these guys is, what's it like to drive a top fuel dragster? Well, we all know it's got to be insanity. But I kind of tried to go a little bit a step further. Said, you ever get on top of this thing? And he says, no, not really. These cars are just so quick and powerful. They're kind of like that Nitro Harley Davidson. You just cannot jump on one of these things and expect to be successful. These guys have worked hard and long and many years to perfect what they do, especially on the Nitro Harley Davidsons. Boy, I just built myself a ton of respect for these guys that are driving these bikes. And it is a team effort. It's not just one guy. It is a real team effort. So anybody that says you're alone when you build these race cars, I don't care if you're running Pro Eliminator or Street, Super Pro, Super Comp, or Top Alcohol Funny Car and Dragster, top dragster. It's a real team effort. Everything's got to be perfect. And to say that they're unsafe, well, I don't know. But Nitro Harley Davidson got to be one of the most exciting things that I've seen at this track since the Nationals last year. Just phenomenal. All right, so LZ. LZ, if you can hear me, that was incredible. We got a lot of people here saying, whoa, did you see that? Some of them said, no, it was too fast. You're going to have to do it again. The Blade will be back. And I know Danny Sullivan's thinking the same thing. He's thinking, well, I think I might have disappointed a few people here and there. I will be back. I will figure this thing out. He built the car from scratch himself, so you know the birthday boy will be back. I think he said something about being 67 years old, but you know, after talking to him, he's got a 22-year-old attitude. The guy is just great. And if I could quote him, he said, "Drag racing's kept me young and broke, but young." All right, Super Street, in and buckle up. Super Street coming out next. We've made the call for stock eliminator and top dragster. So top dragster should be making your way to the staging lanes. And slowly making their way back down the O'Reilly side in the Toyota Tundra, the official truck of Route 66 Raceway. Toyota Tundra, the official truck of Chicagoland Speedway and Route 66 Raceway, our official vehicle, supporting our official safety crew. Look at all the neat stuff in the back of that truck. That reminds me, I got to tape hoarders for tomorrow. All that stuff. Inspired by and built in the spirit of the raw adrenaline and power of motorcycle racing, Harley Davidson's Screamin' Eagle performance parts are designed and engineered to perform on the racetrack and on the street. Screamin' Eagle is the performance leader in street legal stage kits, performance exhaust systems, factory-built crate engines, and more. Visit your local Harley Davidson dealer for everything you need to make your Harley Davidson motorcycle a winner. All right, coming out of the tunnel right now, Fred Squires in Super Street. Super Street round 2. We start to whittle down in eliminations, taking on John Erickson. If you're just joining us for the evening, thanks for being aboard. Welcome to Joliet. Beautiful night for racing. The car is going to get a little bit faster as the air gets a little bit cooler. A lot of these gas engine cars love that cold air, and they make a little bit more power. So we'll have to keep an eye on possible potential breakouts. 1090, the index in NHRA Super Street. Here at the NHRA Lucas Oil. And Erickson off the line too quick by 8 thousandths. He'll probably go 90 with a 0 just to rub it in. And he was a little too quick. And look at that number for Squires. I don't know if he's got a throttle stop or not, but he goes 1052 on the 1090. Way too quick, but he's got one more round to get that worked out. As the index for Super Street, 1090. If you go any faster, that is a breakout. And you get disqualified. Anybody interested in the Super Street Chevrolet? Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a 69 Pontiac Firebird. At a Chevrolet power plant. Brent Rooker. Cars for sale. Here in round 2, Rob Krupfeld out of Hamilton, Ohio with a Chevy Vega. That's a camback, that's what they call it. Little Chevy Vega station wagon with a 406 cubic inch Chevrolet power plant. Both cars pre-staged. Rooker is in. Krupfeld is in. Pro Street comes down. Here they go. You can see them from here already. They're looking at each other. Who's got the stripe? Get there without breaking out. And the win goes to the Vegematic by 7 thousandths of a second. That's about less than a tire length. That was close. Both cars with nearly identical reaction times, so that was a great race all the way down to 13:20. Jason Satterley, Pontiac Trans Am, taking on Pam Cooner. Greenwood RV Rentals sponsored Chevrolet S10. I'll bet you this used to be one of them old pro stock truck. Remember that category? Didn't last very long. They all ran mid to high 7s. Pro stock truck. Ouch. Oops. Need some sort of debris. Where did that come from? That came right out from the bottom of that Firebird. I don't even know what it is. I hope it's not his tax return. He's a little bit late. Pam, your 16,000's too quick off the line, so you're eliminated. Look at that Parrish. Pair of Chevy Novas. Chevy 2s, they might want to call them. One's a 64 and one's a 63. Oh, Jay Wilson Jr. in the O'Reilly side. Tony McFall in Toyota side. Both cars dialed in at 1090. Wilson, pre-stage stage. He's ready to go. Both cars not wasting any time getting in. Throw tree lights come down. Wheels up action on the Toyota side for Tony McFall. Our Tip City, Ohio lab technician down at the top end looking for a win to get him to the next round, and he gets it. 1092 with an 8. The 1092 with a 9 for Wilson. 4 thousandths the difference. That was close. So our number 2 qualifier, Tony McFall, comes back for the next round. Chevrolet versus Pontiac. Pontiac Trans Am in the Toyota side, taking on Bob Schmidt. Wow, are they messing around the top end or what? Schmidt gets the win, 11:06 on the 1090. Got the stripe by a ton. I wonder if the Firebird was having some problems. You can tell from here they're both getting off the top end safely, and we'll go on to the next round. There's that Oldsmobile Cutlass, 1969, the model year for the Oldsmobile 442. Doug Wood taking on Zach Running. Yet another Zach attack, both cars. No, Oldsmobile gives it away. As the another Zach attack with a 002 light. He'll get the win. In the pits, Top Dragster. Top Dragster, you should be in the lanes. We've made the call. Top Dragster, we have made the call. And I'll tell you what, these Top Dragster guys are busting their butts to make things happen here. My gosh, the things that go into making one of these cars go. And these drivers, every run, a lot of talent to make these cars go good and straight, try to run these numbers. Races won and lost by thousandths of a second. Babalu Racing, Chevy 2. And a green light start both sides. Brian Richardson breaks out by what did I tell you? 1,000th of a second. Richardson breaks out by a thou. Oh, he did everything right. He had a good light and a good run. It's just numbers didn't fall his way. Scott Mackey, 1092 with a 7, gets the win. Richardson got the stripe first, by the way. Aircraft mechanic Ricky Shipp Jr. Pops the wheelie, brings it right back down. Throttle stops on and off. Randy Shipp is in the Camaro, Toyota side, battling it out top end. Shipp gets the win. 1091 on the 1090. Shipp Jr. falls off just a little bit. I think that might have been a father and son team. I'm not sure. All right, next pair up, Wayne Kelly and Dave Hedges. Kelly in the Malibu. Hedges bumps in first. Hedges with the win. Well, you couldn't really notice on that last race. Both cars went red. Kelly goes red by 0.35, and that's more than Hedges' 0.19. So Kelly jumped the gun first, giving the win to the Camaro. Josh Gannant, another Chevy Malibu. 1981 is the model year. Taking on Mark Erickson out of Rockford, motorsports director. He's got a 555 Chevrolet power plant in that little S10. Another red light for Erickson. He goes 5 thousandths too quick on the tree. Gives the win to Josh Gannant. Free run for Joshua. Next pair, Jerry Rosenmeyer out of Streamwood. Stone Mountain Scaffolding sponsored 68 Chevrolet Camaro. 21 years young, Holly Burke out of Strongsville, Ohio, driving a Chevrolet-powered Camaro. She is in the O'Reilly side. Rosenmeyer came up on the RPM. I'm guessing a trans brake. I could be wrong. The automatic win goes to Holly Burke. As Jerry, I don't think he's going to get a time either. Lewis Murray and Gary Horstman. Horstman, neat little hot rod, a 1961 Ford Falcon. I'm not sure what happened. I guess I might have to look at the instant replay. Brad, I think you're right. Yep. Sure. right, we got wheels up action here and stock eliminator. Stock eliminator coming up next. Leonard Mattingly and Gary Merrick going at it. Almost identical reaction times all the way down at the quarter mile in it. 10:26 with a 0 on a 10:26 dial gets the win as Merrick breaks out. Well, I have the pleasure of having one of the Nitro bike riders sitting next to me right here. Jeanette Thornley has offered to come in and say a few words. And Jeanette, I'm looking at your hero card. 7:30 with a 2 is not your fastest?
No, Scott. Last year in Valdosta, I was able to run a 7:25 with a 3, which was my fastest CT.
That's unbelievable on that bike. And I understand that after this run tonight, the data that you collected, there's more in that bike for tonight, isn't
And I've been struggling as a rider a little bit, and we're fine-tuning it, so haven't seen it all.
She says you haven't seen it all, and she's a #1 qualifier. And these accomplishments are just remarkable. NHRA Harley Davidson Drag Racing Series champ, Norwalk, Ohio. A couple of years ago, HDRA Championship Series runner-up in Wardburn. Is that Oregon? So you're all over the world. So you got a great crew. And at 7:25, you're going to look to best that. How can you do it? What can we do to this bike? You know, I'm not familiar with tune-up on these Nitro Harleys at all. So what do you do? Feed more fuel? What do you do?
Well, Scott, I leave the tuning part to my tuners, Johnny Vickers and Buddy Foss. And right now, it's really about my riding style and what I'm learning about this new bike. So they're doing their job. They're doing a real good job at it. Now I just got to get my reaction time and my 60-foot as a rider dialed in.
I was saying during the pre-race ceremonies that I had a whole lot of respect for you guys that ride these bikes, and then I went out there and I just cannot believe what goes on. These are really complex machines. Knowing what you know with Nitro Harley Davidsons, do you see a 6, or has that even been done in the future?
Historically, Pro Fuels have not hit a 6-second run. I'm not going to say it's going to be impossible to get there. I think it's probably in the near future for someone out there, and maybe it could be me.
That would be amazing if it was, because then I can tell all my friends that I talked to Jeanette Thornley. Now, one of these things that I watch from this area right here, and you can see you wrestling with that bike as all that horsepower drags you down the quarter mile. You really got to be physically fit to handle these things, don't you?
It helps. It helps tremendously. Absolutely. It's especially after long days when it's hot and the leathers. It does wear you out. So physical fitness is important in this sport.
All right, we need top dragster and top sportsman, top dragster and top sportsman. To the lanes, please. Jeanette, I just got one more quick question for you before you take off. In Pro, Super Pro, Eliminator, and Motorcycle, we got a few girls that are riding motorcycles. If they were to look at one of your bikes like this, and what would you say to them to encourage them to go after this Nitro stuff? What kind of advice would you give an up-and-coming rider?
Well, going after the Nitro is really something that I think it's in your blood or it's not. It's not for everyone. I have many. Adventure, so
It's got to be a slow and long process and a learning curve all the time, isn't it?
Yes, this is my 4th season running, and the minute I think that I've got it understood, it's something new is thrown at me, and I'm doing something different. I got to correct myself, so it is tough. Thanks for having me, Scott.
Oh, thanks. Can you sign this for me, please? I feel like a Joe Customer asking Jeanette Thornley for an autograph. Fabulous. I know. I need a Sharpie. There's got to be a Sharpie over there. They know who they are, right? All right, in the pits, alternates. We've made the call for alternates. Is there a Sharpie back here? Come on, I'm this close to getting an autograph from the greatest nitro rider in the world. Yeah, that'll work. Look what I got. You can sign my garage wall with that marker. I don't care. How cool is this? Well, I can't wait to see next round of Nitro Bike. This is going to be so awesome. Dust on there. You don't get it dried off. If anybody touches this picture, they're dead. Jeanette, thank you for your time. I know your hands are full and you are busy with that incredible motorcycle. Wow, what a fabulous, another great lady in the world of NHRA drag racing. And how exciting is it to have these folks here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. All right, in the pits, we've made a call for the alternates, all the alternates to staging. You guys should know who you are. We also made the call for top dragster and top sportsman. Top dragster and top sportsman. Check it out. Daryl Boreski's 442 is coming back for another round. $11.39 on the 1138. I think I'd give $100 just to sit on that motorcycle. I cannot even imagine. And like Jeanette said, you better be in physical shape because this bike will take you over, won't it? And I've heard that advice from a lot of bike riders that race and a lot of other riders. You know, take good care of yourself and work out once in a while and stay straight and narrow and in great physical shape. Keep your mind straight. And it seems like the ones who do that are the ones that are always going rounds in competition. All right, Bob Marshall and Kevin Zeskowski going at it. Zeskowski in the Camaro taking on the Mopar of Marshall and can't get her done. Marshall on a hole shot gets the win by 1/100th of a second. All right, in top dragster, we are waiting for car number 368. Waiting for the Schneider crew. And 369, that's the Hessling crew. 368, the Schneider crew and the Hessling crew in top dragster. We're waiting on you guys. What a wheelie. God, that Camaro comes down hard. Bob Wenzel Sr. getting it done. A little 302 Chevy motor in that Camaro, getting all that work done. 1058 on the 1057 gets it done by 100th. Bobby Bishop Jr., good effort, but the B&B wholesale distributor down in round 2. Mike Pistelny. That's that brand new Copo Chevrolet Camaro with that Chevy 427 block. I think that's that aluminum job. And that's an incredible little hot rod right there. But check it out. Judy Boreski, the 1970 nationally famous Oldsmobile 442. And I think she'll go 11:39 anyways, as that those Oldsmotors love the cold air. Nah, she gets off it a little bit. 11:50 with an 8 on a 007 red light. Ah, that's a shame, because I love that car. Gotta love the Oldsmobiles. Bob Downing, the Downing Farm sponsored 86 Chevrolet. It's a full-size C10 Chevrolet pick-em-up truck. Picking up Kyle Riley in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. There, the J-Stock automatic car with the Oldsmobile 350 motor. And dials in 1177 to a 1308. Head start goes to the Toyota side. The pick-em-up truck going to shoot out there first. Both cars staged. The lights come down. And Downing pops a wheelie right out of the beams. And Riley cuts a green light, but then the car dies. And now he's under his own power. Boy, our Toyota Tundra pickup truck is already out there, wondering what's going on. And Riley says, I don't have to pay toll or anything here, do I? I'll just get off the track. All right, Riley and the Cutlass has another chance to work out whatever glitch it was that caused him to die on the starting line. So, luck of the draw. I think we ought to go to the Hollywood Casino in Joliet, see what happens. Nathan Boughton. That's a fastback Ford Mustang. He comes up from Plainfield, so I think he races Pro Eliminator here. I've seen the car before. Great driver, nice guy. Mike McGinley. In the McGinley Motorsports, it's 1990 Pontiac, not a Trans Am, it's a Formula. Big time wheels up action. Holy cow. Like they say at Byron, holy moly. And we got a battle. At 1,000 feet, they are just about even. Mustang ahead, can he pull it off? No, he breaks out. Mustang gets the finish line, but he's too quick. Mike McGinley with a 009 reaction time sure helped out his cause. And that gets McGinley the victory. Brian Merkel, the B-Stock Automatic Pontiac Firebird. Taking on Mitch Truman. And the Sullivan Motorsports sponsored 95 Chevrolet Camaro. He's got a 350 small block in there. And a pair of J-bodies, what we call a J-body. J-body cars going at it. No, you're not mistaken. That is a heads-up launch. And Mitch Truman better make it pay off. Oh, my gosh. Wait until he sees this. Truman goes 001 on the reaction time. A near-perfect light for Truman. But on the double breakout, the win goes to Brian Merkel. Or our two-time Division III champ. Comes back for the next round. Steven Zorni and J.B. Stevenson. Stevenson in a G-Stock Automatic Buick Skylark, 1971. No, 72. A Buick 455. Got a lot of low-end torque on that torque monster. There's that 02 Dakota we all know and love, popping a wheelie. Steven Zorni. That's an 1194 down at the top end. That's what Steve's looking to do. Can't go any quicker than that. But he falls off just a little bit. Stevenson gets the win on a hole shot. Dakota had an 014 bulb, and Stevenson with an 017. So, good job of driving. Don't go away, folks. Top Dragsters coming up next. Top Dragsters coming up next. Lynn Smith. That's a neat old hot rod. 1973 Buick Century with a Buick 455. Taking on Jim Schachter out of St. Charles. Not too far away. All right, Buick, your turn. Now, look at the tree. The Buick's got a certain amount of time to get in there. Forever. And the red light goes to Smith, and the win goes to Schechter. All right, Toyota side, MJ Quinn The H stock automatic out of Louisville, Kentucky. Makes it worth his while. He goes 11.63 on a 60 and gets the win. All right, I wouldn't wander off too much. We got some heavy hitters coming up. Top dragster. First round of eliminations and top dragster coming up next. Don't forget, as we go through eliminations here, top dragster coming up next. All the good stuff is going to come back as well. We got a 1950 Studebaker bullet nose fire truck, and you've seen him once before. This time around, it might be a little bit darker, and from what the shoe says, you got a whole lot of flames that are going to come out of the top of this thing, exhibition style. Oh, you don't want to miss that. And I guarantee you, Danny Sullivan is in the pits working on the Chicago Rush. He had a little bit of an incident and what we call a flame out. And I know Dan, he's out for revenge on himself. He's going to say that. Oh no, I'm not done yet. You have not seen Danny Sullivan's jet dragster perform yet. And this guy knows jet dragster like he knows the back of his hand. And that car will be back. All right, first round of top dragster. Dial-ins are on the board. This, folks, is a bracket race. Head start goes to the Toyota side by that much. Fastest of the brackets. Top dragster, you got to run that number that they got down there without going any faster. So John Deakins makes his way up from Louisville, Kentucky in a 2012 racecraft. 760 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in the Toyota side. Taking on Craig Sullivan's Ford. Give the win to the Chevy. And look at Deakins' reaction time. 006 on that high-performance dragster. That's incredible. In the O'Reilly side, Danny Waddle out of Pickerington, Ohio. And Mullis dragster with a 540 cubic inch Chevrolet for power. Going to have his hands full as he takes on none other than the madman himself, the airbrush artist from Elgin, Illinois. And if anybody belongs in Elgin, it's Mark Krupa. The Neal and Parks front engine. Got his wife to back him up. She says he's insane, but what am I going to do? I might as well help out. Kurt Chittister is helping out on this car. Kurt and Dina helping out a little bit probably on the Krupa entry. The only front engine car. 632. And Krupa gets the win, and boy, did he earn that. Mark Krupa with a 003 on the reaction. How did he go 003 on the reaction time in that maniacal monstrosity of a race car? And 636 with a 7 gives him the margin of victory by over 4/10 of a second, or 400ths rather, excuse me. His opponent broke out by 1,000th. That was an unbelievable race. Wait till he sees that time ticket. I don't know how he does it. You ever see his airbrushing? Oh, he's phenomenal. All right, Christopher Carrico, he's upsetting everybody at the EPA by purging all that nitrous. He's driving a Spitzer, 632 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. He's in the O'Reilly side. Tim Pop says, oh yeah, I'm from Charleston and I got nitrous too. So the Oakley Motorsports entry with a 632 power plant in the Toyota side as well. This is a battle, folks. Both 6 seconds in the mid 6 second zone. Both cars sporting 632 cubes. Christopher Carrico against Tim Pop. This is one of the baddest entries that will happen. Watch this side by side. Who's going to have the tree? I'll tell you in about 7 seconds. All right, green light start, both sides. It's anybody's race. Down at 1,320 feet later on a double breakout. Give the win to Carrico. His reaction time certainly helped his cause as he goes 42 on the 45. Tim Paps 48 on his 657. Still too quick. All right, brings up next round Dan Norris, the HVAC service tech. He's got a Hemi. Has he got a Hemi? That thing got a Hemi? Sure does. 526 cubic inches. Taking on Mike Trouth out of Alexandria, Kentucky. Driving an undercover built nitrous-assisted Chrysler. 655 cubes of Mopar power in the Toyota side. Niles in at 647 to Norris's 620, so old Mike gets a head start by that much. Uh-oh. Well, that's typical of our starter, Brad. He's going to make sure everything is just right. He don't take anything for granted, especially with these heavy-duty hot rods, let alone anybody else. That was a great job out there. All right, Norris, giving up the head start to Mike Trouth. And the backup didn't bother anybody. Look at him go. It's anybody's race. Norris breaks out 615 on a 622 quick. Mike Trouth goes 647 with an 8 on a 647 dial. 206 miles an hour. Norris goes 218 on a losing cause. Some of these cars love the cooler air. Ain't that the truth? All right, another one of the guys from Chi-Town. Here's a name you've seen and heard before. John Scally Sr. In from the city, 55 years young, and he's retired. Well, congratulations. 760 cubic inches of Chevrolet power in the O'Reilly Auto Parts side. Yet another Zach attack. It's Zach Sackman. Zach Sackman. Say that after several Miller Genuine drafts. I dare you. Out of Shanahan. Not Shanahan. You'll get punched in the stomach. Shanahan, Illinois. 19-year-old full-time student. 19 years old, and he's dialed in at 656. See what the kid can do. Well, the Zach Attack gets a free time run. Wait till Scally Sr. sees that ticket. I'll bet you he uses foul language when he sees that he went 0-0-1 on the red light. And there's another one. I've never seen Scally go red. He's Scally, one of the more respected names in the world of this Midwest drag racing. That guy's unbelievable, but double breakout. The Zach Attack comes back for the next round in Top Dragster. If you're in Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes, in staging, and in the pits. Top Sportsman. We have made the call a while ago, so Top Sportsman should be in the lanes. Another 526 Hemi motor, Tom Elliott. Dials in at 610. He's in the O'Reilly side, obviously. And on the Toyota side, Tommy Martino. Guy was on some sort of reality TV show. I don't know what it was, but with a name like Martino, if it ends with an O or an I, you don't argue with him. You end up in the trunk of a Cadillac somewhere. Yeah. Oh, God. Don't tell me he broke out. He did. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe this. Tom Elliott just cut a 001. No, I'm not done yet. Tom Elliott just cut a 001 reaction time, nearly perfect. Went down a quarter mile. 6:09 is too quick. That's a breakout. But, hey, you know what? I wonder if Martino has to make the run. All right, so Martino does get the win? No. Does he? Yeah, he does. Okay. Oh, my gosh. You know, last time I saw this was in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, you know, it's kind of tricky to look over your shoulder when you're going 224.77 miles an hour. Elliott lays down a number. What a great run. A 001 reaction time. 6:09 with a 0 and a 6:10 is a breakout. The win goes to the Toyota side as they push him out of the way. So now Tom is going, I'm going backwards, and I won this round. All right, we got to kind of remember this name, because if these guys get back to the pits and maybe it's just a little gasket or something cheap, something little. I mean, everything. These cars are putting out unbelievable. Martino, 665 cubic inches of Chevrolet horsepower. And what a complex machine. But if this is just something that he can fix right away and get back for the next round, that would be fabulous. And if that's the case, I'm going to take his card number and go to the Hollywood Casino and run it on the table. I bet you I win. That's a great-looking car, too, isn't it? Boy, that's one of the cleanest machines on the ground. Well, Tom, if it's any consolation, put a W next to that. Yeah. A win is a win is a win. I just hope it's something minor. You guys can fix it right away. You got a great team. Definitely. There's not a speck of dust on that hot rod. That is an unbelievably cool-looking dragster. So you guys make your trip from Youngstown, Ohio. Make it worth your while. Try to win another round. Next pair up, as we double-check things down track, Jim Prevost out of Mundelein. That is a Vince Nannini-built race car, so you know it's good. 632 Chevrolet cubic inches is in the O'Reilly side, taking on none other than Danny Nelson. out of Batesville, Arkansas. Man, he went, wow. It took a long time to get here, I'll bet. The Racecraft chassis built. That's a brand new dragster. Nice job, crew. That didn't take long at all. Way to go, Brad. All right, we're ready. We're ready for next round, and that shows Jim Prevost in the VRN built race car up against Danny Nelson. And the green light start both sides. Nelson off and running. Prevost gives up the head start. He's got to chase him down. And off the throttle goes Prevost with problems. And he's still under his own power, so Danny Nelson double checks over his shoulder. He gets off the gas. And Danny Nelson will come back for the next round in top dragster. And it must be the fastest of the fastest. Andrew Johnson dials in at 6 flat. That's his limit. Out of Cynthiana, Kentucky, the theoretical physicist. Whatever that means. Taking on Aaron Sturdivant. Sturdivant, school teacher, 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. Johnson, got to be careful. As there is a limit on the ET, 5 anything, and you go home. Johnson pulls it off, 6:03 with a 9. Great job of driving. And Aaron gave him all he could handle as he gets the stripe by only 4 thousandths of a second. That's got to be about, what, 12 inches, maybe 14 inches? At 207, both cars at 207 miles an hour. That was a drag race. That was close. In another VRN race car, that's Vince Nannini himself, down from Lake Bluff, Illinois. Dials in at 640. And from Elkhart, Indiana, Shanna Snyder. All right, the burnouts are completed. Shanna Snyder dials in at 6:03. There's another car real close to that ET break. 5 anything, and we're going to have a real problem. I think Vince Canine, I think he's capable of faster than 640. In the pits, Comp Eliminator. This is your call. Attention in the pits. We need Comp Eliminator to staging, please. In the pits, Comp Eliminator to staging. Whoa, that was close to the center line. Shanna Snyder with a 004 light, but the car goes in and out of the groove. And it's a lot of horsepower to handle. 611 does not get her done. 643 for Vince Nannini. And the Nannini, the VRN car, comes back for round 2. All right, O'Reilly's side, Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith. That's an American-built dragster taking on Wayne Slager Jr. Aimed down all the way down from Whitelaw, Wisconsin, the tool and die machinist. Watch the tree. Nearly a heads-up start. I don't think you'll be able to see the difference once both cars get staged. Yeah, we better. Wayne Slager. It came up on the RPM at the last second and got down to about 1,000 feet, I would think. No, maybe less than that, and had to get out of it. And he still goes 805. The winning ticket goes to Ryan Smith, 671. I think he might have got off the gas just a little bit down there at the top end, realizing that Wayne had some problems. And Wayne did a great job of driving. He got over by the right side there, out of the groove, up against the wall. I don't think he hit it because he's on his own power. He's already off the track. So I anticipate that the Toyota side will be clear here in just a second, if not sooner. And Ryan Smitty gets the win. So that brings up our next pair. Karma Hopper and the O'Reilly side out of Walton, Kentucky. Out of Mopar Motor. 655 cubic inches of Chrysler power plant and a really pretty paint job. Brian Keller out of Macedonia, Ohio. Got a couple Mopars going at it. It's a 471 Hemi motor in the Toyota side. All right, Brian Keller, a little 471 Hemi motor making a lot of power as he dials in at 609 on at the top end. So Karma gets the head start. Keller, after today's qualifying, found him in the number 4 spot with a 611. So he's right there. Not taking any chances. He's going to put a 609 on the board. Both drivers right now at this point, I guarantee they are just zoning out. Not thinking of anything but that tree. Just concentrating on putting their car straight forward on the line. Perfect. Striving for perfection. Keller bumps in right away. Hopper not too far behind. Great lights on both sides. It's anybody's race. Give the win to Keller as Karma Hopper breaks out by that much. Keller goes 611 on the 609. Of course, his 004 light sure didn't hurt. That was a great bulb. Side-by-side burnouts ovals. Mike Warham, our carpenter from Morton, Illinois, taking on Dan Oldham. Steel worker, driving a Spitzer. We talk about different race cars. Mike Warham, 451 cubic inches of Chevrolet power. He dials in at 610. And look at how high that wing is. Spraying the juice inside the butterflies to make sure they don't freeze up, running on alcohol. Dan Oldham, 605 cubes, but yet he's dialed in at 643. Well, consistency, name of the game. Can't go faster. Well, Mike Warham just cut a perfect light. Mike Warham, 000 is on the reaction time, so Dan, you would have had your hands full anyways. And then he goes 610 with a 6. What a run by Warham, a 6,000s package in top dragster. That's incredible. Ron Biondo and Marco Abruzzi left to right, going at it. Biondo. There's a familiar name in the world of bracket racing. 653 the dial. He'll get the head start over Marco, 634. Burnouts are complete. Stage these cars. Let's get ready to go. Easy, Marco. And he does. Marco Abruzzi's 006 reaction time. That sure helped him a lot, as Biondo might have had a little bit of problems there staying in the groove down there at about 1,000 feet. Not sure what happened, but Ron wisely got out of it, and he'll be back another day. Next pair up in top dragster. This is first round. First round, Phil Oakley. Out of Philpott, Kentucky. Backing up after his burnout on the O'Reilly side. Sponsored by the Texas Roadhouse. A Ford motor powering Oakley's hot rod. Rob Moser. The Moser Engineering American. Chevrolet 540 cube. Dials in at 624. So Oakley gets the head start, but not by much. Oh, Moser on the breakout, 622, too quick. Philip Oakley with a great run, 653 with a 3 on his 652. Oakley comes back for round 2. Christopher Schneider up against Ashley Tidrick. Ashley with the quicker car. In the Toyota side, out of Logansport, Indiana, taking on Schneider. A 632 cubic inch power plant. He's dialed in at 648. Boy, there's a unique setup. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to give you like a top-end charge. That Pro Charger. We're looking at that in the O'Reilly side. After this first pair, this pair here goes off. That's Schneider versus Tidrick. right, folks, we got a great side-by-side right here as both reaction times almost identical. Ashley gets the win, 6:31 on her 6:30. Tidrick with the win by 1/1000th of a second. What a margin of victory. On a hole shot on top of it. Wait till she sees that time slip. Boy, are they going to be happy. Both cars had 205 and some change on a mile an hour. All right, with the Pro Charger unit, apparatus, utensil, whatever you call it, on top of this motor, helping him to go fast. 6:26 to dial in for Joel Hessling. Home of Klinger, Toledo, Ohio. Kyle Dvorak out of McHenry, 20-year-old full-time student. That is, in the Toyota side, the Alert Screw Products, American-built Chevrolet. 762 cubic inches of top dragster power. Dials in at 647, so he'll get the head start. O'Reilly's side, great light for Hessling, and he makes it pay off on a double breakout. Well, Hessling will come back for round two. We got 16 left in top dragster. You know what, Derek? The lights are getting lower. The reaction times are getting better. The dial-ins are coming a lot closer. I'm watching the margins of victory, and they are getting littler and littler. Competition is just getting fierce, and it's only going to get better because top sportsman is right behind. Derek, take it away.
Well, thank you, Scott, as it is round number one. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Pro Deck Steve Schmidt Competition Engines Top Sportsman category. And our first pair out is going to be Kyle Dumpke and Mike Coughlin. Mike Coughlin's going to roll the Delaware, Ohio. Jakes.com, Chevrolet in the waterbox, left-hand side. This is an all 6-second matchup in round number one. Cop eliminator should be in the lanes, please. Cop eliminator should be in the staging lanes. All right, so set in because this is going to be good. Kyle Dumpke, the Grand Ridge, Illinois, 2002 Dodge Neon in at 685. Your number 24 qualifier completes the burnout right side. He will take on that yellow and black Jakes.com, the 1-800-345-4545. Miller to John of the World, Mike Coughlin. Qualified in at 672. Best run to put him in the number 8 spot. He dials up to a 677 here. Well, head start will go to the 29-year-old Dumpke, Toyota side of the quarter mile. And then the 49-year-old Mike Coughlin will be giving chase down the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. First pair of round number one. Set to head to the beams tonight. Route 66. All right. Pre-stage bulb comes on for Kyle Dumpke, right side. Mike Coughlin, he's going to start the courtesy stage process. Both pre-stage bulbs are lit. That orange car right, the yellow car left, tree drops, hold on tight, and here we go. Green and green. Mike Coughlin giving chase down the left lane. They close in, win like Coughlin. 6.806, 195 miles an hour by 6,000ths. Mike Coughlin is going to be your winner in the Jakes.com Camaro. Ryan Hill, your number one qualifier, taking on Dave Howard. Oh, Dave Howard, the Braidwood, Illinois Pontiac Trans Am. This is an all Pontiac matchup right now. Ryan Hill, the Valparaiso, Indiana, 24-year-old CNC machinist. His dad, top alcohol dragster veteran Dave Hill, gonna back his son up. Career best numbers this weekend for the 24-year-old, 6:35. 219 was Ryan Hill's best run, and Big Booty Judy is dialed in at 6:36. Oh, man. Tough break for Ryan Hill. Never would I thought that that team would be broke here on the starting line in round at number 1. I know, and Ryan and Dave is not happy, to say the least, with that one. Dave Howard, 0.36 reaction time. Top end, 675 on the 77, 203 miles an hour. And Dave Howard will advance to round number 2. Really an unfortunate break for the Ryco 24/7 brand new marketing partner on board for Ryan and Dave Hill and that team. Even though it's career best numbers, I know that's not how they wanted to start off the round of eliminations here in Chicago, because that is a Class A team, to say the least. So a little cleanup will go on here at the starting line area. But it is never easy to make a top sportsman field here in the North Central Division. We set a record with the fastest field of Division III so far. Tough break. And ladies and gentlemen, how about we give Ryan Hill a round of applause? That team was not looking to start the weekend off that way, even though they had career best numbers. Tough deal. So once we get this cleaned up, we will go into our next pair of top sportsmen today. It'll be Rick Soja Jr. and Bad Eye Brinegar. Pontiac Firebird and Ford Mustang going head-to-head in qualifying eliminations, excuse me. All right, here we go. Back in action. Top Sportsman, round number 1. Van Eye Breiniger. He wheels the 2003 white Ford Mustang right side. That's the Toyota lane here at Route 66 Raceway. He is packing a 714 cubic inch blue oval underneath the hood scoop, currently dialed 688. Taking on the Montgomery, Illinois, Rick Soja Jr. He is a Midwest Top Sportsman competitor. Hometown race, hometown track, in front of a hometown crowd. He would like nothing more to turn on the wind light. But the guy out of the Buckeye State and Ohio, Van Eye Breiniger, is going to try to put a stop to that here in round number 1. So Breiniger right, Soja Jr. left. Third pair of the round in Top Sportsman. Find out. Green light right side, green light left side. Now here comes Soja chasing down that Mustang of Van Eye Breiniger. Top end, it's going to be Soja. 675 dual breakout and a margin of victory of 4 thousandths of a second. Man, oh man, Van Eye Breiniger was holding 34 on the starting line, but he drove it all the way out at the top end, taking 300th stripe, 687 on the 88 under by 8 thou. Larry Dimmers and Scotty Wasco. Scott Wasco out of Columbia Station, Ohio. He drives the 1994 Lumina with a 710 cubic inch bow tie, dialed 674. Your number 12 qualifier left side. Taking on the engine builder from Iowa, that's going to be Larry and Jerry Dimmers. Larry's behind the wheel with that 06 model, 632 cubic inch Cobalt. Leading first is going to be Dimmers, right-hand side at 687. All Chevrolet matchup here, old school, new school. Scott Wasco, very good competitor here in the Brodex Steve Schmidt Competition Engines Top Sportsman category. Brings nothing but the best to the line. Pre-stage bulbs light up. Dimmers waste no time. He's in. Here comes Scott Wasco. They're set. Hold on tight. Both. And when I say hold on, Larry Dimmers goes towards the center line. He drives it back. Top end. It's going to be win light for Larry Dimmers. Dual breakout. 685 on the 87. 199 miles an hour to the 669. Best run of the weekend and the worst time for Scott Wasco at 202 miles an hour. It was 13 and 20 on the tree, but Larry Dimmers goes to the next round. Been seeing a lot of dual breakouts, so that means obviously the weather conditions the way they are and the track conditions, things are picking up out there. Gary Wojnarowski, right side, and Randy Promosic, left side. Here comes your number 2 and 1 qualifiers. It's the Strongsville, Ohio. Retired firefighter wheeling that Cutlass with a 598 cubic inch Oldsmobile power plant at 684. The 76-year-old Randy Promosic with that Cavalier is dialed here at 651. Man, oh man, Randy Promosic, what a very quick ride in a race car he's got over there on the left-hand side. But he's going to take down Gary Wojnarowski, Sandy, and Holly. They bring the A game to the table here in round number 1. It's the battle of the old guys, you could say. No slouches on the tree either. Gary Wojnarowski, he can mow it down just like Randy Promosic. It'll be cutthroat, I can guarantee you that. They turn it both green. You drag race all the way to the finish line. Oh, and one turns it red. Randy Promosic goes 17 too soon. Gary Wojnarowski 016 and 681, 202 miles an hour. And Wojnarowski moves to round number 2 of Top Sportsman here today. Here comes Timmy Kerman and John Hochschletter. Hochschletter, left-hand side of Michigan, the industrial equipment repairman. Behind the wheel of the Dodge Stratus. Your number 25 qualifier made a best run of 687. He is dialed here at 691. I don't know if that's the best idea, seeing the runs that we've seen so far. They've been mostly breakouts. Dialing up right now might not be the best move. Tim Kerman, Morris, Illinois, the project manager, sponsored by THP Engine and Heads. That Grand Am, formerly a Pro Stock car, is dialed here at 672, virtually what he ran in qualifying, his best run. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Both drivers roll towards that stage beam. In round number 1 of the Top Sportsman. Kerman's in. Here comes Hofstetter. They're set. Free drop. Oh, the Pontiac right side makes a move down low. He recovers though now. Can he chase down the Dodge? Nope, not going to happen. 693, 199 is going to be the winning lap time for John Hofstetter down the left-hand side. Tim Kerman was 002, but it cost him a few numbers at the starting line when that car washed out, going 677 at 204 miles an hour. Scotty Haas and Greg Clevenger is getting the matchup here. The 1957 Bel Air and that 53 Corvette. They go head-to-head. Coming out of Camden, Michigan, the insurance agent, 706 cubic inches strong. Jim Balbo, Greg Clevenger, the driver. They're in at 697. Virtually a heads-up race here. 695, the ET prediction for Scotty Haas and the Stillman Valley, Illinois pipe fitter. Ready to fit the pipe on this one. Take down the insurance agent. 0.02 of a second head start. Virtually cannot see the Christmas tree here. Number 30 versus number 14 in qualifying. And when he comes into round number 1, it does not matter where you qualified. You've got in the show that all that really all that matters. From here on out, I should say, it is a bracket race. Cut a light, run the number. Scotty Haas car left soft, the nitrous turns on top, and it's going to be win light for Greg Clevenger. And when I say that Scotty Haas' Chevrolet Corvette left soft, it left real soft. He was 008 and going 730 at 169. I don't know if the first kit did not turn on or what, but he's going to take the L, and Greg Clevenger to 698, 697. Time to look over, taking a lot down there, still takes the round win. Brendan Baxter and Billy Toman now. Billy Toman, Mount Washington, Kentucky. The 1963 split window Chevrolet for him and his wife, Linda. They're dialed here at 682. Brendan Baxter, the Granville, Illinois construction manager, is dialed here at 666. Got a very quick Dodge over there on the right-hand side. 676 cubic inches of Mopar power strong for your number 6 qualifier, Brandon Baxter. Now, Billy Toman, he has that nitrous oxide equipped at 757 cubic inch Chevrolet. He really wanted to turn the wick up. I know Billy Toman could run faster than a 60 number. Like I said, once you go into round number 1 and you make the field, it's a bracket race. All about consistency. That's the name of the game here in Top Sportsman. So Billy Toman left, Brandon Baxter right. Is it going to be that Chevrolet Corvette or Dodge Stratus? Moving to round number 2. Two very good drivers are head-to-head right now. No slack is going to be cut on the starting line in this matchup. You know, the 63 split windows made a very, very good pro mod car back in the day when that category started. Now they are a big scene on the Top Sportsman category. Brandon Baxter. Oh, Billy Toman, Chevrolet Corvettes all over the racetrack, and he turns it 009 red. Brandon Baxter, 001 and 664. 207 miles an hour, and Brandon Baxter goes into the next round. All right. Here comes Benjamin Board, left-hand side. the Overland Park, Kansas, 41-year-old wheeling that Harley EFI Chevrolet Camaro, your number 5 qualifier. And Tyler Levans, West Liberty, Ohio, Ford Mustang. Is the Mustang stuck in the water out there? That's the question we are about to find the answer to. Oh, there we go. Finally, he gets in reverse. 683 is going to be the dial for Tyler. 655 is going to be the dial for Benjamin Boyd. This is going to be a good matchup. How many people think that Chevrolet Camaro is going to take down the Ford Mustang? I know there's Chevy fans out there, and I know there's Ford fans. We're going to do battle side by side here in Top Sportsman round number 1. Watch Benjamin Boyd. The Chevrolet's coming on strong. Top in. It's going to be a win light for the Mustang. 689 and the 683 at 199 miles an hour. Taking out Benjamin Boyd, who is LATE here at the starting line. At 107 green, that's not going to win you too many rounds of competition. 657, 213 from the line. Brian Brown and Tom Harger. Tom Harger completes the burnout in that plum crazy purple Des Moines, Iowa base. Cutlass left-hand side, and it's 669. Oh, man, he dialed down 0.06 of a second. He must know it's quick out there. And Brian Brown, he went 689 in qualifying. He throws a 688 on it here in round number 1. That 02 Chevrolet Camaro will back up here. The purge of the nitrous oxide for both drivers as they ready for round number 1 of battle. All right, Brian Brown, Coal City, Illinois, the 44-year-old mechanic. He calls Route 66 home. Tom Harger, he comes in from Iowa. Says, I don't care what home this is to you. I'm going to make this round a winning round for me. They're set. Camaro right. Oh, Harger's out of power. The car got sideways. Brian Brown, he's going to go 695, 179 miles an hour. And in his hometown event, Brian Brown goes to round number 2. Get down. Ford versus Chevrolet again. That's going to be Kurt Frederick and Ashton Premer. Premer right side, the Nebraska Escort. Ford Escort to be exact. 682 the dial in. Right-hand side. Kurt Frederick wheeling that 68 800 cubic inch Camaro. Man, oh man, is that a monster. This don't keep you on the edge of your seats. I don't know what will, because Kurt Frederick, 800 cubic inch strong and still runs nitrous oxide, and at 673 was your number 7 qualifier, and that is a mild tune-up to go 207 miles an hour. If Kurt Frederick really wanted to turn that race car up, he could be a low 6-second player. Ashton Premer, 712 cubic inch Ford, dialed 682, leaving first. Listening live on D3 TV, we welcome you to day number 2. Burn Down at Sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. We are continuing on in round number 1 of Top Sportsman action. Some of the best drag racing you will see in the country is right here this weekend at Route 66 Raceway. And we made a record field in Top Sportsman, the fastest field we have had in the North Central Division that's set here this weekend. All 6-second players. Ashton right, Kurt Frederick left. Hold on tight, because here we go. Red light right side, win light left side. Kurt Frederick is taking the round win on the 673. He's going to go 675. 206 miles an hour. And Kurt Fredericks takes that Burlington, Wisconsin Chevrolet Camaro into round number 2. Cavalier versus Mustang. It's Tim Wise and Jeff Sexton going to do battle here in round 1 of the category. Tim Wise, he detuned that Ford Mustang. He went 678 to put it in the show in the number 13 spot. Detunes it in dial 702 here in round number 1. It's Team Speed Tech out of Cardington, Ohio, the innovative nitrous solution company. Powers at 615 Ford dialed in. 702 leaving first, and Jeff Sexton. He is the Fairborn, Ohio auto repair shop owner at Cavalier out of the Performance Clinic. Sealed carbureted, nitrous oxide equipped at 582, and that is a strong running 582 to go 690 in a door car. So him and Sharon left over 39 years driving a race car for Jeff Sexton, a guy who's just living a dream and having fun on the weekends. And Tim Wise, the pizza shop owner. Well, they are identical on the starting line. Which is it going to be, Ford or Chevrolet? Top end, how about the Ford? 703 by 8 thousandths of a second. Tim Wise takes that Mustang into the next round. The pizza shop owner delivers the dough there. It's going to be Jerry Albert and Glenn Butcher. Man, oh man, is this a good matchup. 2 very quick Chevrolet Camaros head-to-head. The one guy on the right side is your reigning top sportsman champion in the division out of Avon, Ohio. Comes Jerry Albert. His wife Tracy at 678. They're your number 19 qualifier. And Glenn Butcher, the demolition contractor, wheels that 69 Garrett race car built 762 cubic inch Holbrook Chevrolet to the starting line at 650. Glenn Butcher, quite possibly one of the best here in Top Sportsman, takes on the best in the North Central Division, Jerry Albert. These two 40-year-old drivers battling it out here in round number 1. Glenn and Linda left, Jerry and Tracy. Right-hand side, it's the husband and wife team side by side. Is it going to be that old school first-gen 69 Camaro or the yellow 97? Turning on the wind light here in round number 1. Inching up to the pre-stage beam ever so carefully. All down to business here. 6-second players. Ready to roll. Oh, red light right side for your defending champion. It's going to be Glenn Butcher. 655, 211 miles an hour. And Glenn Butcher goes to the next round. All right, so listen up in the stands in the Stanley Cup playoffs in the second period. Tampa Bay, 1. Chicago Blackhawks, 2. Up by 1 right now. I know a lot of people are happy with that. It's like kind of a torn deal. Do you go to the Stanley Cups or do you go to the drag race? Well, we can see all the people who came to the drag race tonight, and we promise to keep you updated with the game score, because obviously it's a very big deal here in Chicago, the Stanley Cups, with Chicago facing Tampa Bay tonight. They're up 1 right now. Andy Horn right side, Delaware, Ohio, comes the Scale Master, driving that Ford Mustang. 682 the dial in for Andy Horn, and 693 the dial for John Scally. Hometown race, to say the least, for the Chicago-based 67 Camaro. He is a 3-time division champion here in the North Central Division, a Jake's All-Stars winner, and he's ready to go here in round number 1 and try to take down the Mustang of Andy Horn. Andy Horn is late. Here comes John Scally. It's going to be John Scally. 695 on the 693, 191 miles an hour. And your hometown hero, John Scally, goes to the next round. Gary Wojnarowski Jr. and Lester Johnson going to match up side by side here. The Cincinnati, Kentucky LJ Motorsports Bel Air, that 55 big Chevy, is in at 651. Pro Charge, 540 cubic inches. and Gary Wojnarowski Jr. out of Brunswick, Ohio. I think this might be our final pair of the round in Top Sportsman. The Machinist in at 683. Leaving first. We got him held up at the top of the racetrack here momentarily as one car did not get off. Once again, Chicago Blackhawks is up 1. They got 2. Tampa Bay Lightning 1. Currently in the second period of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Actually watching on the TV right here on the tower. At least we are over here. Oh, here comes Lester Johnson, the Pro Charger, making the power. Top end? No, not going to happen. Lester Johnson's out of here, and he's 008 green and still in the way. 684, the 683, and Gary Wojnarowski Jr. lays down the run of the night at over 193 miles an hour. How about that? Takes out the higher qualified car. Now, Bob Wright and Mike Abruzzi. What I said, I thought I was in the last. Mike Abruzzi, the transmission man, Wright's out of Warren, Ohio. Marco, 683 the dial, right-hand side. Bob Wright, 692. The ET prediction, left side. Who will advance? That is the question. Points are on the line. A Wally's on the line. A check is on the line. Now, these two on the line facing one another. Bob Wright left. Marco Abruzzi right. Final pair of the round before we go into competition eliminator here tonight. Red light for Marco Abruzzi, and man, oh man, did you see Bob Wright's Cutlass pull the wheels in the air? Wow, 004 and coasting for Bob Wright, and the Instant Karma team grabs a round win. Any way you can get him, that's the way you take him here today. Marco turned it 10 red and goes 680 on the 683, taking the L. That was an interesting round. Competition eliminator rolls up. It's going to be round number 2 of this category. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. We need Top Fuel Harley Davidson and Pro Fuel Harley, round number 1, along with Pro Stock Snowmobile. Pro Stock Snowmobile, round 2. Pro Fuel and Top Fuel Harley, round 1. Top Alcohol Funny Car and Dragsters are in the staging lanes. James Smith, the altered automatic, 817, going to be the number there, the top end scoreboard. That's on index. And Rick Brown, 878 for the V-Truck automatic at Lebanon, Ohio. The left-hand side. That 2000 model Chevrolet S10, 316 over there on the left-hand side. Down there and see Riley Stufflebeam. If anybody knows the comp category, it's Riley. I'll tell you that. Rick Brown left, James Smith right. Who will it be going on to the next round of Comp Eliminator tonight? The number 1 qualifier, left-hand side, former division champion, Rick Brown. This truck packs the wheels in the air when it leaves the starting line. Watch left-hand side. For some reason, turned that truck way down to the ground. Last run, he had it on the back bumper. He'll run it on down, takes his foot off the gas early, 869, 120 miles an hour. James Smith turns it 41 red. Now it's going to be Mike Farrell and Jeremy Bailey. Jeremy Bailey completes his burnout left-hand side first. That's going to be the Indiana-based Gary Aiken-built race car, and Mike Farrell, E-Super Modified Automatic Cavalier out of Louisville, comes the general manager at 53-year-old at C.J. Farrell & Son Incorporated. Family-owned business and an 8-time national event winner. Sitting over there on the right-hand side. Won here at the divisional level over 7 times. Mike Farrell, a very good racer here in Comp Eliminator, but he has to take down one of the best. Jeremy Bailey at 42 years old. It's a whole family operation between his dad, Bob, and Jeremy's wife, and of course, Jeremy's mom, Judy. They're all in the left-hand lane here, and Mike Farrell and his dad, father and son duo, puts in the beams at 888 on index. Oh, man. Jeremy Bailey has problems at the starting line, and it's going to be Mike Farrell. He was late at the tree, but not nearly as late and have as many problems as Jeremy Bailey's encountered. 8:52, 151. That's going to be the winning lap time and speed for Mike Farrell in the Chevrolet Cavalier. Here comes the C Super Rod for Bill Riemann-Knapp to the left-hand side of the lacrosse, Wisconsin, the insurance broker for National Guardian Life. Want to sell some life insurance or insurance? He could take care of you there. Anthony Pontillo, Speed Dragster Automatic in a Kenosha, Wisconsin. The 2012 model Spitzer, qualifying number 20 at 40 under, 739 and 899. Neither one of the drivers has lowered their index in any way, shape, or form. And round number 2, we have called Top Fuel Harley, Pro Fuel Harley, and Pro Stock Snowmobile to the lanes, please. Right now, Tony Wright, Bill Lett, Dragster, Pontillo hikes the wheels up, he sets them down and giving chase right side. Top end wind line for Tony Pontillo. It's 696, 188 the speed, and the crew is very, very happy with that one. Now it's going to be Steve Ambrose and Chad Vogues. Nice matchup in the water box we have. So right now, Steve Ambrose, the J. Aldred Automatic, Woodhaven, Michigan, 23, forward right side. And Chad Vogues, that's the K. Aldred Automatic left-hand lane. It's 826. Ambrose lowered the index 400s. Chad has not hurt his index at all. It leaves it at 825. They're set. Ambrose is ahead 330. Ambrose is ahead 1,000 foot. Steve Ambrose is going to go 771. Him and Bob Human grab the round win at over 167 miles an hour. Takes it by 5 thousandths of a second. Man, oh man, literally inches down there at the finish line strike. Brian Brow and Ron Bone. Ron Bone's J. Dragster to Benton Harbor, Michigan, left-hand side. And Brian Brow's D. Dragster for Brow Bellhousing and the team in Lafayette, Indiana. Oh, man. How about that, Bob Huetman? Driver did his job, didn't he? Got a good running race car, you guys do. Very happy with that. So they're going to go down and get to their driver. But right now, Brian Brown, Ron Bone on the starting line. They're ready to match up right now. lap time. Here we go. High gear, close it in, finish line stride. Bone is 009 and not good enough by 0.07 of a second. It's going to be Brian and Debbie Brow taking the Brow Bell housing. Dragster into the next round, a competition eliminator here tonight. Todd France and Terry Smith. Todd France, D, super modified automatic, G5 in Louisville, Kentucky. He's going double duty this weekend in super stock and comp eliminator. And Terry Smith, D Icona dragster out of Ohio, is going to be taking him on. All right, Todd, 888 has not hit the index. 792 for Jerry Smith. They're going to be out of the game. Oh, man, that Pontiac G5 picked the wheels up. Big time lead for Todd France. Here comes Terry Smith. Top end wind light goes to Todd France. 831, 154 miles an hour. And they are into the next round of competition eliminator tonight. Jason Cohen and Troy Galbraith. Nice matchup we have here. Cohen Engineering Team out of Indiana, left-hand side. And out of Indianapolis comes Troy Galbraith, that 2014 model Spitzer, right-hand lane. 377 cubic inch Chevrolet, ready to do battle in round number 2. So right now, Troy Galbraith right, 739, 873, or excuse me, 872 as it lowered the index by 100. Under CIC for Jason Cohen, left-hand side. So right now, they're out of the gate. Almost identical reaction times. Troy Galbraith, does he have enough real estate? Yes, he does. How about 6.801? 182 miles an hour, and Troy Galbraith goes to the next round. Jason, 815, 155, got to the finish line second by 100. Greg Camplain just going to take the tree and back off. And we are going into top alcohol funny car next. So ladies and gentlemen, if you are walking around to the pit area or grabbing something to drink, it would be a great time to make your way to the stands because we have round number 1 of eliminations coming up for top alcohol funny car, top alcohol dragster here at Route 66 Raceway. It's 5-second, 250-plus mile per hour action. It's all going to be wild here in round number 1. Super Gas, 990 category. Attention to the pit area. Super Gas. The staging lanes, please. Super Gas to staging. and gentlemen, Joliet and Route 66 Raceway, it is time for round number 1 of Top Alcohol Funny Car. Todd Robertson and Paul Noakes going to match up side by side. It's Ford versus Chevrolet, number 6 versus number 3 in qualifying, and they are ready to make some noise here at the Burn Down at Sundown. Todd Robertson won the first race of the year. That's going to be the Michigan-based Monte Carlo right-hand side for Team Eaton. And Paul Noakes, he is the high school automotive shop teacher for Team Meritor. Folks from Meritor in the house today. Glad to have each and every one of them on board as their driver. Paul Noakes qualified that Ford Mustang into the number 3 spot. So Todd Robertson right, Paul Noakes left. These two have been head-to-head many, many times. Quicker on paper, car on the left-hand side. Let's see if Todd Robertson and the Team Eaton can upset the team out of Canada and the Meritor, sponsored Ford Mustang. First pair, ready to go. Hold on. Oh, man, that Monte Carlo's all over the racetrack, and Paul Noakes is going to go 564. 251 miles an hour, and Paul Noakes struts the muscle there for Team Meritor. Very nice run. Hats off to you guys, and we'll see you in round number 2. Now it's going to be Ray Drew and Tony Bogolo. Match up right here. We're having a blast. Are you having fun? Looks like you're having a real good time. Megan Straswig, one of the Super Comp standout stars up here on the tower. She is in the VIP Tower Complex, living it up. It's big time here at Route 66. We only let the best ones in the tower, right? And I thought it was open mic Saturday, so. Ray Drew and Tony Bogolo going to ring their race cars to life. Two of the most evenly matched cars in qualifying head-to-head right now. There are security forces out there backing these tow vehicles into their spots, but Tony Bogolo completes the burnout on the right side, and he drives the 2001 Dodge Avenger. Ray Drew, the number 4 finisher in the region from last year. He drives the Wisconsin-based KW Manufacturing Ford Mustang. Your number 4 qualifier at 569. When I say the two most evenly matched cars in qualifying, the number 4 and 5, but look at the ET difference. 569 for Ray Drew. That's where he qualified at. And Tony Bogolo at 580. That is a huge difference here on Top Alcohol Funny Car. It goes away, 573, 250 miles an hour, and Tony Bogolo, the Hamilton, Ohio team, upsets Ray Drew with that Ford Mustang in round number 1. Man, oh man. Now it looks like it's Christmas going down the racetrack with our safety crew there. Lights and all, but there was a big-time explosion in Ray Drew's Ford Mustang there down the left-hand side. Everything is A-OK. Our safety crew has them stopped at the top of the racetrack. No extensive fire or anything underneath the body of that Ford, but it was a big kaboom. Some flame came out, so we just got some debris that we're going to pick up. Obviously, be on hold for a second. I told you that this round of top alcohol funny car and dragster would be interesting. Not lying to you. Wayne Butler, Andy Bowles should be our next pair out. Just a moment, but you know what? I do not see Andy Bowles Ford Mustang. That is very, very odd for that team not to make the call for first round. Gentlemen, it is time to go back in action on Top Alcohol Funny Car Round 1, and Wayne Butler is going to get a competition single. Found out from a media source that Andy Bowl has used up every block in his trailer, and they are out of blocks, and that is, obviously a problem. Without a block, you don't have a motor, and they don't have a race car to bring to the starting line, unfortunately. Not a way that I would thought of Andy Bowl not making it to the starting line. Due to that, a guy that usually doesn't hurt many parts. And so they are struggling on something inside that motor. It's not making it very happy. So Wayne Butler, who finished number 6 in the region last year, gets a single run here on round number 1. Your number 7 qualifier was supposed to face the number 2 guy. And that's Andy Bowl, who unfortunately, like I said, could not make it to the starting line. As soon as we get through this run, it'll be side-by-side matchup. The last pair up top, Alcohol Funny Car, and then we will go into Alcohol Dragster. Alcohol Digger coming up next. Top Alcohol Digger. Wayne Butler, 54-year-old of Illinois. Hometown race. Hometown state. Ready to get down the racetrack here in round number 1. Almost said 2-1. A long time ago. So the lights come on here at Route 66 Raceway. That means we are getting ready to go into Top Alcohol Dragster, followed by Top Fuel Harley, Pro Fuel Harley, Pro Stock Snowmobile. Don't forget we have a second run of the show tonight. Under the lights. Wayne Butler went right up in tire shake and smoke, and you know that Andy Bowl and the team sitting back there, and they're like, man, oh man, if we just had something to get together and get up there, we could have gave him a run on that one. But Wayne Butler coast to a 9:28 run, 109 on speed. They'll be back for round 2. And now it's going to be Steve Burke and Steve Harker. Here is your reigning Top Alcohol Funny Car World Champion. Not regional champion, world champion in the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Ready to go left side, the Gainesville, Georgia, 64-year-old. Great family that they have. And Steve Burke, the Murph McKinney built Mustang over there, left-hand side. The bodies will come down on these two race cars. It's the Monte Carlo versus the Ford. Rolling into the water box. Go Steve Burke first, followed by Steve Harker. Steve Harker, the Speed City sponsored 2013 bodied Monte Carlo Funny Car. Your number 1 qualifier at 5:59.259. Steve Burke is here for an upset. Your number 8 qualifier got in with a 7:36. He has struggled to get down this racetrack. The Corpus Christi, Texas. ARZ Specialties, Tiger Flow Products, sponsor Mustang, right side. And Steve Harker, ready to do battle. Oh my gosh, huge upset. The biggest thing happened here in round number 1. Your number 1 qualifier, Harker, is broke, and Steve Burke will get the round win. So number 8 and number 7 qualifiers came from the bottom, and they get the first round win. That is Steve Burke is going for it here. Watch Burke top in 5:73.254 the speed, and Steve Burke, if Steve Harker would have made the run, he'd have gave a run for the money, to say the least. So the crew is ready. They're happy. And into round number 2 goes the team out of Texas. I can't tell you what happened to Steve Harker's car. Did the burnout, sounded phenomenal there. Backs up, and something that he just didn't like and shut it off. Mechanical parts failure or something. We're going to try to get word on that and get back to you. Unlike Steve Harker, your defending world champion team Speed City, to break on the starting line. Top alcohol dragster. Ready to go here, Jake Sanders and Dean Dubbin. Good to see Mike Coughlin out and about. All right. Dean Dubbin, qualify number 6, 5:44.7, over 255 miles an hour. The team out of Minnesota, right-hand side for DMP Awnings, taking on Jake Saunders, the Maple Valley, Washington. Number 3 qualifier at 5:38. For Team OMG, they're going to roll through the water box. Left side is Nitro and Supercharger. Head-to-head in round 1. Short burn out there, as usual for Jake Sanders. The Nitro burner combination, left-hand side. And Dean Dubbin, finished number 8 in the Division 5 region last year. He's always had a top race car of the category, backing up right side. Super Gas and Super Cop. We need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas and Super Cop. Team Dubbin, Jake Sanders. We have seen 2 upsets back to back. Let's see if we can see one here in round number 1 of Top Alcohol Dragster. They're set. Oh, and Team Dubbin's gonna give it a run. Top end though, 5:54.263 the speed for Jake Sanders, and he marches on. As Dean had very good early numbers all the way to half track, and then that car started to go away. So the Maple Valley, Washington DSR built race car for the 25-year-old Jake Sanders goes to round number 2 here today. Make sure everybody's in that Jeep before you take off. Whew. That thing is loaded down. Yeah, I'd hate to see him. He's going to go rolling out of that thing. And Brandon Boer and Jared Dreher now. Looking at Dean Dubbin's team, and really that is not the most efficient pit vehicle because the one guy has to walk. I mean, you can't fit 3 people in a smart car. It's a 2-person ride. Occupant level of 2. Brandon Boer, right side. Qualified number 5. Jared Dreher at number 4. Another one of those Nitro and Supercharger matchups here in round number 1 of Top Alcohol Dragster as Jared Dreher gets ready to bring that car to life. And Brandon Boer alongside the Urbana, Illinois AB Construction and Team Goodson. Spitzer race car rolls through the water box first. close call. Man. The pit vehicle driver about took out one of our guys in the chair down there. So right now, Brandon Boer, all attention's on giving on this starting line. And Jared Greer. They finished number 3 and 4 last year in the region. They qualified number 4 and 5 here today. And now they face each other in round number 1. They both are 530 players. Let's see what they have to bring to the table under the lights at Route 66 tonight. All right, Brandon Boer, he rolls in. He'll bring it up on high rev in just a moment as Jared Greer is set to go. Look at Brandon Boer. How about 5.401? 268 the speed, and Brandon Boer and the team out of Urbana, Illinois is going to go to the next round here today. Get down. Oh, man, as B.O. would say, Chris Demke and J.P. Gutierrez. That's John Paul. They're ready to bring his race car to life left-hand side. He has to take on your reigning world champion in the category, Chris Demke, all the way in from California, the computer engineer. Their team, OSI and Boost Performance, along with Peenwright. They have that dragster that qualified number 2 right side at 5:32.272 with 1 run. They went down that racetrack earlier today. First time they've been on the surface all weekend. And John Paul Gutierrez, the MGM Grand of Detroit. Sponsor DJ Safety on board also for the young 25-year-old engine builder, left-hand side. All right, burnouts are complete. Chris Demke puts it in reverse right side. John Paul has to find about 1/10 in horsepower somewhere to outrun Chris Demke. On paper, obviously, we race him on the track. You roll up, anything can happen. If John Paul Gutierrez and his brother take down Chris Demke, your number 2 qualifying and reigning world champion, that's going to be big, real big. So number 1 and 2 qualifiers in the category chose the right lane, as you see them back to back. Number 7 and 8 got stuck over the left-hand lane. Really, in all honesty, it seemed pretty even lanes here today. Oh man, I don't know if John Paul is broke or not, but they are making last-minute adjustments up there. Somebody from the other crew ran up. Yeah, and obviously Chris Demke's crew throwing their hands up saying, let's go. I mean, it's time to put him in the beam. So Chris is going to get a comp single, and John Paul continues to fight the struggles here this weekend in Chicago. Set up there tonight, and that first round eliminations, even though it's a round win, he's going to coast to a 993, 99 miles an hour. Very tough break for John Paul Gutierrez and that whole team, as I know how hard they work. But the crew at Route 66 is way honored to have Chris Demke and their whole crew in the house this weekend with us at the Burn Down at Sundown, presented by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. If you check out the Route 66 website, very nice article on your reigning world champion in the category. Way cool to have somebody of his stature racing here with us. Some of the best in the North Central Division. They're moving to round number 2. Now it's going to be Mia Tedesco and Robin Samsel. And then it'll be time for Top Fuel Harley. All right. So it's going to be Robin Samsel and Mia Tedesco, two nitro burners head-to-head in this final pair of the round of Top Alcohol Dragster. Then we'll go right in to nitro with Top Fuel Harley Davidson under the lights. That's going to be way cool. Or real cool, as some would say. Either way, so Mia fires up. The 21-year-old behind the wheel of the Cars Protection Plus, Serrano Motorsports, an NGK-sponsored dragster. And Robin Samsel for Team Lucas Oil. Marion, Indiana. Tool and die maker at 65 years old. Trying to make a statement here tonight. In front of a great crowd at Route 66 Raceway. The wall is lined. The stands, pretty dang good. Don't forget, we still have jet cars to come to heat things up. And the Wheelstander and Pro Stock snowmobiles. All kinds of fast cars. Make a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of fun. Burn down and sundown. Visited by Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning. All right, so can Robin Samsel upset the young lady, Mia Tedesco? Now remember that qualifying run earlier on today, which was the final run in qualifying, Mia struck the tire right at the hit of the throttle. She takes the right lane, and I'm pretty sure that was the lane she was in when she struck the tire. You just seen Chris Dempke, a totally different setup though, because he is a supercharged car, and they leave the starting line much more aggressive than what a nitro burner does. But still, struck the tires. They stay in the same lane. Robin Samsel over there. You're Robin Samsel. You're looking at this deal saying if we just can go down the racetrack and run 540 something, we have a shot at it. You end up on the losing side, still you made a good run. You go out there and you try to overpower the racetrack, well, you need to give yourself a chance. Let's go A to B. Now Mia Tedesco, she knows she's the fastest car on the property, but anything can happen in the world of drag racing. David Rada backs away. The car owner taps the wing once. Mia right. Robin Samsel left. Hold on. Final pair. Round one. Top Alcohol Dragster. Oh, there goes Mia Tedesco, and it's going to be 536, 270 miles an hour. And Mia Tedesco, for all the ladies out there, grabs the first round win. Cars Protection Plus moves on here today. It's all high fives and smiles coming out of the team out of Pennsylvania. Now we're going to go into Top Fuel Harley Davidson. 6-second, 200+ mile per hour, one wheel action. These motorcycles carry that front wheel all the way to the 1,000-foot mark. Inspired by and built in the spirit of the raw adrenaline and power of motorcycle racing, Harley-Davidson Screaming Eagle Performance Parts are designed and engineered to perform on the racetrack and on the street. Screaming Eagle is the performance leader in street-legal stage kits, performance exhaust systems, factory-built crate engines, and more. Visit your local Harley-Davidson dealer for everything you need to make your Harley-Davidson motorcycle a winner. So getting word from the top of the racetrack from our safety safari crew that Mia Tedesco's top alcohol dragster is locked up down there as we try to, well, get it unlocked to get it off the top end. And so we can proceed with round number 1 of Top Fuel Harley-Davidson. For Joey Sternodi and Jay Turner, your number 2 and 3 qualifiers. They're going to be head-to-head. Jay the Bulldog Turner brings his A game here in round number 1 to 6.5 second, 200+ mile per hour. Nitro burning Harley Davidsons are squaring off in a moment. You know, looking down there on the starting line, I see Marty Thacker, and I think Marty is actually going to make the switch next year from Top Alcohol Dragster to Top Fuel Harley Davidson. It would be yeah, his crew is saying that's a good idea. What would Marty do? Well, not ride one of these. That's what Marty would do. He likes to be strapped into something. We can figure out how to way to strap him onto one of these, though. Both of you could be side by side. That'd be so cute, you and Brad. A little matchup. Marty Thacker and Brad Bushell in a Nitro matchup. Probably wouldn't get very far. But Sternodi and Turner, as soon as we get the top of the racetrack clear, they will go head-to-head in round number 1. All right, so the Naples, Florida, number 2 qualifier, Joey Sternani, Toyota's side in the quarter mile, taking on Jay the Bulldog Turner out of Joliet, North Carolina. Both of these riders have been quick as the 640 race. Pre-stage vaults are lit. First pair, it's Top Fuel Harley. Oh man, did you see the big-time explosion out of Sternani's bike? Top end, 712, 193. Jade, the Bulldog Turner, was starting to lay over at the top end of the racetrack, but Joey Sternani had that big-time explosion, and his hand flew off the bike even. Man, oh man. When this is a class that you have to wear a ballistic vest to protect yourself, you know it's wild. Now it is going to be Tommy Grimes and Julian Seaman. Number 1 versus number 4 here in Top Fuel Harley. Tommy Grimes, the North Carolina Ray Price Motorsports entry, has been on a string of 640 runs. Seaman, on the other hand, has been on a string of 690 runs. Do the math, and it's pretty easy to say that Julian Seaman's going to find some horsepower. That Kansas-based Top Fuel Harley and try to take down one of the best, Tommy Grimes. Left-hand side. As soon as we get Joey Sternoni off the top of the racetrack safely, we will fire up the next pair, as they will do battle right before we go into Pro Fuel Harley-Davidson. Well, the burnouts are complete. It's going to be Julian Seaman right side, Tommy Grimes left side. 1 versus 4 here in round number 1 of Top Fuel Harley-Davidson. Can Julian Seaman upset a guy who has been on a string of sub 630 runs? So close to going to the 30s. He's been low 40s all weekend long. Tommy Grimes, left side. Julian Seaman right. Stage shot out the gate they go. Look at Tommy Grimes. He will go 634. Low ET of the weekend at 221 miles an hour. How about we put our hands together, Route 66. Low ET at over 220 for the Ray Price Harley-Davidson team. Man, oh man. Tommy Grimes set the world on fire right there. 6.346. I knew it was going to be fast, and I know it was going to be that fast. Ray Price, one of the baddest mans around in Top Fuel Harley, and he put a tune up on that bike in round number 1. Way cool. See the flames lit all the way down the racetrack. Carried the wheel over 1,000 feet in the air. Now it's going to be David Larson and Jordan Cruz. We're switching gears and rolling into Pro Fuel Harley. Larson by 9 thousandths of a second. He outran him on a hole shot. 781, 153 to the 764, 165. Man, David Larson knew he had to get off the starting line first. Jordan didn't want to go red by all means, and he didn't. David Larson gets there by 9 thousandths of a second and takes down the number 2 qualifier. That was a big upset here in Pro Fuel Harley-Davidson. Now it's Gary Stroud and Dennis Fisher. The match up here. Dennis Fisher, Dayton, Ohio, comes the 62-year-old executive, and Gary Stroud, the bike shop owner from Indiana. Both have been in the 760 range. Fisher, quicker there by almost a tenth, though, in the 60 range. And the O'Reilly Auto Parts side comes the bike that will roll to the water box second. With Dale Niles on board, that is a good team over there on the left-hand side. And Gary Stroud, wife Georgia, the Valparaiso, Indiana, 59-year-old rider, well, is Harley-Davidson. Big-time smoky burnout, Gary Stroud, Toyota Lane. Gary puts it in the beam. Pre-stage bulb lights up right side. Dennis Fisher wastes no time. Rolls the deep stage beam on even. Oh, man, it's off the tree. Side by side. Finish line, swipe, win line for Gary Stroud. 781, 163 miles an hour. And number 4 takes down number 3 here in Pro Fuel Harley Davidson. Single run for Jeanette Thornley, your number 1 qualifier. The lady out of Mocksville, North Carolina. The 47-year-old came in here with a brand new motorcycle that they are getting worked out. It's been quick, a 7:51, 167. Not a career best by all means, but they are definitely stepping up performance-wise, and what a better time to do so here in round number 1 with a single run. You throw a tune-up at it, see if it works. It goes in the 40s. Well, you still got the quickest bike out there. If it doesn't, you know what? Hey, you still got the round win. It does not matter. So Jeanette Thornley will jump on board that 2015 HRP chassis motorcycle and roll into the water box right side. Her and Johnny Vickers. Jeanette Thornley, single run right now before we go into Pro Stock Snowmobile here tonight in round number 2 for those riders. Jeanette Thornley bulbs her lid. Out the gate here, early numbers were looking good. Has to lean a little bit right into the motorcycle. Top end is going to be a 40. No, 751.0, 167 miles an hour. But she picks up 7 thousandths from her best run in qualifying. So they are definitely going in the right direction with a very consistent motorcycle. Jeanette takes the round win. It's Pro Stock Snowmobile under the tower here at Route 66 Raceway, followed by Super Gas, round number 2. These 8-second, 150-mile-per-hour sleds are going to do battle. Louis Werble and Glenn Hall. It's 1 versus 4. I've seen it reversed before with Louis being the number 1 qualifier and Glenn Hall being the number 4. Louis Werble does have the horsepower to take down Glenn Hall in the left-hand lane. So they bring the Arctic Cat and Ski-Doos to life. We're ready to do battle here with 5 sleds remaining. So Louis Werble, the 52-year-old contractor from Marion, Michigan. And Glenn Hall, the Wisconsin technician at 52 years old. Werble, late on the tree. Glenn Hall is ahead. Top end, Glenn Hall's going to go 826. 153 the speed. Left the starting line first, got to the finish line first, and never looked back. Takes out Louis Werble in the process. Matt Ernest and Kyle Schultz now. Kyle Schultz right side. The new Richmond, Wisconsin Arctic Cat for the 20-year-old businessman. Number 3 qualifier in the category. And Matt Ernest from Iowa comes the electrician on his 2011 Z1. Your attention, please. Attention to the pit area. Attention to the pit. Super Comp and Super Stock. Super Comp round 2. Super Stock round 2. Go to the staging lanes, please. Oh, Matt Ernest rolls to me. Kyle Schultz will get the automatic round win The Arctic Cat's going to go on and down to a 8:44 run. 1:36 on speed. Not the best run of the weekend for Kyle Shields, but hey, a win light's a win light. And they are into the next round of Pro Stock Snowmobile. Final run of the round here for Scotty Hagan, your number 2 qualifier. He's going to take that right lane. And then it'll be time for 990 Racing Super Gas. We have called Super Comp and Super Stock. Attention in the pits. We need Super Comp and Super Stock to staging, please. Scotty Hagan out of the gate at the Oxford, Michigan. 35-year-old rider. Top end of the racetrack. Is it going to be an 8:20 run? No. 8:33, 152 miles an hour for Scott Hagan. He will advance to the next round of Pro Stock Snowmobile. Now we're going to totally switch gears. It's 990 Super Gas throttle stop style racing here at Route 66. I'm going to slide on out. My broadcasting partner, Scott Phillips, is going to slide on in and bring you through this ultra-competitive category that they call Super Gas. And Scott, if you're one of the fans, if you're one of the people out in the stands, don't forget we still have jets, we still got Wheelstanders, and we still got a whole lot of fun here at Route 66 to come.
And we got a Studebaker with a bullet nose fire truck that's going to put flames out the top of this hot rod. The fun is yet to come.